A big day ahead of us today, a catch-up day. There was a delay yesterday when we saw that lawyer for the commission at the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act in Canada by Justin Trudeau to crush the Freedom Convoy last February, when we saw him collapse suddenly. Very, very disturbing images, unexpected to say the least, and it has left everyone wondering what really happened. Why did he collapse? I don't think we are going to find out. It appears the information will not be released out of what they say is respect for the family, patient confidentiality. They are not going to reveal personal health information for lawyer Gabrielle Poliquin. I'm going to cue this up and roll this again. And there's a high level of irony in this when you really give it consideration, given what the root cause of the Freedom Convoy was to begin with. So here's lawyer Gabrielle Poliquin. Oh, hang on. Something just happened. So I had that link there, and that's strange. I'll bring it back up. Sorry for the delay. Okay, I've got it queued up. Let's take another look at this, and then I'm going to comment again on this with a slightly different perspective than what I offered up yesterday. Maybe it's because I lost the feed. Things have gone a little haywire here this morning. There, I'm back. There we go. All right. Something strange is going on, and I know that we've been kicked off Facebook now again. I don't know what the deal is over there. I'm sorry, folks. Just give me a second here while I figure out why I'm getting feedback, why we're kicked off Facebook, getting this feed going. We've got multiple windows there. I see what's going on. All right. Just give me a moment. I need to fix this. Yeah. Okay. That ought to do it. All right. We'll come back here. And we're ready to go with this clip of the lawyer collapsing yesterday again. Sorry, you can hear my dog upstairs. I'm down here in the studio, and somebody's at the door. Here we go. This is from yesterday.
Just to jog your memory, if you need to, that's ONT 405153, please. Part of it is redacted. If we can go down to, just scroll down, please. Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
So he just collapsed. They went to a break while paramedics came in. They wheeled him out on a stretcher in an upright position. He was conscious when he left the room. It has left a lot of people wondering, what was it that caused that? We're being told the information isn't likely to be released, as I say, because of patient confidentiality. And then I got to thinking, on the one hand, if he collapsed because of the thing that we're all thinking it might have been caused from, then that in itself just speaks to the very core, the very heart of what is in play here at this inquiry. We're not talking at all about the juice or the masks or the other pandemic measures. We're talking specifically about the mandates only as they relate to the convoy peripherally. The inquiry itself is focused on the government response to the convoy and whether it was appropriate to use the Emergencies Act. And the government position on this has been, continues to be, this was a terrible thing, and we have to figure out how we can prevent it from ever happening again. That's the premise. That's where they're coming at this from. On the other side, on the freedom side, people are saying, wait a minute, the government is guilty of overreach here. It's an abuse of power, an abuse of process. It's this legislation is only to be used in the most extreme of circumstances. And I agree that we should find a way to prevent this from ever happening again, but for a different reason than the government has. The government sees the truckers as enemies. The government sees a whole segment of the population as a bunch of fringers, a minority group with unacceptable views. And they need to find a way to crush this in a way that it never comes back. That's what their goal is. And that's the way they're trying to approach this at the inquiry. You can see it in the testimony and the line of questioning. The perspective is skewed that way. But the reason I come back to the lawyer collapsing is it isn't just about whether he collapsed because of the thing that we think that it might have been from. It's also about what we're getting from this right now. They're not going to tell us why. They're citing patient confidentiality. But I ask you, if you have to have a vaccine passport to get into a restaurant, if you have to have a vaccine passport to get on a train or a plane, if you have to get vaccinated to have a job, if you lose your job, if your job was taken from you because you didn't get vaccinated, if your kids couldn't go to school because they don't get a vaccination. If you have to reveal whether you're vaccinated or not to engage in society, that is a violation right there of patient confidentiality. It should not be your employer's business whether or not you are vaccinated against the virus. It shouldn't matter to someone at a movie theater or a restaurant. It's not their business. Certainly not domestically. There are precedents set for vaccinations when people are traveling internationally, and we don't have control over what other countries do in that regard. But the fact that they're respecting that lawyer's right to patient confidentiality so that we don't get to know why he collapsed, his health condition is confidential. Shouldn't those same considerations be extended to the entire population? Shouldn't they be extended with regard to vaccination status? Why is it anybody's business? In particular, when we know that as a fact, and we can say this now on Facebook, that the vaccinations do not prevent transmission or infection. It sort of renders the entire argument moot. And yeah, we can use that word in this case. The same word that was used by the judge to throw out the challenge from former Newfoundland Premier Brian Peckford, the last surviving signature of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and author. Moot. They just don't listen. They're not interested in getting to the heart of the problem, which is precisely what I just laid out for you. The philosophy, the perspective, the approach, the ideology behind vaccination. Whether it's mandatory, not mandatory, whether you have to reveal your status, whether you're allowed to participate in society, you know, the horrific things that they've done to people, to society, as a result of this approach to vaccination. That's at the heart of the matter. And they will not solve this problem. They will not prevent it from coming back. Not that protests are a problem. That's something I may elaborate on here too, but they won't solve this divide in society until they address that issue. And until they give people their rights back, their freedom back, their confidentiality back, their privacy, it's not going to solve a thing. This whole process can roll out and it won't solve a thing. Even if the commission finds in their report that Justin Trudeau did use the Emergencies Act inappropriately and abused his power by invoking the act and essentially declaring war on the truckers, the farmers, and the others who came down there to fight for freedom. Even if we get to that point, it still won't solve the problem until they address this issue of privacy and confidentiality and choice. And they continue to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple down on this positioning, on policy, ideology, and it is ideology. It's actually almost like a religion. It is actually a religion of sorts, because they have removed religion from government, from the country, and they've replaced religion with the state. with government. That is where morality is now to be found as far as they're concerned. That's where the moral compass is supposed to be, which is why the country has no moral compass anymore. Because your morality is being dictated to you, to me, to everyone by a bunch of bureaucrats and politicians, and most importantly, from and by the Prime Minister of the country, Justin Trudeau. He's the one who decides what is right and what is wrong. And from there, it flows down to the premiers and the mayors who engage in a modern form of cancel culture on a wide scale today. And to illustrate my point, I bring up this clip from yesterday with Jim Willett, the mayor of Coutts, Alberta, who referred to the truckers protesting, not just in Coutts, his hometown, his little village out there where he's supposed to be a leader, but to truckers and protesters across the country who were fighting for freedom as a bunch of domestic terrorists. And this is part of his testimony from yesterday.
Social media, I saw what was going on, but I never directly talked to anyone.
Did you ever have any discussions with CBFSA officials about the protest?
Never did. Well, other than see somebody at the post office or something. Some of them live there.
I understand that the RCMP attended a village council meeting on February 8th. In your summary, you state that they described their responses, building the airplane while you're flying it. What did you understand those comments to be referring to?
Well, just the way it sounds. As I said, we all got caught flat-footed. Nobody had expected this to happen.
Because he's out of touch.
I'm not sure of his rank, but anyway, the answer to the question was, we're building the airplane as we're flying it. We're making it up as we go along. We've got tactics and we're trying them, and if they don't work, we try something else until we find out how it works.
So we can shut them down.
An education, I guess, for everyone.
Thank you. In the short time we have left, I'd just like to talk about the impact on the village and its residents. In the summary, you say that the blockade greatly disrupted everyday life for Coutts residents. Could you maybe explain to us in what ways?
I have done a mental survey, and I think I had about a 70-30 split in the village, the 30 on my side and the 70 supporting the protest, regardless of what it meant. We still have neighbors that won't talk to each other because of the protest. They didn't get out and we had a lot of sympathetic people in the village who figured it was our duty to feed everybody. If they need a room, give them a room. These are all good people, and we should really look after them. As unneighborly and heartless as it seems, my opinion was, if you came down here and you blockaded the highway and now you're not wanting to leave the protest, but you need your medication that you left at home, the road goes that way, go get your medication. Instead of making a public scene about, I don't have my medicine, can you bring it to me? We don't have food, you know. You got food at home. That was my answer to those kind of complaints. my neighbors, being good rural Alberta people, figure if somebody's in need, you look after them regardless of how they got there, I guess. And there was a lot of sympathy over and as I said, the driving force of the protest, the original cause had to do with cross-border vaccination. And then it mutated into my body, my right, my, all of the different conspiracy things that have gone on.
Oh, yeah. All of the different conspiracy things that have gone on. All them different conspiracy theories, the things that I can't really tell you what they are and don't really know what they are, don't understand, but it's just a bunch of conspiracy theories, And all these conspiracy nuts. Yeah, and go get your medicine over there. Don't talk to me. Out of touch. He also said that he was strongly opposed to people flying the Canadian flag upside down. Probably because he still, at this point, doesn't understand what that means. Doesn't understand that it means a country in distress. A call for help. And that's what the truckers were calling for, help. And Jim Willett, mayor of Coots, ignored and continues to ignore that call for help. Protests are not always a bad thing. Protests, the right to protest, is entrenched in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, free speech, entrenched because it's important. Not just because some people sat around a table when they drafted that document, or even the U.S. Constitution or the Canadian Constitution. It's not like they just sat around and they said, well, there are a bunch of nut bar conspiracy theorists out there, and I guess we should throw them a bone and let them have a little bit of free speech once in a while so they can go out and protest once in a while. And we'll just give them that, but they can only protest a little bit. And so we can just ignore them, just to let them blow off a little steam once in a while after we've abused them. That's not what it's there for. Protests are not always a bad thing. Sometimes protest is a good thing. The protesters, and you've seen this throughout history, sometimes protesters are on the right side of history. And it's difficult sometimes. And the people trying to maintain the status quo, the people in power, the people trying to maintain their power, those are the ones. Quite often the people abusing the people. The ones controlling police. The ones with the weapons. They're the ones sometimes out of touch. And they engage in cancel culture and they forget that they work for the people. And when you have a protest like the one we had across Canada, a grassroots movement, just spring up. And we've heard all the evidence so far support exactly that. This was not a coordinated assault on democracy. This was not a coordinated attempt to overthrow a government. There was no existential threat to the government of Canada. This was clearly a whole bunch of very upset Canadians in a very unorganized fashion with no particular leader. They've admitted that one of the reasons that it was difficult for them to address the protest was because there was no clear leader. It was leaderless. That should tell you right there that these people need to be listened to, that we, the people of Canada, need to be listened to because it was organic. It just emerged. And that was a national grassroots response by a group of individuals who remembered, even maybe subconsciously, or maybe just because they yearned for it in their heart, they recognized that in Canada you have individual rights and freedoms. And a whole bunch of individuals rose up, climbed in their trucks, and took off down the highway to Ottawa. And they organized in smaller groups of friends and neighbors and relatives. And some of them loaded their kids in their trucks and they took off to Ottawa. And that's the truth. That's what happened. And people like Jim Willett, led around by the nose by people like Premier Jason Kenney out in Alberta, didn't get it and still don't get it. Mr. Willett isn't smart enough to think for himself. He's still being led around by the nose. He's a useful idiot. Honestly, that's my honest assessment after listening to his testimony. He's just in lockstep with the authoritarians because he doesn't know any better. And he was told, look over there, terrorists, domestic terrorists. Oh yeah, I see them. And as I laid out in the show yesterday, I showed you what terrorism looks like. Canadian citizens from all walks of life who simply want the restoration of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms are not domestic terrorists. They're just Canadians who want the country to work the way it was intended to work. And they want the politicians to work for them the way they're supposed to work for them and the way they're supposed to work for the country, not against them. Not against them. Folks, it's time to go back to the commission. Everything is about ready to go. The commissioner will be walking in momentarily. I'll be with you through the day again today as our coverage from start to finish continues. And the commissioner is arriving now. So I will jump off. You guys can watch this
The Public
uncensored.
Order Emergency
unedited.
Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
It's going to be a long day. I think we'll probably go until about 6:30 or 7 tonight.
Good morning. Bonjour. Just before we start, I just want to give a bit of a message as to the events of yesterday. As many of you know, we had to interrupt the hearing yesterday because our senior counsel, Gabriel Poliquin, suddenly became indisposed. He was seen by medical professionals and his episode was likely nothing serious. So he's expected to make a quick recovery after a few days of recuperation and will be back with the commission next week. He wishes to thank all who have reached out to him with messages of support. And it's very appreciated by him and of course by the commission. So with that brief introduction and reassurance, we can go on to the next witness.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner, Justin Trudeau, Commission Counsel. Our first witness today is Marlin Degrand.
Good morning, right up here.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
Bible, please. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My full name is Marlin Armin Degrand, Marlin, Arman, and the surname is Degrand.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Degrand.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good to see you again. So, Mr. Degrand, you'll recall that you met with Commission Council on August 30th for an interview.
Yes, I do.
Remember that? And we prepared a summary of the evidence that you provided during that interview, correct?
Yes.
So I'll just pull up WTS 703. So this is your witness summary, which will come up on the screen. Do you have any corrections to that witness summary this morning?
I do not.
Great. And you can confirm this is the witness summary that that you've seen, you've reviewed it.
Yes.
Perfect. So I'll have that entered into evidence. You also will recall that the province of Alberta, the government of Alberta, has prepared an institutional report. You've had the chance to review that as well.
I have.
And I also understand that you've sworn an affidavit attaching and confirming the content of that institutional report.
I have.
And so just for the record, the institutional report is ALB.IR.701, and then the affidavit is AFF.6015.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Degrand, I understand that you are Assistant Deputy Minister of the Public Security Division and Director of Law Enforcement for Alberta Justice and Solicitor General. Is that correct?
It's correct. At the time that we spoke, we've since had a ministerial change, and our department is now sort of split to justice on one side, and I'm with the newly created Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Okay,
But the
fantastic.
role stays the same.
And you're still Assistant Deputy Minister.
That's correct.
And what was your, can you maybe describe your responsibilities at the time?
At the time of these events,
Yes.
I was the Assistant Deputy Minister and responsible for the coordination. I have a number of duties as the Director of Law Enforcement. Primarily at that time was the coordination of law enforcement in the province. We also are responsible for oversight, research and statistical analysis, crime prevention, and a number of other matters under Section 8 of our Police Act.
And who did you report to at the time?
The Associate Deputy Minister, now Deputy Minister for our department, Dennis Cooley.
Fantastic. And they reported to Minister Savage, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, our minister at the time was Minister Savage, interim minister.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that you would, one of your roles was to liaise with law enforcement on behalf of the government and the Solicitor General.
That's correct. Liaise and coordinate with.
You maybe start by providing us with a brief summary of policing services in the province.
Certainly, and very briefly, we have, of course, multiple levels of policing. The RCMP is the federal policing entity in the province, as it is anywhere in Canada. Within Alberta, we have a Police Act which dictates the levels of responsibility for policing, being for communities over the threshold of 5,000. They're required to have their own police force or a municipal service. They also have the option to contract with the RCMP. In our province.
Mr. Degrand, if I could just ask that you slow down a bit because it's all being translated. So especially when you know what the area, you tend to talk a little fast, I think.
Yeah, I probably do all the time. So thank you, I will.
Okay.
So certainly there are multiple levels, as I was saying. Municipal policing is responsible in communities over 5,000. In 7 of those instances, we have municipal police services that are independent and self-administered. A number of instances, 48, I believe, the communities have chosen to contract the RCMP as their contracted police service. The RCMP is also our contracted police service for the provision of provincial policing in the remainder of the province, including First Nations and Métis settlements, with the exception of 3 communities which have self-administered First Nation services.
And so my understanding is in communities under 5,000 though, then the policing would be provided by the RCMP.
That's correct, as the provincial police service.
And so that would include, for example, Coots.
Yes,
And I believe that's the K division of the RCMP.
RCMPK division, the designation for all operations in Alberta.
Perfect, thank you. Can you maybe describe as well, I understand the Sheriff Highway Patrol is also under your purview. Can you maybe explain their role?
Certainly. The Sheriff's branch is a branch under my division, and it entails a number of discrete units, one of which is the Sheriff's Highway Patrol. Sheriff's Highway Patrol works closely with the RCMP in the delivery of traffic services and traffic safety across the province. In their role insofar as the border dispute at Coots was directly in support of the RCMP's operational response, and we provided a number of our officers to the RCMP to assist in any number of areas, including traffic control and checkpoint control, under their direction and within their operations. Ordinarily, the sheriffs work collaboratively and cooperatively with the RCMP, but independently from the RCMP as a peace officer organization. They are not police officers. They have a specific mandate and specific authorities, which are quite broad. But in the case where they were providing operational support at Coots, they were working under the command structure of the RCMP as part of that response that was the responsibility of the police force of jurisdiction.
So normally they would have, or in all cases, I guess they would have the authority to enforce the Highway Traffic Act, for example, would be one of their key pieces of legislation that they enforce.
Yes, that certainly is a Traffic Safety Act and a large number of provincial and other legislation. They actually have authorities for under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act and other pieces of legislation.
And so maybe can you just explain a little bit more why in this case they would operate at the direction of the RCMP? Certainly.
The event at the border specifically was obviously a policing event, and police are charged with the responsibility for administering or for overseeing and addressing public order events and cases of breaches of the law, etc. In that particular case, the police force of jurisdiction, being the RCMP, has overall command and control of the event, and it would be improper and problematic for an independent agency such as the sheriffs to operate in an operational manner in that, or an enforcement manner in that event outside of the command and control of the RCMP, as he could conceivably come at cross purposes for some of the strategies that we're attempting to be embarked upon, both from a negotiation perspective or an enforcement perspective, et cetera. So you need to be coordinated, and there has to be one unified command and one command and control apparatus for the response.
Thank you. You mentioned briefly there the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act. Can you maybe explain for us what that is? What does that law do?
It is a piece of legislation and I probably am the wrong person to give you a very detailed explanation on it, but it's in a sense it allows for police in the province to have another tool in their toolbox when dealing with matters that provide intrusions to or affect the operation of critical infrastructure in the province. It's not akin to, say, the Emergency Act, which is why we're here today, in the sense that there's no need for invocation. It's much like the Traffic Safety Act, the Criminal Code, or any other statute that's available as a tool to law enforcement every day, an act that is in place in Alberta.
And is your understanding that highways are a piece of critical infrastructure under that act?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And who's able to enforce that act? I think you already mentioned that the sheriffs, both the sheriffs and the RCMP can enforce.
Yes, any police service can in their area of jurisdiction.
Municipal, yes, thank you. And so what kind of function, you've already mentioned you liaise with police. Do you play some sort of oversight function as well?
We do have an oversight function. We have policing standards that we develop in a collegial manner within the province with law enforcement, and which we're charged with ensuring are met. We have audit programs that we are involved in, and then of course we are involved in policy development and giving advice to the government on legislative changes that may or may not be required.
So I'd like to talk now about Coots a little bit.
Sure.
So my understanding is that the province was aware that a slow roll was headed towards Coots and scheduled to arrive on January 29th.
Yes, we became aware of that through information that was provided to us through law enforcement and through our provincial security intelligence office.
Where would you typically get your situational information on an event like this?
We have a reasonably well-developed level of coordination between the law enforcement entities in the province, all police services, as well as our sheriffs and our provincial security and intelligence office, which allows for the sharing of information in as near to real time as possible between those entities, so that we can, and of course through the use of the Criminal Intelligence Service of Alberta within our law enforcement, our combined forces law enforcement entity alert. Through those things, we receive information on a regular basis on any evolving situations that have an ability to impact any area of jurisdiction, or in this case, potentially multiple areas of jurisdiction across the province. And we ensure that it's shared not only broadly within the law enforcement community, but it also provides insight for myself.
And you would have received all those situational updates?
I received situational updates from my folks for sure, yes.
And was the province aware of the threats of a blockade prior to the arrival of the convoy at the border or near the border?
The information we were receiving at the time through the RCMP was based on their conversations with organizers. Nothing that we saw indicated that, well, there's always the potential for a blockade, but nothing we saw indicated that that was the intent of the slow roll convoy. There were a number of events being planned, including events at the legislature and in Calgary, and those were all being monitored at the same time. The particular convoy that rolled from basically Lethbridge to the Coots border was initially intended to be, from the information that was provided to us, a bunch of vehicles coming to the area, demonstrating through a slow roll and leaving the area.
Mayor Willett, I don't know if you heard his testimony.
I did not.
A few days
sorry.
ago, he testified that he advised the Premier and Minister Savage on September 27th of the risk of a blockade. Maybe we can pull up COU 50183.
I'm sorry, September?
Oh,
My apologies, sorry.
I wrote up my notes late last night. So.
I understand, yeah, no, thank you.
Sorry, January 27th, of course. So here you see Mayor Willett's email. I became aware of an organized effort planned to begin Saturday to totally block all northbound and southbound traffic here at the Coots border crossing, as well as Carway and Del Bonita. Were you ever made aware that this information had been provided to the Alberta government?
I can't say that I've seen this. I'm not going to say for sure that it didn't flow through the traffic, but I can't say that I've seen this before.
And more generally, were you provided with any intelligence that there was a risk blockade?
Oh, absolutely. There was always, as I stated earlier, that's certainly a risk. And it was worse that I'm sure there's chatter around that as well on the social media sites, but the organizers, as I understood them from the conversations that the RCMP were having, and I defer to them to speak in detail around that, were saying that wasn't the intent. That stated, there's always that risk.
Were you advised prior to the arrival that there may be a splinter group potentially that had an intention to blockade the border?
I don't remember anybody mentioning splinter groups within any of the conversations I had at that time.
Okay.
That became apparent on the day of the event, though.
Right.
That there was a group that splintered off from the 1,000 or so vehicles that were initially there. There's about 250 that sort of splintered off and stopped and blocked the road.
So Mayor Willett testified that he received a call the next day from someone he believes to be from Minister Savage's office, informing him that, thank you for the information. The RCMP are on it. You're not aware of
That phone call?
that discussion?
No, I'm not, sorry.
Were you briefed on the RCMP's plan for that event prior to the arrival on the 29th?
I was.
And do you know whether there was planning for the possibility of a blockade?
I'd want to defer probably to Deputy Commissioner Zablocki on that, but the briefings I had were around the fact that there's knowledge of the convoy, the fact that the approximate size of what they anticipated was going to be coming, their plans to reach out to convoy organizers, distribute information, speak with individuals at checkpoints to make sure they understood the rules around not blocking the highway in both areas, giving them direction on how to lawfully protest within the area. Those were all the plans that were articulated to myself, as well as at a gross level or high level, the number of police officers that would be brought to bear in terms of managing the event as it was unfolding.
And do you recall what that number was for the Coutts region?
I don't. I'm sorry.
You were satisfied generally with their plan, I take it?
I was.
And obviously we will speak to them about that as well, but it's good to get your recollection. Have you formed an opinion since then on why the RCMP was not able to prevent the blockade from setting in on that day?
I was never on the ground at the site, so I rely heavily on the information from the police and some measure of personal experience, but from the long past. But the reality is that the blockade occurred spontaneously, as I understand it, in the sense that a number of vehicles were circuiting down to the border point and back up and across in a bit of a demonstration circle, which was slowing traffic but not blocking it. And that at some point, a number of vehicles just decided to stop and block the highway, which is, of course, contrary to the assurances of the organizers and contrary to the directions that were given by police. So at that point in time, the police on the ground were faced with a very difficult problem in the sense that they had 250-ish vehicles blocking a highway.
Thank you. You understood that the blockade blocked traffic to and from the border, correct?
That's correct, on the Canadian side.
Yes. And that it also prevented access by Coutts residents to Milk River and vice versa?
I believe so. Yeah, there were some early conversations around the challenges that the community of Coutts was facing. And I know one of the things that the RCMP informed me they were working with and they managed to gain support for was creating access for the community to roadways out of the area in the first day or two of the event, or a couple days of the event.
And you understood, I think what you're telling me is you understood it was a key artery for Coots to get to essential services and milk.
Certainly, yeah, certainly, although I'm not as familiar with Coots to say if it was the only artery, but I believe it was certainly key.
Okay. You spoke just now about the RCMP briefing you about creating an alternate route for residents. Can you maybe just tell me a little bit more what you know about that?
I really don't know a lot more about that other than to what was relayed to me from the RCMP, and in the sense that they were looking to create access for the community, and that it was resolved. And again, I from memory, I can't recall which day, but it was resolved early on in those first few days.
In the first few days,
Yeah.
that and that they would have successfully created some alternative route when the highway was fully blockaded for residents to get out.
That's correct.
And is your understanding that were you ever advised that that route was used for commercial vehicles as well?
To cross the border?
Well, not to cross the border, but once they had crossed the border to kind of get out.
There was a number of, as the RCMP relayed to me, that there were a number of vehicles, truck drivers, sort of caught up in the matter that didn't want to be there, but had no way of getting out. And I'm going from memory, and I can't remember which day it was, but as again, in those early days, there was some progress made in discussions by the RCMP with the protesters to allow those that did not want to be there to leave. And I believe 25, 30 trucks were escorted out of the area. But beyond that, there was no real avenue for truck drivers to go through when all the lanes were blocked.
Yeah.
I think it's important to note that throughout the duration of the event, which was a couple of weeks, there were, the majority of the time, there actually were one lane of travel open both north and south.
So fair to say, to your knowledge, there was no alternate route available for commercial vehicles. RCMP was relying on essentially the good faith of the protesters.
Well, through Coots, Sweetgrass border crossing, that would be accurate.
Yes.
There are other border crossings that very early on, efforts were made to ensure that those remained open, while the primary border crossing to the United States from Alberta is, of course, at Coots, at Sweetgrass. The Del Bonita and Carway crossings are also available. They have more restricted hours, and efforts were made by our Transport Canada folks, as well as the Transportation folks in Alberta, not Transport Canada, my apologies. Transport Alberta Ministry and the RCMP to work with CBSA and American officials to ensure that we could extend the hours and the services that were available in those border crossings to facilitate travel to the extent that could be done outside of Coots itself when it was closed.
Thank you. I might have some more questions on that later, but that's helpful. Thank you. So my understanding from the institutional report is that on January 31st, the RCMP was prepared to conduct some enforcement action, but that some protesters left around that time, and there was attempts to negotiate with the remainder of the protesters, but that was not ultimately successful. Is that correct?
That's the information that was relayed to me from the RCMP, absolutely.
And what was your understanding of why those negotiations were unsuccessful at that time?
I actually couldn't speak to that. I can tell you that with some of the protesters wanting to leave and others indicating that they were interested in transitioning to a lawful protest, the RCMP made the tactical decision to proceed with negotiations, which seemed reasonable and sound to me, and they did so. Those ultimately proved unfruitful at that time. But I wasn't on the ground having those conversations, so it'd be speculative for me to say why they didn't work out.
Were you advised around this time January 31st, that the protest leadership was not quite clear yet?
Now, I can tell you that I was advised as the matter progressed that it was difficult to negotiate because there were multiple areas, or multiple individuals that would come forward and claim leadership. And in this case, there was a group that, there's the initial leadership of the Convoy, and then there was the splinter group, and then there was a group at this point in time, January 31st, that came forward and identified themselves as leadership. And we're speaking with the RCMP. I think later on, and I'm not sure that it was the 31st, I think it was in the subsequent days to follow, other groups identified them, or individuals identified themselves as leadership and not being represented by the folks that had previously been speaking with the RCMP. And one of the difficulties that was expressed to me from the RCMP was that they were getting multiple groups and within the or factions, if you will, within the global protesters. There are individuals with a mixed group of sort of motivations within the group, within the protest event itself, and it was making it difficult to negotiate.
Thank you. And is one of the reasons that enforcement wasn't pursued at this time, again, January 31st, because some more moderate elements started coming forward and expressed an intent to become a more lawful protest? Had you been briefed on that?
That's what the RCMP actually indicated to me. And of course, their goal is always to resolve peacefully with the minimal use of force. So they took advantage of that.
And what did you understand a more lawful protest to look like?
With the flow of the information that the RCMP were stating is their goal was always, certainly throughout the event, but certainly at the start, was to reestablish the flow of traffic through the Coutts border crossing.
And did that succeed?
As I indicated earlier, there were times when it was successful in a limited fashion, in the sense that one lane was left open, and there was varying degrees of flow of traffic, sometimes escorted, sometimes free flowing at a smaller pace. At some points, the border was processing up to 50% of its normal kind of volume of traffic through the area, and then it would be shut down for a period of time, reopen, and then shut down again. And then ultimately was shut down until it was resolved for, I think, 2 or 3 days at the end.
So around the 10th, 11th?
10th, yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah, it was resolved on I think the 14th.
Yes. And is your understanding that during this time, commercial vehicles were still using the Coutts point of entry, maybe in limited numbers, but there was still activity at the Coutts port of entry?
When the lanes were open, yes. There were, as I stated, though, there were periods where they would be shut down. There was a period where there was a car accident that necessitated a shutdown. So that it wasn't a constant flow, and it was interrupted at times and then reopened, and then interrupted at times and reopened.
And maybe I just want to clarify, my understanding is that the blockade was, I don't have a sense of the distance, but maybe a kilometer away from the actual customs point of entry. And so that's why I'm kind of making a distinction between the two. Yeah,
it's you're probably almost as familiar with the area as I am, having never actually traveled through that border point myself. But my understanding of it is the actual customs office is just south of where the blockade took place, which is on the two highways, two sections of Highway 4, which traveled down to it, and there's a bit of a crossover, and come back up to it, and that was where the blockade itself was, the primary blockade. And there was another one that actually sort of rose up up the highway closer to the community of Milk River.
Yes, yes, okay. So you've already spoken about the contingency planning that was made with alternate point of entries. Do you have a sense of what the impact was of having to reroute some of that traffic to those other points of entries? Can you speak to that?
Some of the challenges were, as they were expressed to me, and of course I wasn't in personal conversation on many of these things, were that U.S. officials receive certain types of goods only at certain checkpoints, live animal stock, foodstuffs, heavy transports versus automobile traffic, private vehicle traffic. And there was a lot of challenge in trying to extend not only hours of operation, but also accommodate at alternate points of contact for customs clearance the different types of commercial goods that travel through that border point. And I will not profess to be an expert in that area. It's an area that I understood to be a challenge, and one that was worked on throughout the event with our folks from transportation, agriculture, as well as their U.S. colleagues and CBSA.
Thank you. If we could pull up ALB 401573. I understand that on February 3rd, Deputy Commissioners Zablocki of the RCMP sent a letter to Minister Savage requesting the deployment of additional officers under the PPSA, right?
That's correct.
And that's the Provincial Police Service Agreement between the province and the RCMP. Is that correct?
Well, it's between the province and Canada.
Right.
Yeah, and the RCMP is the service provider, and that's the article that allows for the RCMP to move policing resources across multiple business lines in order to self-support when their resources require that.
And this is the response from Minister Savage. And if we can just go down a little bit. So there's a response the same day that approves the request, correct?
That's correct.
And it says, if you go down to the fourth line, this is in response to a current blockade near the Coutts land border crossing and intelligence suggesting further blockades planned throughout the province. In my opinion, this constitutes an emergency in the province of Alberta under the Provincial Police Service Agreement. So why was additional deployment necessary according to the RCMP? What did they tell you about that?
Yeah, my conversations with Deputy Commissioner Zablocki, in those conversations, he indicated that, of course, the resource draw to maintain order and safety at the blockade, and of course, manage other events that were and could be happening across the province was significant. And there are specialized resources that are used in those types of events, as well as general duty resources. And his intent through invoking this article of the Provincial Police Services Agreement was to reach out to other provinces for extra resources so as to give his team relief, in the sense that he could spell people off for a period of time, get them through a rest period, and then put them back into their role.
And he eventually obtained, I think, 40 officers from British Columbia.
That's correct.
Can you tell us about, here it mentions intelligence suggesting further blockades planned throughout the province. What can you tell us about that?
I might have mentioned it earlier, but during the events at Coutts, we also had events in Calgary, numbers of people protesting and marching through the community. We had events at the legislature in Edmonton. We had intelligence and actual action of rolling blockades in some parts of the province. I think Fort McLeod and a few others. So I believe Tabor Police dealt with a minor event as well. And so there were also tracking on social media at different times, calls from individuals to protest in other parts of the province and create other traffic snarls, slowdowns, that sort of thing. So those would have been the events that I believe the Deputy Commissioner would have been referencing, although of course he won't be able to speak to that himself.
Thank you. So at this time, and this is February 3rd, what was your understanding of why the RCMP had not yet been able to bring the blockade to an end?
By February 3rd, at that point in time, they were still working on negotiations with the protesters. If memory serves, they had a lane open by then, and there was north and south traffic flowing through there. They had also by then encountered difficulties, if memory serves, with obtaining heavy tow capacity. Should they have to move to an enforcement action? I don't believe at this point in time they were looking to execute on an enforcement action. They were engaged in constructive dialogue that had been keeping the lanes open mostly for north-south traffic to some degree, and we're hoping for a peaceful and a non-enforcement oriented solution. But they also recognized they had challenges logistically should they go there.
And by that time, the RCMP had begun to look for towing resources, correct?
That's correct.
And did they feel obtaining those resources would be necessary to any enforcement action?
Yes, they did. You can remove the people, but we would still have large numbers of large vehicles that were blocking the highway.
I take it you're familiar with Alberta's Emergency Management Act?
I'm familiar with it.
You mentioned it before. This is one that you actually need to invoke.
That's correct.
Okay. And so under that act, the government of Alberta can declare a state of emergency. That's province. And are you aware that the use of that act would have allowed Alberta to compel the use of towing resources, of operators, and also to prohibit access to certain areas?
I am aware of that provision of the act. Yeah.
In your witness statement, you say that Alberta considered invoking this legislation, but that it was determined not to be necessary. Can you explain the basis for that assessment?
So as a public official, we of course provide advice to elected officials. Within that, we explored the realm of the possible in the sense that we did identify the Emergency Act, its provisions, and the authorities that would come with its invocation. We also identified a number of statutes that provided law enforcement with effective arrests and charging tools to deal with the actions that were taking place at Coots. And to be fair, there are a number of authorities that exist sub or below the Emergency Act that would allow for police to arrest, detain, and remove people from that area. The determination was made by our government that given the number of tools that were already available in statute to police, the addition of the Emergency Act would have changed nothing in terms of the authorities that the police required. And you mentioned compelling individuals to cooperate. That would certainly be something that could be attempted, but there's also information that many of the individuals within the industry were fairly supportive of the protest or did not wish to be seen to be involved in taking action against the protest for their own reasons. And I won't speak to those because I don't want to put myself in their head. But the reality is that a compulsion to somebody to provide support could conceivably and probably have been met just as easily with a refusal, and then you are left with a choice of having to now deal with enforcement in relation to service providers, and still not be any further ahead in terms of where you're trying to go. We ultimately thought there were more appropriate and better avenues to seek that support, one being Canadian Armed Forces support from CFB Edmonton, and the other is ultimately what we did do, which was resolve it ourselves through the purchase of equipment.
Thank you.
What was the basis, I guess, for the assessment that some people may not comply even if compelled? Did you receive advice on that from RCMP, from intelligence, or was it just?
I should make that clear. That's a very personal assessment on my part. That was not advice that was provided to anybody, and I can't speak to our government officials, our minister and premier, and where their head was at on that. So I should be very clear about that. And that basis is just experience and the reaction. And this wouldn't have been February 3rd. This would have been much close to 8th or 9th that I was getting from my folks that were engaged in conversations with the industry when they were attempting to solicit support for the RCMP to use their equipment. It was categorically dismissed, and people were either not returning our calls point blank or telling us that they just would refuse to cooperate.
Did the RCMP ever request that this act be invoked?
No, they did not.
Okay, so we can pull up COU 6016. These are text messages between Minister Sawney, former Minister of Transport, and Mayor Willett. And we can go to the second page. We can go down a little bit. Okay, here. So you'll see here on the right, Mayor Willett says he's talking about meeting with protesters. They need someone from government to get a straight answer from. If it comes up, are you still willing to take a trip to Coots? And she responds, of course, I need to get clearance from the boss and RCMP. Were you consulted on whether the government should send an emissary of sorts to Coots to meet with protesters?
To be clear, I've not seen this until my preparation for the inquiry, and this was provided to me. So I wasn't consulted. I know there were conversations at one point of MLAs independently meeting with protesters and having conversations with them. And that was, I've not seen anything to substantiate whether that actually occurred or not. My information is that it wasn't something that the government was officially trying to do. But again, I can't speak to whether it happened or not. I do know that during those conversations, we met with not we, myself, but our department spoke with our minister around that to make sure that we knew what may or may not be taking place and could convey that to the RCMP, of course, who are still charged with managing the event. The information that was conveyed to me was that there were no certainly official meetings taking place down there, and that they would be guided by the RCMP, who of course had operational command and were engaged in negotiations so as not to complicate any conversations that they might be involved in.
And do you know what the reason for? Because my understanding is that Minister Sawney did not end up going to Coots. Do you know what the reason for that decision not to officially engage with the protesters was?
I don't. I can't put myself in the minister's mind. I apologize for that. I don't believe we received any requests from the RCMP, though, to engage at that level.
Okay.
So I suspect that might have been the reason.
In the institutional report, it says that the RCMP asked the Sheriff's Highway Patrol not to take enforcement action until February 7th. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know why that was the case?
Again, the RCMP, I believe we're asking that we make sure that our officers did not take unilateral enforcement actions outside of their operational plan. I can only surmise, and I will leave it to Deputy Zablocki to confirm, but that would have been to ensure that any actions that we took didn't interfere with any negotiations that might have been ongoing with individuals at the site.
Okay. And so what changed on the 7th? Because I know after the 7th, there was a number of violations were issued. Do you know what changed?
That would have been a time, at the time there was a sort of a very moderate or small enforcement, I guess you could term it enforcement initiative that the RCMP wanted to engage in, basically starting with information, if memory serves correctly, moving into, I think it was checkpoint 10 near Milk River, to have conversations with people, provide them with information, start charging vehicles, et cetera. So it would have been a coordinated effort based on the RCMP's operational plan and under their direction that our officers would have been involved in.
Do you know if any protesters left because of that limited enforcement action around that time?
I can't say that. I'm sorry. I'm sure the RCMP could tell you, but I just don't have that off the top of my head.
In the institutional report, it states the province made alternative protest site available, and we heard this from other witnesses at Milk River, and that would have been on February 10th. Can you tell us how that came about?
Absolutely. The RCMP actually suggested that it would be useful to them in their conversations with protesters if we were to make available a site that they could protest on that would meet their visibility needs, but not obstruct traffic. We engaged with transportation and ourselves, but primarily transportation, in developing a site near Milk River, which met the needs of the RCMP on property that we owned already. And transportation actually put in access and egress areas for protesters and set up, I believe, even Wi-Fi access for protesters to be able to utilize in order to facilitate those that wanted to protest lawfully at the site. This was a tactic that the RCMP wished to engage in to, manage the negotiations to migrate this to a lawful.
And did the RCMP brief you on whether that was done because there was buy-in from protesters on something like that, or done in hopes that once it was set up, they could get buy-in? Do you know?
They did. I don't recall knowing whether it was one or the other.
Okay.
It was a request, and of course we do what we could to assist, so we did it.
The institutional report states that the Sheriff's Highway Patrol maintains certain checkpoints at other points of entry to prevent blockades.
Near other points of entry, yeah. Yes, that's correct. Del Bonita and Carway were primarily the land ports of entry that we were concerned about. And under the direction of the RCMP, our sheriffs set up checkpoints there to ensure that vehicles traveling down to those points of entry had legitimate business reasons to be doing so.
And are you aware of whether any potential blockades were thwarted by those efforts or not?
I'm not. I couldn't speak to what could have been. So yeah, it's possible, but I'm not aware of any. anybody showing up and being turned away in en masse,
Yeah.
if you will.
I understand that on February 9th, I believe, a charge under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act was laid against Pastor Artur Pawlowski.
That's correct.
Is that the only charge that was laid under that act?
I don't want to misspeak here. Something tells me it was used twice, but certainly that's the only one that comes to mind.
So you understood that the act could apply to the situation?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And certainly Commissioners LeBlanc and the RCMP would have a lot more fulsome detail on the charges they laid.
Did the RCMP ever explain to you why it wasn't utilized more?
Why that particular act was not utilized more? No, I know that enforcement was a strategy that was being looked at on a case-by-case basis, moment to moment, situation to situation, and they would use it in a manner that worked for them in terms of managing the overall event, but they never provided me with detailed explanations around why this charge against this person, why not this charge against these people. That's an operational level of detail that's candidly not something I would normally ask about.
And that was within their discretion to decide under what act to charge an individual?
100%.
Did the Alberta government ever take any steps to kind of attempt to have the act used more fulsomely during this period or anything like that?
No, in the sense that we were very careful throughout the entire event to ensure that we were not directing police in their operational response. We were asking questions of them around planning, what they had done, if to the extent that they could share, what they would share in terms of their intentions, and things that we could do to facilitate the resolution of the event. But we're very careful not to direct them.
Your understanding is that law enforcement action in the early morning of February 14th is what led to the end of the blockade?
Certainly, that was the beginning of events that ultimately led to the event. I would hesitate to say that that was the single event that was causal in that sense. There was a lot of work that was done by the RCMP and others in the days leading up to that to develop relationships, et cetera. So to what extent was this that crystallizing event the sole reason, and how much of that was facilitated by the outreach that was done in the past and the communications that was done by the government around the impacts of this? I think there are a constellation of factors that could have played a part in those decisions, but certainly those enforcement actions were a catalyzing event for sure.
Did you ever hear from RCMP that one of those factors may have been the rumors that the Emergencies Act would be invoked?
No.
No. So when did you hear that they would, sorry, let me back up. The evidence we've heard is that protesters met in the morning of February 14th and decided they would be leaving the next morning. Were you advised on the 14th that they had made that decision?
I was.
And do you recall around what time you were advised?
It was very early in the morning that I was advised of the enforcement actions. Very early for me, sorry, 7:30. Now I'm struggling now to recall if it was at that particular conversation or in one of the conversations I had in the morning that I was advised that it looked like the protesters were now dismantling. I want to think it was kind of a little bit later on, but that would be speculative on my part. It was all within the morning, certainly, of the 14th.
So within the morning, you understood they would be leaving the next morning.
Yeah, and beginning preparation that day, actually, and there was already events people taking down tents and structures and leaving on the 14th.
And was it, I forget his name, Deputy Commissioner Zablosky? Is he the one who would have been briefing you on that?
That's correct. Deputy Commissioner Curtis Zablocki.
Thank you. And your understanding is that the next morning, they were all gone by early morning?
For all intents and purposes, operations were resumed on the 15th at the border point. I think there may have been individuals still packing up, et cetera, in the area. And I'm not sure if Milk River had fully transitioned to the lawful protest site. It would have been the 15th, 16th, but I believe operations at the border resumed on the 15th.
So your understanding with respect to Milk River is that throughout that day, at some point, the protesters at the Milk River checkpoint would have moved to the legal protest site, or at least some of them?
Yeah, they moved or left. Yeah. The majority actually left, if my memory serves me, from the conversations I had with the deputy.
This may be on the ground from your vantage point, but are you aware of any protesters moving from Coots to that legal protest site?
Yeah, I wouldn't have that knowledge, sorry.
And so your understanding is no, other than the raid early that morning, no enforcement action had to be taken to clear that, to clear the blockade in Coots?
There were a couple of arrests and some vehicle seizures associated to an event prior to the search warrants and the further charges there. And there, of course, were the earlier charges that took place later on. But yeah, outside of that,
In
that's
the actual clearing of the blockade?
that's correct. Yeah, there were no further arrests beyond. I think there were 13 individuals that were arrested in those initial hours.
So your understanding is none of the powers under the Emergencies Act were used to clear the
the
blockade?
Federal Emergency Act?
Yes.
No.
What about other protests in Alberta at that time? What was their status, if you can recall?
We continued to have protests in Calgary for quite some time after that, as well as in Edmonton around the legislature. And both the Edmonton Police, the Calgary Police, and the RCMP and our sheriffs were involved in those. We had protests at the Calgary Remand Center involving individuals supportive of Mr. Pawlowski. I apologize if I'm saying the name wrong. It's not intentional. Around that individual, and we had a number of events that recurred for some time.
And in your witness statement, you state that there was always a possibility that protesters would attempt another blockade, but to your knowledge, there was no intelligence suggesting that might occur. So is your evidence then that there was no credible threats of a blockade forming after the 14th?
My recollection of the intelligence briefings that I was getting was there were individual chatter, like individuals that would chatter about we need to go back, regroup, and reestablish, but there was no uptake being shown on the open source information that we were receiving, and no information that was indicating that this was anything other than aspirational chatter from isolated individuals. And so I think it'd be fair to characterize that there was no intelligence surface that would indicate there was a real threat for that to evolve, but that's not to say that the police didn't take serious the possibility. I believe the RCMP remained present in some numbers in Milk River and in the area for some time afterwards, just to ensure that didn't take place.
And were you ever briefed on any factors that would have led to there being no uptake of those kind of threats?
No.
No. Okay. Let's talk a bit more about towing capacity. So I understand that fairly early on, I believe February 1st, the province began to make requests for towing resources, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And those requests were always for both tow trucks and tow operators.
That's correct.
So when I'll refer to tow resources, but
Capacity, yeah.
I mean both.
Yeah.
And I think you've already told us that that capacity was critical and necessary if any enforcement action was to be taken.
In the event of mass enforcement action, I guess I should clarify that. If we
Yes.
were going to go and remove all of the protesters and remove the blockage, if the RCMP were to do that, that would absolutely have to be in place.
Can you tell us a little bit about the challenges the province has faced in obtaining tow capacity?
To begin with, the RCMP, as the police force of jurisdiction, made their efforts, and they had some limited success very early on, very early on, first days. That support dissolved from industry quite quickly. They went afield, and that was local support. They went afield and garnered some limited support, which also quite quickly dissolved. And then they were struggling after that to find any support anywhere, both within the province and commercially outside of the province, BC, Saskatchewan. I believe they might even have looked to commercial entities in the south, but I'm not 100% certain of that. I'll let them speak to that. They approached us to indicate the challenges that we're facing, and they indicated that they were going through their channels to seek support from the Canadian government for the use of heavy lift capacity that exists at the Canadian Forces Base in Edmonton. And we're looking for anything that we could do to assist in terms of just generally trying to work through that. We initially, when tasked with trying to support them, supported their call for Canadian Forces logistical support. And we also embarked on a process, sort of an evolving process of attempting to secure that lift capacity for them. The first was through revisiting the commercial entities that they'd contacted as the government to try and secure support for them. We were unable to gain any support that way. We looked afield to the City of Edmonton, City of Lethbridge, City of Calgary, industry, ATCO, those sorts of things, CNCP, colleagues to the south of the US border, to try and look for any capacity that we could get there. We had some very limited success in the sense that we had one city that was able to provide us with a heavy tow truck, and had some minor sort of like a loader type and small crane support from another city, but not the equipment that the RCMP required. So in support of our ask to the Canadian Forces, we had the RCMP actually set out exactly what they needed for equipment should they have to go to that type of enforcement action. And that was what constituted sort of our list of tow trucks and capacity that we sought out for them. Eventually, we determined that there was not going to be a commercial avenue there, and it was becoming apparent that we weren't going to get access to the tow capacity at CFB Edmonton. And we were able to, through a multiple number of sort of online sites, identify private vendors who had lift capacity, used tow trucks, if you will, for sale. The commercial providers of those entities, it was a long waiting list to get anything from the actual manufacturers. We'd explored that already. We did manage to secure a small number on the weekend of, I think it would have been the 12th. We had them in place down in Lethbridge and turned over to the RCMP. And by the 14th had identified and we're closing the deal on the remainder of the list, save 2 items, which were all, I believe, in place on the 15th in the south for the RCMP at their disposal.
Super, thank you. If we could pull up ALB 500153. So I'll have just a couple more specific questions on this topic, but you've provided a great overview, so thank you for that. So my understanding, and I think you've mentioned it, is that the RCMP had already made a request of Public Safety Canada for assistance from the Canadian Armed Forces, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that they had declined to become involved. Is that your understanding?
I can't say that they declined to the RCMP to become involved. I can tell you that the RCMP indicated they weren't seeing the support. Whether they had an answer or not, I really would have to defer to them because I don't recall them ever telling me whether they'd been formally told no.
Okay. And do you know whether any other options were being explored other than the Canadian Armed Forces within the federal government for these kind of resources?
I can't speak to specifically what options were being explored, whether they were looking at Transport Canada or other entities for their capacity. I did have conversations at various times with the Assistant Deputy Minister of Transport Canada, Kevin Brasseau, around our needs and around efforts that we were making along with what I described earlier. I'd also reached out to industry contacts within Alberta, as had our transportation department, to try and encourage them to help us in finding support. So I did ask Transport Canada's ADM if he could reach into his contacts within industry and see if they could garner any support from us. Whether that materialized into any efforts or not, I would have to defer to Transport Canada on.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to ALB 5097. So this is the February 5th letter from Minister McIver to Ministers Mendicino and Blair. Can you explain what the purpose of that letter was while it comes up?
Just have a quick peek. Oh, I believe this was the formal request for. There had been informal conversations, as I'm given to understand before this, but this is the formal request from our minister to the federal ministers for the deployment of those heavy lift capacity resources that the Canadian Forces possess in Alberta to assist us in removal of any equipment should the RCMP go to an enforcement action. This was a formal request for that support.
And it says, we can see at the bottom of that first paragraph, at the end of the third to last line, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have exhausted all local and regional options to alleviate the week-long service disruptions at this important international border. So what was meant by that the RCMP had exhausted all options?
That, as I described earlier, that's their efforts to try and secure commercial or other, industry or city support to provide those kinds of supports that they needed.
So that was only referring to towing capacity?
That's correct.
Is your understanding?
That's correct. Yeah, this letter was about towing capacity.
And then if we can go to the second last paragraph. So you see there, to support this approach, I'm requesting federal assistance that includes the provision of equipment and personnel to move approximately 70 semi-tractor trailers and approximately 75 personal and recreational vehicles from the area. So that was the request that was.
Yeah, it was structured that way as opposed to the way that the RCMP structured their request to us, in the sense that we have former military personnel and indicate that you don't actually ask for the equipment, you ask for the capacity, and they determine the equipment.
And here it doesn't specifically indicate that this was a request for Canadian Armed Forces resources, but was your understanding was that that was what you were looking for?
Certainly that was what we were looking for, although any capacity that could do that, whether it came from the CAF or some other branch of the Canadian government, would have been welcome.
But you weren't necessarily specifically aware of other sources.
I could think of no other source, certainly in province.
I understand that there was a conversation between Minister McIver and Minister Blair on February 7th, so 2 days later, following up on this request. And do you know what the response from Minister Blair was at that time?
Off the top of my head now, I can't recall, but I think the response was something to the effect, it might be in the
I think in your
report.
institutional report, it indicates that he raised some doubts about the use of the
Yeah,
CAF equipment.
Yeah, that's where I was going to, I think he was indicating that they were having conversations with the Chief of Defense, but it wasn't positive.
At that time, it wasn't clear
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, it wasn't looking like there was hesitation.
If we can go to ALB 401868. So
Sorry.
these are the text messages between Ministers McIver and Blair.
Mhm.
We can go to page 2. So if we can just go down. So February 8th, Minister Blair says, sorry for the delay in getting back to you. I spoke to our Minister of Defense and conveyed the importance and urgency of an answer. We can keep going down. From CAF, she's speaking to the Chief of Defense staff this morning and will advise. You were advised that had taken place, that they were in communications?
Yeah, I was advised of that. I'd not, of course, seen the texts themselves until my preparation for the inquiry, but I was advised that those conversations were taking place.
And in parallel to this, as you've already described, the province was undertaking its own steps to obtain these resources, correct?
That's correct. To whatever ability we could, we're looking for anything we could find.
We'll come back to this, but if we can go to ALB 401328. This is an email chain from February 12th. We can start at the bottom. So who is Rayanne La Jeunesse?
At the time, she was the deputy minister, if I'm not mistaken, of transportation in Government of Alberta.
And so she writes to you that she's communicating with Transport Canada and that they've struck a working group and that it would be a good idea to loop you into that conversation. And if we go up to the second email, you advise, and the federal government, as you see, is copied on this exchange, correct? The Transport Canada specifically, Mr. Keenan. You say we're actually supposed to make several purchases today. As a matter of fact, the number of vehicles identified for follow-up. So you were aware that you had communicated with the federal government that that was taking place at the same time?
That's correct, yeah. And my apologies for the typo in there. I believe intended to say poised, but it was also Saturday afternoon there.
Sounds good. And you say our biggest challenge appears to be obtaining operators at this time. Though we might be faster on equipment acquisitions if we can combine efforts. And so were you of the view that you were making progress on the equipment, but the operators were still the largest issue?
That's correct. Yeah, we were making progress. By then, we'd acquired some of the list and were working on leads, some of which later fall through, but others that ultimately proved fruitful on the 13th.
And that was one of the things you had asked the federal government for.
That's correct. It was my hope that we were searching out with our team for commercial capacity that we could purchase, and thought that perhaps the federal government could do the same. And
We could just go up to the top. So again, there, third paragraph down, Transport Canada was coordinating a working group to support local police, provincial authorities in securing truck and tractor removal capacity. So what was your understanding of those efforts? Maybe if you can describe that.
I actually don't have a lot of information around the efforts that were being made at the federal level. We did have a follow-up conversation the next day with ADM Brasseau and PWGSC representative prior to us actually completing the purchase of the last group of equipment. But I'm not sure what efforts they were actually undertaking at the federal level. It was unclear to me.
If we could go to ALB 401468. So that same day, you had communications with Kevin Brasseau. Who is he?
He's the assistant deputy, at the time, he's assistant deputy minister for Transport Canada.
And if we can go down, what were you providing him with here on February 12th?
This was on the 12th. So this was the remaining items from the list that the RCMP had provided us, which we had yet to acquire. So of course, those are the items we were still looking to get. Although again, we had a deal pending later that day that ultimately fell through on much of this, and then we ended up acquiring it all on. We saved the top two items. We acquired the rest of those on the 13th.
On the 13th.
Well, they were in our possession, I think the 14th, 15th, something like that.
Okay.
The deal started on the 13th.
If we can, so you provide him with the list, and then if we go up, oh, sorry, go down to the bottom actually. I understand you guys had a phone call that day. What do you recall being discussed?
I think that was just a touch base, and I'm going from vague recollection here, so please, know that this might not be 100% correct, but from my memory, the conversation was fairly generic in the sense that we were touching base, talking about the fact that we needed to combine resources and talking about what we had acquired and what we were trying to acquire. And that was the trigger for my following email to him, giving him the list of what was outstanding. And again, I'm going from memory, so I apologize if that's not 100% accurate.
And your understanding at that time was that they were still working on the request?
They're working on ways to support us. That's correct. Yeah. And in terms of the Canadian Forces request, yeah. Yes.
Okay. And did the Alberta government ever receive a formal response to the February 5th request?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If we could go to pb.can.nsc 50690. So my understanding, and we'll see this when the document comes up, is that this is a draft response to that request. If we go down a little bit, you'll see second paragraph below is a current draft of our RFA request response. If we go down, we'll go down a little bit further. Sorry, down more. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so my colleagues and I have given the request serious consideration, and we have consulted key partners to assess our ability to assist you. Given the lack of commercial resources, the Canadian Armed Forces would be the only federal asset that might potentially meet this request. Unfortunately, discussions have made clear that the CAF have neither the type of assets required nor the expertise to do this without significant possible risk. Was that sentiment ever communicated to you verbally or in writing some other way?
Not like that. No. I know from personal experience, I know there's hesitance on the part of the Canadian Armed Forces to be involved in any police type actions domestically. And I understand that's an issue of concern to them and to the government of Canada, of course. I obviously not received this.
Yes.
There's a draft, so I don't think it was sent. We have former significantly high-ranking Canadian Armed Forces officers who are now within the government of Alberta, including lieutenant colonels, brigadier generals, major generals, and a lieutenant general who have experience in command of Canadian Armed Forces based in Alberta. I'm surprised to read that they thought that the assets, they don't have the assets required to move those vehicles, given that, the Armed Forces base from my personal knowledge in Alberta, has the assets to move tanks, Leopard tanks being very large, so they can recover, lift, load, and move tanks. Would have thought they would have capacity for this, but I'm not with Canadian Armed Forces. In terms of risk, one of the things that we made clear in our conversations internally, in that the RCMP, I'll let them speak to it, but I'm hoping made clear as well, is there would be no use of any Canadian Armed Forces personnel in an enforcement capacity. They wouldn't be meeting protesters on the ground. The RCMP would be responsible for clearing and making safe the area, and any heavy equipment movement would take place after that had taken place, and the CAF would have been there dealing with equipment, not people. So I'm not sure where the significant risk part comes from, but again, I can't speak to the CAF's response or the Government of Canada's response, so I'll let them explain their thinking on that.
Okay. I just want to look at this paragraph that starts with further. It says, I understand that Alberta has the required legal authorities necessary to enforce compliance, as a highway is considered essential infrastructure and it is unlawful to willfully obstruct, interrupt, or interfere with the obstruction, maintenance, use, or operation of any essential infrastructure in a manner that renders the essential infrastructure dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective. As per the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act of Alberta, there are a number of contraventions or other applicable legislation that may also be enforced by Alberta and its police forces. I encourage you to look at the actions taken in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario who have used new or existing authorities to safeguard critical infrastructure. Had this type of sentiment been communicated to you in your discussions with the federal government, that Alberta ought to be making better use of the enforcement authority at its disposal?
It had not been communicated to me, but candidly, it's a little off point to the request, in the sense that the request was not for assistance in bringing laws to bear that would enable our officers to conduct enforcement actions. We had, as I indicated earlier, considered all of the legislative authority that was available in the toolbox for law enforcement to deal with this, and felt that there was sufficient. I would agree with the statement that there are sufficient legislative authorities within existence at the time to give the police the authority to act. The challenge was that to support their actions in that manner and to ultimately remove those vehicles, we required a logistical capacity that the police lacked. Not a legislative authority, but a logistical capacity. And we were looking to the Government of Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces to help augment that logistical capacity gap. Candidly, the police already knew about this legislation.
And the police didn't request any additional enforcement authorities?
No.
If we can go to pb.can 401514. So this is a call, notes notes from a call on February 13th between Assistant Deputy Minister Dalkabab and Brosseau. I believe you participated in this call, and there was ADMs from Manitoba, Ontario, Alberta. You recall this?
Yeah, I recall the conversation with Talal.
If we can just go down, there's a bullet marked Alberta in bold, and I'd like to look at the second bullet under that. Alberta requests CAF support. Alberta requests for CAF support have been denied, but they are surprised that their request to access reservists with operational skills needed to drive towing trucks was not accepted. This part of the request is news to us, and we committed to follow up on this specific point. I should clarify, these are notes taken on the, I believe, Transport Canada side. Was your understanding from this call that the request for the towing trucks denied?
That's correct. There was also, and I think for clarity around the reservist piece, there was another proposal that was being communicated, and I can't tell you through what channel, but it was for the Canadian Armed Forces and the Government of Canada to consider the use of some of the reservists that might have operator skills to operate heavy lift equipment. Should we acquire it? We had some that were identified, but we could use a few more. And if there were reservists within the Canadian Armed Forces who, by virtue of their experience in their trades, might have that skill set, we'd proffered up the idea that perhaps we could use them either as a hired capacity to us, or through whatever mechanism might make sense to the CAF on their own time to support us. And the response that I was made aware of was that would not be considered.
That the
use of those reservists would not be considered.
Would not be considered. And was your understanding from this call that Transport Canada had not considered the part of the request with respect to operators?
Yeah, that reservist portion. That was actually something that neither Talal or Transport Canada, the ADM from Public Safety Canada, or his colleague from TC had indicated they were aware of, but they were going to look into that.
Okay. If we can, Mr. Clerk, I don't know if you still have that text message exchange available that I said I would come back to.
Were those the texts from Coots?
No, Minister Blair and Minister McIver.
It would take me a moment, but it may be quicker if you can provide. me
Yes,
the
I'm just
document. Sorry.
looking for it here.
Maybe it's ALB 1868, maybe?
Yeah. Sounds like there's a consensus. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I know I'm coming up on my time here. I have, I'd say, maybe 5 minutes left, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. If we could go to page 3. You go down. So there was a follow-up on February 10th and February 21st, and your understanding is there was no answer from the minister before the invocation of the act,
Yeah, based on the text exchange that I see here. Yeah.
but you had in the call on the 13th, you were aware through Transport Canada, they would not be providing the tow truck resources.
They had not been able to provide that, and I was aware from other conversations that the CAF were not
Okay.
looking to assist.
And so I'll just look at the response here from Minister Blair on February 21st. You may be aware that we invoked the Emergencies Act on February 15, which addressed the tow truck issue quite effectively. Happy to answer any questions you may have, although, and we can continue. I'm sure the RCMP can advise you on how it works. A letter will be forthcoming. You can keep going. I understand Prime Minister spoke to Premier Kenny about the Emergencies Act, but you can keep going. Will ensure correspondence follows to you. And then Minister McIver responds, we received no help until after Coots' issue was resolved, and you know that. Disappointed to hear you say otherwise. Keep going. To the next page. As I was disappointed to learn of your reaction to our efforts to respond to the threat to critical infrastructure and the integrity of our international borders posed by these illegal blockades. Fortunately, the CACP, the OACP, and RCMP and the Ontario Provincial Police have been clear and unequivocal that these measures have been essential to their efforts to solve the criminal blockades and occupations. We are all grateful that the RCMP was able to resolve the very dangerous situation at Coots safely. Keep going to the next page. What is true is that Coots was resolved on the 14th, and we got our own tow trucks after you could, no, not help, I guess. Continue. Your letter speaks for itself, as does your lack of response until too late. Getting to the end. To be clear, is your point that we should have invoked the Emergencies Act earlier? No, you were too late and did the wrong thing. My point is saying nothing now would have been better than not telling the truth. I wanted to ask you about this last text from Minister McIver. You were too late and did the wrong thing. What is that in reference to? If you have an understanding.
Yeah, it's
of
difficult.
what that would be in reference.
Yeah, it's very difficult for me to put my head directly into the mind of Minister McIver. Candidly, though, my understanding and inference from this, based on our global conversations within the GOA, were that we didn't require the legislative authority of the Emergency Act to resolve our issue. We required logistical help that was available in province, and it was denied to us. So we found a different way to address it. That is, bought the tow trucks ourselves.
Thank you.
That's again, in the absence of being able to have spoken to him directly on this. That's my sense of it.
Understood. Thank you. Just
a last topic here that won't take me very long. My understanding is that a first ministers meeting was held on February 14th, where the federal government consulted with the premiers of the provinces on the potential use of the Emergencies Act. You're generally aware of.
I'm aware that that took place, yes. That there was a meeting of the first ministers on the 14th.
And do you have any knowledge of whether Premier Kenney was provided with advance notice of that first ministers meeting?
No, I personally was not involved in the conversations, but I'm aware and have viewed information from our Premier's office and his chief of staff that outlines the fact that the Premier was not provided with advance notice. There's normally a process for engaging in the setting of first ministers meetings, which will often be a week or more in advance with agendas and topics. The information provided from our Premier's office is that there was no advance notice and there was no advance notice of topic. There's no time to gather information or brief the Premier on the Emergencies Act because it was unclear. We didn't have notice of that being the meeting on the 14th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think we can take the morning break at this point. So we'll take 15 minutes and come back to proceed with the further examination and cross-examination. So 15-minute break.
Thank you so much.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
My apologies, I'm used to standing.
Okay, so we're on a break, and I will get things cranked up here. Better mute that audio or we're going to get feedback. There we go. Now we won't get the feedback. So a lot of technical, logistical talk there from this witness. It was interesting to hear the comments about the RCMP looking at possibly using the Canadian military without exact knowledge on whether they were just straight turned down or exactly what transpired there. But that's the thing with police and tools and power. They will make use of anything you provide to them. And police have an interesting perspective on things. I recall some years ago, I was invited to participate in a workshop, a training workshop for provincial police. And this was when I was at CTV. So I went and I was asked to speak as a journalist, and it was about training the police officers to how to interact with media. And it was an interesting process to go through because it opened my eyes to the way police view the media and the way I view police. And what I discovered, and I probably should have realized anyway, but I never really did until I was involved in this. Police just view media as something to be controlled, manipulated to get their message out. They view the media as a tool. They view, and I can't speak for every officer, but the overall perspective, the thought process in that workshop was that they were going to use the media. And it occurred to me that they really didn't have the right perspective. They didn't recognize that the media is supposed to be independent and that we are there serving a function of democracy, and that it needs to be respected as such. And that, yes, police need to work with the media hand in hand. But the perspective was just a little bit skewed, and I can understand it. It's because their emphasis is on, public safety, enforcement of laws, and they look at what tools that they have at their disposal to just get that job done in the most efficient, safest manner possible. They just want to get to that goal. That's their perspective. And when I'm listening to this testimony, where it's really logistical, it's about security and still safety. It's very much the same. It's not about, they've got in the back of their minds preservation of people's rights and freedoms as it relates to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Constitution. But that's not paramount. The paramount thing for these bureaucrats, police officers, other public service officials is to just get to the goal that has been set out in front of them. So when Justin Trudeau invokes the Emergencies Act, that's just another tool, and they will use it. If they have the opportunity to use the military, they will use it. It's just another tool to them. And while they, I think honestly that testimony from Dana Early from the OPP talking about what happened in Windsor, they in their mission statement for that particular mission, which was to clear the bridge, they did mention preservation of people's rights under the Charter in their mission statement for that mission, which I thought was excellent. So they recognized that at least. But in Ottawa, as the operation was directed by the municipal police service, I don't think the rights of the people were paramount. And I'm not sure exactly what was going on out there in Coots. I can't quite get a sense of how much emphasis was being placed on people's individual rights and freedoms, especially when you're hearing from the mayor that he strongly disagreed with people flying the Canadian flag upside down. He called the protesters domestic terrorists. He was working with the RCMP out there closely. They, I think that a lot of the officers on the ground were respectful of the protesters for a while, but this focus obviously seemed to shift, and they became very focused on, just enforcement. And we're hearing that they were ready to bring in the military. That's bad optics for one thing. And for another thing, to bring in the military, that's a whole different ball game, man. That's not policing, that's military. And as I've indicated, from my perspective anyway, I see the military as a tool of government, a political tool of government. It absolutely is. That's why you send your soldiers over to other countries. That's politics by means of coercion, even if you're calling them peacekeepers. Those soldiers are there for a political purpose, period. To take over territory, to defend territory, to enforce some sort of international political action. It's all about politics with the military. Police are supposed to be apolitical, at least domestically, and their emphasis is supposed to be on public safety, period. That's really what it's supposed to be about. Unfortunately, here we're also seeing that the police services, I think, were politicized. They were weaponized by the politicians They had the cops go out and deal with the protesters so that they didn't have to. That's largely what's going on. And I don't think the cops, even now, I think a lot of them don't realize that that's really what was going on and continues to go on even at this point. And that mayor from Coutts, Alberta, Jim Willett, we ran, a clip from him first thing this morning to kind of set up what's going on today. And I kind of come back to him and all the previous testimony. I come back to what we're listening to right now, because the politicians and police are all, in this same groove where it's really all about enforcement. They're losing sight of what's really important. Why are these protesters there to begin with? That's the key question. And I want to go back to a call that we took, a phone call yesterday from Doug. And I hope I still have it up here. I think I do. Maybe I don't. We took a call from Doug yesterday, and Doug said in his phone call that he felt like his Canada didn't exist anymore. Let me just see if I can pull that clip up. We're going to take a brief break. When we come back, I'm going to dig into that, because I didn't really tune into it myself yesterday during his call, but it's a key. It's the key to the whole thing, or one of the keys to the whole thing. Stay with me. I'll be right back.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, I'm back. So this is from yesterday afternoon, and this is Doug. Well, actually, I think it was it was last night. After it was one of the last calls we took of the evening, and this is Doug, oil patch worker, lives in northern Alberta, used to be an oil patch worker, called in, and this is what he had to say. And I didn't pick up on the importance of this, but listen to what he says about feeling sort of detached from the country, like he doesn't have a place here anymore.
Her, which was just, oh, that can't happen. That's impossible. But that's how far interwoven the government control is on our personal goings on now.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I find this inquiry is very interesting and very revealing on just how a government has control over society.
And just a point, Doug had his bank account frozen and he didn't even go to the protest in Ottawa.
And its citizens, rather than support them. Rules and regulations on top of rules and regulations on top of gray areas mixed up with, I won't say the word, they were on there, and you lose the audience when you use profanity. So scheming individuals, we call them politicians, that have dark interests for their own good.
Very concerning. This shows the problem when you give government a tool like the Emergencies Act and they actually use it. The consequences, the impact, the ramifications are far-reaching. And in this case, you're showing exactly how there was a spillover effect, collateral damage, if you will, because you didn't even go to Ottawa. They weren't justified in freezing your bank account, and that's actually something the commission needs to hear. Did you write in and use the online form to convey your story to the commission as they allow all Canadians to participate? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I personally, I felt that being up northern western Alberta, stuck in the corner, I didn't think my words were valued. I didn't think it would go anywhere because the government just blows it off as, oh well, just another beaker from Alberta. I mean, I spent time in Ontario, and I know what you'd like to say they're the same people as we are, but I found them different. Different in the sense of restaurants were in 21. Was it 19? No, it's 2019. I found restaurants were already, and it was already in motion. We're avoiding and denying truckers meals at restaurants.
Yeah.
I
That was
a
the oil
witness for that,
protest in
and I
Ottawa at the
I
time that
can
he's
look it up,
referring to.
for personal interest. Anybody there can understand, and those people that worked at the restaurants can't say, yeah, that happened. But the overall concern was, I don't feel comfortable in my Canada. My Canada does not exist anymore. I'm a service brat. Worked in the oil patch pretty much all of my life, and I don't feel comfortable in Canada anymore. I feel jilted. I feel that the government is just, let's put it this way, police that do serve are always looking for a new criminal. And the only reason why you're not in jail is they haven't caught you yet.
Until the government, until our politicians address that feeling, we're going to have problems. This is supposed to be an inclusive country, and you have a whole group of Canadians, hardworking Canadians who have contributed to the building of the country, and they feel like they're not part of society. They need to address that. Until they do, the protests will continue until freedom improves. Let's go back to the commission.
You're okay? Okay. First, I'd like to call on the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Degrand, my name is Brendan Van Nieuwenhuis, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter.
Good morning.
Sir, in response to the series of questions you were just asked about whether Premier Kenney was consulted about the setting of the First Minister's meeting, I believe you said that this was the information available to you from the Premier's office. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that is not information that we have seen under oath or affirmation. Is that fair?
I will assume that's the case. I've not been following all the proceedings. My apologies.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that yet.
And you yourself were not, I take it, present at the First Minister's meeting?
That's correct.
And likewise, you were not personally present for Premier Kenney's telephone conversations with the Minister of Public Safety, for example?
That's correct, sir.
Or the Prime Minister, right?
That's correct, sir.
And there's nothing you're aware of that disables former Premier Kenney from swearing his own affidavit about these matters?
I'm not familiar enough with the proceeding to even comment on that, but no.
You're not aware of anything that disables him from testifying before this commission should he have wished to do so?
This is Stephanie Bowes, Counsel for Alberta. I think we're getting into asking this witness a legal question about whether or not there's anything that prevents a former Premier from swearing an affidavit.
I'm not sure it's a legal question. I'm wondering if the witness is aware of anything that disables the former Premier from doing so.
Well, and actually, all due respect, actually would suggest that I'm not a lawyer and I wouldn't actually probably be qualified for that. I'm not aware of that, but I could very well be things there that I'm not aware of.
Okay, fair enough. Let's turn to you. So you were an assistant commissioner of the RCMP until 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you understand well here what Deputy Commissioner Zablocki and the other RCMP officers involved in the Coots blockade went through, yes?
I have a sense of it. I was obviously not on the ground, and it was not operational at the time, but I have previous experiences that would certainly inform on that.
And you respect Deputy Commissioner Zablocki and his service and the discharge of his duties in respect of Coots?
Absolutely, yes.
And every Werricke A division of the RCMP policed the province of Alberta during these events, right?
Yes, I have a great deal of respect for Commissioner Zablocki and his command team.
You became an assistant deputy minister with Alberta Justice in 2018, right?
That's actually not quite correct. I started as an executive. No, my apologies. You would have no way of knowing this, sir. So I started as an executive director. So I reported to the assistant deputy minister at the time, Bill Sweeney, and I became the ADM in 2021. Sorry, just wanted to be factually accurate.
No, I appreciate that. Just going with.
Yeah, no, of course you would have no way to know that. So.
You swore the province's institutional report in this proceeding as well, right?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Now, in the province of Alberta, this situation, if I can call it that, began really on January the 29th. Is that accurate?
Yes, from memory, that's.
In terms of the beginnings of
the slow roll. Yeah.
And if we go to ALB 401010 at page 2. Just pull up the initial report about it to you.
Sure, thank you.
If you go down to page 2, please. You see that I take it it's Peter Tufik, I think, reporting to you about the blockage of the roads north and south to the Coots border, right?
Yeah, that would be now Chief Superintendent. I'm not sure if he was at the time, Peter Tufik with the RCMP.
Okay. And it says in the second last substantive paragraph there, the organizers have made calls to the participants to move their vehicles, but the message has been ignored, right?
That's correct.
And strategies are being worked on to get those who are participating in the stoppage to get roadways moving again, right?
That's correct.
If we go up to the first page, you see a report moving just a little further up the page. There's a report on the officers who are deployed. Just to the top, please. There we go. And you see the report from Jason Delaney to Rick Gardner is that from the Alberta sheriffs, you've got 12 members deployed at Coots.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's on the 29th.
And 3 of them have been reassigned from Coaldale, 2 reassigned from Redcliffe, and 2 are sent in from Lethbridge on overtime, right?
3 from Coaldale, 2 from Coots on the first day shift, and then the evening, yeah, 3 from Coots, 2 reassigned from Redcliffe, and 2 from overtime. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and the RCMP supplying 25, CBSA a dozen, and this Canadian Pacific Railway Police a single officer.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes, correct.
Could we go to ALB 401312, page 2? We just go to page 2, please. This will be a tweet from the Premier issued on or tweeted on January the 30th. It says the blockade of the Coots border crossing violates the Alberta Traffic Safety Act. It's causing significant inconvenience for lawful motorists and could dangerously impede movement of emergency service vehicles. This blockade must end, right?
That's correct.
And if you flip over to page 3, you'll see that he issues a longer statement, which is really to the same effect, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
And this had no effect on the Coots protest. This had no immediate effect on the Coots protest, did it?
It'd be difficult for me to say what individualized effect it had, but ultimately we still had a blockade.
You still had a blockade. Okay. Can we go to ALB 401257, please? And this is a report which comes to you. If you could just move down the page, please. A bit further down. There we go. And you see it's being reported to you now, Tuesday, the 1st of February, that you're receiving information about new blockades on the highway by Fort McLeod, on Highway 3 by Pincher Creek, and calls to block Highway 43 west of Grand Prairie, right?
That's correct.
And did you interpret those as being blockades sympathetic in spirit to the blockades at Coots?
If they in fact were accurate, that would have been the assumption that was being made. But we just were making sure that that information was passed on to the RCMP, who were also hearing that. And I believe at least 2 of the 3 might have had some activity, but it was resolved reasonably quickly.
We go to ALB 1263, please. ALB 401263. This is a February 1st intelligence assessment provided to you, sir.
Thank you.
And just want to make a few highlights here of what is brought to your attention, as well as that of some of your colleagues from PSIO. That's the Provincial Security Office.
Yeah, it's the Provincial Security Intelligence Office.
Thank you. So the first point is that there doesn't appear to be centralized leadership at this blockade, right?
That's correct.
It emerged from the so-called Freedom Convoy movement, right?
Emerged from in the sense that it's inspired by and in support of. That's correct.
And if we go to item B, there doesn't appear to be any overt direction being given between the Coots blockade and Ottawa Freedom Convoy organizers, although this is possible, right?
Anything's possible, but there was no information or intelligence to support that, although that, of course, was one of the things that the law enforcement agencies was looking to determine.
Okay. It refers in the last sentence under B there to be one of the spin-off support events for the Ottawa Convoy that gained its own momentum and now appears to be self-supporting, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Individuals outside of the blockade location appear to be acting as entrepreneurs in organizing support and logistics, right?
That's correct.
You were seeing that?
Yeah, that's what the information intelligence that was being reported to me was. Of course, I relied on that.
Okay. If you go further down the page, you see already that there are individuals on pro-blockade social media groups organizing phone campaigns to threaten tow companies with financial repercussions and to set up boycotts of companies they believe have acted in support of the police, right? That's correct. Is that a serious concern to you at that point already?
It was, because it was, of course, one of those factors that was limiting the cooperation that the RCMP were able to gain from that industry.
If we go down the page further then to spin-off actions, there's social media comments calling on blockade supporters to block in police to prevent them from removing vehicles from the site, correct?
Yeah, those are individual comments that were out there. That's correct.
Okay, and you're also hearing from your law enforcement partners that support convoys have bypassed or broken through police blockades to deliver supplies, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct. There was even reports of vehicles such as farm implements and tractors coming across country over instead of on road to get to the site. It's a very open area. And it's very difficult to contain and secure.
The PSAO is reporting that social media messages are promoting a decentralized blockade of highways throughout Alberta, yes?
Yeah, there were individuals out there calling for spontaneous action around the province in support of the blockade. Very little materialized other than the main concerns that emerged in Edmonton and Calgary, although as I indicated earlier, there were some small ones. I think you saw them at Fort McLeod and Tabor, like I mentioned earlier, and a few others.
Could we go just to the very bottom of the page now and see the last section here, intelligence gaps? Do you see that section?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And this refers to areas where there just isn't visibility from an intelligence perspective as to the identity of the leaders and their level of influence at the blockade site, right?
That's correct. Yeah, it was very difficult to find true defined leadership
And you've got an intelligence gap about how much support is likely to manifest in the real world from the calls for decentralized blockade action.
Exactly, sir.
Let's go now, please, to ALB 401620. This is a February 1st report concerning what's referred to as a brawl near the blockade. Okay. Are you familiar with that?
I think I know which one you're referencing, but I'll.
Did you happen to observe the testimony of Mr. Van Hugenbos?
No, I did not actually, sir. Sorry.
If you go down the page, it says that you're reporting here that you assume others are well aware of this, but if you go down the page, we'll just see what's reported out to you. Here we go. And this is a report about how if you look at the third sentence, the crowd became increasingly hostile at and made threats against members, that is law enforcement members at the checkpoint, to the point where they surrounded the members, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And the protesters pushed through the barricades with their vehicles and collided with vehicles traveling northbound on Highway 14.
Yeah, that's is my understanding of it is the officers at the checkpoint moved their vehicles to avoid any collision, and then vehicles from the checkpoint began to traverse southward. At least one was in the northbound lane and collided with another vehicle that was northbound in the northbound lane. And that is when the reference to the brawl is there was a confrontation that ensued between the participants in the collision that the RCMP and sheriffs on scene had to break up.
Yes, and I know you didn't have a chance to observe it, but when we were here with Mr. Van Hugenbos, I believe he watched a video of that incident taken by the driver.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, sorry, I haven't seen that.
Well, you can go back and watch it.
I will, thank you, sir.
Could we go now, please, to ALB 401313? This will be a February 2nd report, sir, on social media intelligence work being done by PSIO.
Okay, thank you.
In this case, you'll see that you're being informed that from a web and social media perspective, the term bear hug is a rising search query. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's correct. I think that was information from other ministries. Deputy ministers were receiving intelligence that over some various social media platforms, I think Facebook and others, that people were calling for a bear hug, which was a call to sort of obstruct traffic throughout the province.
If we go to ALB 401611, this is still on the 2nd of February, and it's reporting on events in Calgary, also associated with this phrase bear hug.
Okay, thank you.
Just go down the page. There we go. So this is a report coming in with respect to an Operation Bear Hug calling for truckers to block major highways in Alberta. And at the top, there's an Operation Bear Hug in Calgary intended to support the convoy on the 5th of February, which is this upcoming weekend, right?
That's correct. Yeah. I guess it's important to ensure that this is characterized as aspirational intelligence. These are people that are trying to develop these things. I don't think we ever developed significant intelligence in this area, but certainly there were some sporadic and small scale events.
You'll see in that second paragraph that there's whatever you want to call it, forward-looking intelligence that there's a plan to gather near the minister's house.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
And if you go down the page a bit, just to scan through it, you'll see that there's events being reported on in the southern region, north central, Fort McMurray regions, and Peace region, right?
Yeah, if you're looking at the north central region, those are unconfirmed reports, and then Peace region, again, unconfirmed reports of activity around there, or planned activity.
Calls to block every road.
Yeah, those are calls. Yeah, that's correct, sir.
This term bear hug, are you familiar with that term as having been promoted by an outfit called Canada Unity and a gentleman named James Bowder?
I'm not actually. No, I'm sorry. I've been at a bit of a disadvantage there. Sorry.
That's fair enough. At any rate, it's clear by February the 2nd, when you're receiving these reports, that there's the potential for police resources becoming somewhat stretched in the province. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. Depending on how things manifest themselves and evolve, but that's certainly the point of the intelligence, was to make police aware.
And the RCMP, as police of jurisdiction under contract with the province of Alberta, are responsible to police the whole of the province, and not just Coots, right?
That's correct. Although there are, as I indicated earlier, municipal forces in Lacombe, for instance, in Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, et cetera.
Absolutely, fair enough. Aside from the municipal police services.
Yeah, and the First Nation services, that's correct.
If we go to ALB, go back to ALB 50543, please. This will be the letter from Deputy Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Zablocki
the Article 9, yeah.
The invocation of 9.1.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay, so we just moved down the page. And the end of the first paragraph, you see, well, you told us that you greatly respect Deputy Commissioner Zablocki's judgment as a police officer, fair?
That's correct, sir.
And you see that Deputy Commissioner Zablocki indicates in the last sentence of the first paragraph that this situation does, in my opinion, constitute an emergency in the province of Alberta.
I see that, yes, correct.
And do you consider that a reasonable assessment on his part?
Insofar as it's pertaining to the Provincial Police Services Agreement, yes. And I guess there's some context there, sir, in the sense that the Provincial Police Services Agreement under Article 9 envisions situations which would require the movement of resources to support major events, emergencies, et cetera, as defined as they pertain to that act or that agreement, that contract, if you will. It's a little different than, say, perhaps our Provincial Emergency Act or perhaps the Federal Act.
Gotcha.
But I'm just not sure.
Gotcha.
I just don't want to conflate the two different definitions.
No, that's fair enough. If you look at the second paragraph, he refers to this urgent and critical situation being what warrants him requesting the extraordinary application of the emergency provisions in the agreements, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, you betcha.
And that is going to involve bringing in transferring in more RCMP officers from places other than Alberta, correct?
Not only that, but also movement of officers within Alberta from different business lines because there are provincial policing business lines. There are also municipal business lines and federal lines. And it would allow him to dip into those resources as well as resources external to the province to augment his provincial police service and give them the resources they need to manage the event.
Could we go to ALB 401177? And if you bring them in from other provinces, particularly though, what it means is you've got less police available in those provinces to police those jurisdictions, fair?
That's correct. When we receive such requests for our officers as well, one of the first questions we ask is, of course, what is the impact on core policing? And it's up to the commanding officer of that division that's sending them to determine whether those can be sent in a manner that's safe.
And here you're reporting about the information you've received from provincial colleague in British Columbia about the planned events there, correct?
Those were the intelligence pieces that they were hearing, that's correct. And they were hearing aspirational information as well around Saskatchewan and Manitoba, I believe, in that conversation I had with my colleague.
And all three of those are provinces which also rely upon the RCMP as a primary police of jurisdiction outside of those municipalities large enough to have their own service.
That's correct, sir.
And so those protests could likewise draw exceptionally on local resources in order to maintain order if that had to be done by the RCMP, fair?
If they materialize to certain levels, I'm certain they could, but I'm not sure whether they did or not.
Can we go to ALB 50528, please? The bottom of the page, please. I might have the wrong reference, so never mind. You became aware that there were protests planned for Edmonton the weekend of February 4th and 5th?
Yeah, that sounds right, sir. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And a considerable number of vehicles, I think several thousand, showed up according to the institutional report.
That's correct. Yeah, there was multiple points of origin, and they converged in Edmonton there, and the Edmonton Police, the sheriffs, working with assistance from the RCMP, were tasked with managing that event.
February 4th is the Friday heading into this weekend, I think.
That's, yeah, from memory, that sounds right. Thank you.
Now, did you have an opportunity to hear Mayor Willett testify yesterday?
I did not, sir.
You
I've
did
been
not.
kind of careful to avoid too much because I didn't want to color my own opportunity here. And
I'm sure you have other things to do as well. So let's go. We heard from Mayor Willett. If we could call up COU 6016. We heard Mayor Willett testify yesterday about his perspective on the ground, really from the ground level at Coots.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this will be a text exchange with Minister Sawney that he
Okay.
tendered into evidence yesterday to
Okay.
the Commission Council. Could we go to page 7, please? Here we see an indication from him on February 4th that Archer Pulowski had showed up and fired everyone up at the Coots protest site to convince them to stay.
Mhm.
You aware of that?
Yeah, I actually am aware of that event, yes. From the RCMP's reporting, not from this conversation.
Could we go to pb.can.401835? It's the multimedia file that we had yesterday. And I'm going to ask to play this from the 207 mark until 418.
Thousands upon thousands of people are coming. They don't have enough RCMP officers to deal with that. That's right. They don't have enough army to deal with that. Right. Remember, you have the power now. Do not give it away just because it feels right. And yes, some of you might be arrested. Yes, some of you might pay the price. I'm not going to teach you that it's pleasant and beautiful on concrete in jail facing the biggest guns in the country. It's not. They don't treat us well over there, especially when you're a pastor. 3 days on concrete and 2 nights. Every half hour they banged on my door. They did not allow me to sleep for 3 days and 2 nights. They roughed me up. They stripped naked me. They put chain on my leg. And yet I'm still here with you.
Yes.
Those people don't play fair. They're coming here with their badges and they're telling you that they represent the law. No, they represent lawlessness. They are gangsters for the biggest mafia that there is, Kenny's mafia. And it's up to you now, for the first time in 2 years, to rise up, to stand up, and to hold the fort. Right. And if this is our Alamo, so be it. And if you don't want to be here, no one is stopping you. You can take your car or your truck and you can go. There is a huge rally in Calgary. There's a huge rally in Edmonton. You can join them. No one will think of you as a coward. Everyone has to face the giants of the lands. But I'm telling you, there is this huge opportunity right now that we have been given. God has given us this moment in history. Why? Because international media are watching you right now. That's power. Yes. During 1980, there was.
Thank you. Have you seen that that speech before by Archer Pulowski?
No, I haven't actually. Thank you.
You hear that he is singling out Premier Kenny as the source of the problem, and I believe he referred to Kenny's mafia.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yes.
And he said, "This is our Alamo," referring, I take it, to the standoff at the Alamo in Texas.
That's, I assume, the reference.
And he points to the international attention that has been gathered and says that's power, right?
That's correct.
Could we go to COU 6016? This similarly we heard from Mayor Willett about, and it is the same series of text exchanges. And I just want to address one other factual issue that was circulating.
Oh, thank you.
Page 9. Okay, you see, he refers here in this instant message, again with Minister Sawney, to a gentleman named Paul Brandt. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do, sir. Thank you.
And he's referring to a Rebel News story and saying that, in my opinion, Paul Brandt should post a clarification on the Rebel News story that he helicoptered in aid. You familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the story.
The rumor about that? Yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
Go down the page. And you see that Mayor Willett indicates that that's not in fact true, that his photograph that was circulating of Paul Brandt was 5 years old, right?
Correct. That's what it says there.
Paul Brandt is just for the benefit of whoever doesn't know, he's a well-known internationally successful country musician from Alberta, correct?
That's correct.
And there was a rumor, in fact, that he was going to come and perform a concert in support of the Coots blockaders, right?
That was one of the two rumors that we heard involving Mr. Brandt.
If we go to page 13, you see Minister Sawney still on the next day, February the 6th. She's asking, was food dropped off to the protesters by helicopter, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and that's the character of the rumor that was going on about Paul Brandt, that he dropped off food by helicopter, right?
Well, I don't see his name on this text, but certainly that was one of the rumors. Whether there was other rumors that the minister was hearing about other helicopter drops, there were, and I'm not even sure. I think by this point the NOTAM or the Notice to Airmen restricting airspace might have been in place as well. So that might have been. I don't want to put myself in the mind of the minister as to what she was inquiring about.
Sure. According to Mayor Willett, at least, he says Rebel rented a chopper and made a video,
Yeah.
which is what circulated. Is that according to your recollection of what happened there?
See, I'm not familiar with any information around Rebel News renting a chopper, but certainly that's the post from the mayor.
If we could go to ALB 401444, and I just want to suggest at any rate that what this notion about Paul Brandt renting a helicopter, coming to drop off food, putting on a concert, that was disinformation, right?
I believe it was. We actually conveyed that to the RCMP, and they had conversations with Mr. Brandt's personnel, and they claimed they indicated that they had no intention of providing a concert there, and did not violate the NOTAM.
Okay, and if you go to the bottom of this page, this is a report to you from your PSIO director, yes?
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
On February 6th, and at that point, at 3:27 in the afternoon, he is saying that there's no credible public information confirming this Brandt helicopter story, but it appears plausible based on the aircraft itself. I'm sorry.
So yeah, we share the same speed of talking, sir. Sorry. Yes, I do read that. There's that's based on the photograph that was received. What I was hearing from Mr. McCauley was that there's nothing to state that this actually happened. The helicopter in the picture appears consistent with that used by Mr. Brandt, but there's nothing to indicate, whether he did what was being rumored to have been done, whether that is resupply. And even if that was the case, it would appear that it would have taken place prior to any notice to airmen restrictions on the airspace being in place.
Yes, okay. And that's the NOTAM that's referred to there, the notice to airmen?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Can we go to ALB 401626? This is a report to you raised for your attention, I think again on February the 7th now, so the Monday.
Thank you.
Tuesday.
February 7th. Okay, thank you.
Monday it is. If you go down to the bottom, indications being forwarded up to you, a regional stakeholder raised the following concern. There's the risk that many of the protesters, referring to Coots, are armed with firearms kept in their tractor trailers and trucks. Violence is possible, right?
Yes, that's what came to me from ultimately through Mr. Buffin.
And that proved to be the case ultimately, did it not?
I'm not sure where the firearms were found, if there were any found in trucks and cabs, but certainly ultimately firearms were found and seized there. This was early information that I, of course, immediately passed along to the RCMP who were managing the event.
Okay, we'll hear from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki about that when he testifies.
Yeah, absolutely.
This in any event, if true, as it proved to be, made it a very dangerous situation and raised serious officer safety and public safety risks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The presence of firearms at any dispute of this nature could potentially be dangerous, and as any event that the police deal with.
On February the 7th, are you aware that Archer Pulaski was arrested and charged with offenses including mischief over $5,000 and interrupting the operation of critical infrastructure?
I am aware, yes.
Could we go to ALB 401087? This is February the 9th. It's being reported up to you that Alberta sheriffs sprayed two protesters with, that's pepper spray.
That's correct.
And that's because two protesters reportedly moved towards the sheriff's sergeants and refused warnings to stop, correct?
That's correct. I do have a bit more information that was developed since that initial sort of heads up, if you will. It did appear that the individuals, I better be careful because I don't want to conflate two incidents.
Okay, well,
so we'll leave it there.
Maybe not then it's really just the raw fact that this is what's reported to you is all I'm asking.
That's correct. Yeah.
In terms of your state of mind at the moment.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, that's probably the best one. Thank you.
And if we go to ALB 401307. Can we go to the bottom email, please? This is an email reporting in on protests occurring that Friday night and over the weekend at the Calgary Remand Center. Sorry, the very bottom, please, of page 4. Okay, scheduled protest at the Calgary Remand Center. Are you aware of those protests in sympathy with Archer Pulaski?
Yeah, it was in relation to Mr. Pulaski.
And they ended up continuing for 7 straight days.
That sounds right. I don't have that specific number in my memory.
Could we go to the institutional report ALB.IR.701? And to page 18, please. Okay, this is indicating, first of all, if you go down the page, I think we're looking for the weekend of February 12 and 13. Maybe just keep going. I may have the page wrong. Yeah, please continue to go. There we go. February 12 and 13. The city of Edmonton obtained an injunction for the weekend of February 12 and 13 as a result of the prior weekend's events. Yes?
I'm not sure what their motivation was, but certainly in anticipation of the events that they were seeing being planned from there, they obtained an injunction for that weekend, that's for sure.
Can you go to paragraph 80 on this page? You'll see there's reported about 840 vehicles in Edmonton, down from 3,000 the weekend before. But what I'm concerned about here is at the end of the paragraph, 200 protesters from the Liberty March moved towards the counter protesters in an apparent attempt to remove them, right?
Yeah, there was a counter protest that evolved that was going to confront the protesters and stop them from doing demonstrating and doing their drive-through. There was going to be a confrontation there, and the Edmonton Police Service reports that they intervened and separated the parties and allowed for the protest to carry on.
And the risk of violence dramatically escalates when you're dealing with a counter-protest situation. Is that fair?
If allowed to come into physical contact with each other, it's much more difficult to keep it peaceful.
Can we go to COU 702? This would be one of the last exchange I want to go to with respect to Mayor Willett, who testified yesterday. And this is an exchange with Bill Graveland. It'll be page 3, please.
Thank you.
And it is dated as of February the 12th, so 2 days before the Emergencies Act. I'll move down the page. All right, you see there, Mayor Willett says, morning Bill, and he refers to, you need to find someone in a protected position to call these guys what they are, domestic terrorists. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
And Mr. Graveland says, honestly, I had a number of run-ins several years ago with the Freemen on the land. After an unpleasant exchange with some of them at the saloon, I realized that's likely what they are. Sorry you're going through this. Do you see that?
I see that, that's correct.
And do you know what Freemen on the land refers to?
I'm familiar with the term in the movement.
It's been found, I think, by Associate Chief Justice Rook and described as a organized method of disrupting court operations and frustrating the legal rights of governments, corporations, and individuals.
Yeah, the tactic is organized, that's for sure. Yeah, Justice Rook's deliberation is very accurate.
Yeah, he is a very well-known decision that you may be familiar with from 2012 on that point.
That's correct, sir.
Meads, I believe.
I'll take your word for it, sir.
That's fine. You can take my word for that.
I believe you to be accurate.
Could we go to pb.can.401834? And sir, I'll ask if we can go to, this is a decision issued 1 week ago today
Oh, yes.
by Associate Chief Justice Rook. And if we could go to the last page 16 at paragraph 69 and 70.
Thank you.
I just want to point out to you for your reaction that the view of Associate Chief Justice Rook expressed last week in paragraph 70 is that the litigation abuse he's describing here is part of a broader pattern and that the law in Alberta is not adequate to control abusive litigants. Do you see that? Paragraph 70 in the middle.
70? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Okay. And that's I won't ask you to comment on your agreement with the court. Could we go now to February the 14th? You understand that on February 14th, the arrests occurred at Coots, right?
That's correct.
Approximately 2:00 p.m. that day, Mountain Time?
I thought it was 2 a.m., sir.
Okay.
So like into the evening of the 13th and then, sorry. Into the
Approximately 7:00 a.m. Mountain Time, Premier Kenney attended the First Minister's meeting, which you referred to earlier.
Okay.
Could we go to SAS 50120? These are the notes produced by the government of Saskatchewan with respect to the statements made at that meeting. We've got only what is rehearsed in the institutional report from Alberta. So I just want to.
Thank you.
If we go down to the bottom of this page where there's notes with respect to Premier Kenney's statements, you see the last few lines there. This is Jason Kenney speaking from about
I see his name.
You see that section?
Yeah.
So just looking at the last comments that are attributed to him here, see it as a very serious provocation, could prove a net negative. PJs can compel tow drivers. Please stop the trucker vaccine mandate. Language provocation. Don't quibble if necessary. Okay. Do you have any awareness of what?
So if I could just have one moment.
Yes, you
to
may.
kind of quickly read through this. Okay, go ahead, sir.
And if we can then go to ssm.nsc.can 402941. And I'll, Mr. Commissioner, I know I'm right at the edge. I'll probably be about another 2 or 3 minutes if that's acceptable.
Yeah, I don't think you're done.
Oh.
So on my count, but
Okay, then I'll just keep my.
I do appreciate your honesty with this.
I'll keep my mouth shut in the future when I guess wrong.
Apologies, Council. Could you please repeat that doc ID?
I have you having another 5 minutes.
Okay.
So you know.
All right. And so it's ssm.can.
Another, let's just see, no, another 4 minutes, sorry.
ssm.nsc.can.402941. And this is another set of notes produced from Mr. Clow, who will
Thank you.
testify in front of this commission.
Yeah, thank you.
If you go to page 22. And I'm sorry, these are sideways. It's a limitation of the
It's okay.
product, I think. You scroll down the page. There we go.
Well, thank you.
So you see on the right-hand side of Mr. Clow's notes, with respect to Mr. Kenny's statements during the first minister's meeting, let's take a look at that for a moment.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
So we have the luxury of 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, thank you.
And so you see that others have it here. Again, this word quibble, Mr. Clow's written, attributed to Mr. Kenny. I don't quibble with the use of the act, but other ways to reduce tensions. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And in fairness to you, you're not able to speak to whether or not that's an accurate reflection of what Premier Kenny said because you weren't present. Fair?
That's very fair.
And this meeting occurs approximately some hours after the RCMP arrests are made at Coots, correct?
That's correct.
And it occurs in a context where, and I'll just ask you if you're aware, there's approximately 2,000 firearms were missing, having been stolen in a trailer in Peterborough, Ontario, which had not been recovered for some days.
I'm not aware of that,
Fair
actually.
enough.
Sorry, sir.
Fair enough, we can deal with another evidence. At any rate, the act is invoked at approximately 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Now, just coming back briefly to some of the content of the institutional report, if we could pull that up for just a couple of last questions, ALB.IR.701 to page 7. Paragraph 34. I think there's a disjoint in the numbering. You can't speak to, and we're not present for Premier Kenny's calls with Minister Mendicino, correct?
That's correct.
And if we look at page 8, paragraph 38. You likewise, I take it, were not present for Minister McIver's call with Minister Blair.
That's correct. I'm relying on the information that we provided with the institutional report on both cases.
Yes, and again, that information is not provided under oath other than to the extent that your affidavit says you have heard it.
That's correct, sir.
And page 9 then, please, again, it's paragraph 43, and I take it I'll know the same answer, but you were not present for this further call between Premier Kenny and Minister Mendicino?
That's correct, sir.
And if we go to page 3 finally, paragraphs 2 and 3, you see there, it is stated or asserted that in the end of paragraph 2, Alberta received virtually no consultation from Canada in its decision to invoke the Emergencies Act as applicable to Alberta and the entirety of the country. Fair?
That's fair, sir.
And that's really a matter of that's characterization. Eh?
I'm sorry?
Is that your characterization or is that the province's position?
That would be the province's position. And certainly from my personal experience, I received no consultation around.
Okay, well, we've heard of areas where you were engaged with federal colleagues.
Yeah, post. That's correct, sir.
Paragraph 3, you say Canada, at the end of the paragraph, Canada failed to provide any assistance upon Alberta's request to simply borrow equipment from them. And is that how you would encapsulate the dialogue that you were engaged in with Transport Canada and others?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure that it would be fair to say they didn't try. I would suggest, though, that we received no assistance.
Okay. Well, we'll hear from others about that. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
No, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the convoy organizers.
Morning, sir.
Good morning and good afternoon. How are
Oh,
you?
good afternoon. Right.
I had to check. Sorry, sir.
My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in Ottawa only, nobody at Coots, between January and February
Pleased to meet you.
of 2022. So I just want to dive right in. So, and I don't want to ask for anything subject to criminal code sealing orders or things. And just based on what I know from the public record about this group that ended up being arrested at the border in Coots area with respect to the conspiracy to commit murder and all of that. It's my understanding that the RCMP undercover agents, and this is based on the public record, were involved with that group from a very early point. Is that fair?
I think that I wouldn't have that kind of tactical level of information, so I honestly don't have knowledge of that, and you would probably be better asked that of the deputy commissioner. And I'm not trying to avoid. I just sincerely was not briefed at that level of detail.
Okay. Was it your understanding that that group, their plot was to have two females smuggle in a hockey bag a whole bunch of guns into the protest? Is that what your understanding was?
I have actually no understanding of the undercover operations or the intelligence gathering operations of the RCMP. The level of detail that I was briefed at was really of the existence of threats within the group that were potentially more violent, and that they had the intelligence to indicate that they were armed and planning to do violence in relation to the police should an enforcement action take place.
Right, but are you after the fact aware that the two females that they were intending to have smuggle in these firearms were actually two undercover RCMP officers?
I apologize. I just have no detail in terms of the actual criminal file or the investigation itself. Quite carefully avoided that level of interaction with the police and kept it at a higher level.
To your knowledge, before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was this investigation and this operation with respect to these gentlemen who were arrested at Coots for conspiracy to commit murder, was it ever relayed to the federal executive political branch, that is cabinet? Are you aware if that was before the invocation?
Was that information that this group was there relayed to the federal executive?
Yeah, the federal executive branch in the sense of the political branch of government with respect to elected ministers.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. That would be a conversation probably at the federal level of the RCMP, and certainly not one I was privy to or was briefed on.
Thank you. And it's fair to say that with Coots, of course, none of the provisions under the Emergencies Act that were invoked in the subsequent orders in council, none of them were used in respect to Coots, were they?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, none of the protesters at Coots had any of their accounts frozen or anything like that under the orders?
I don't have any knowledge of that. I can't say that it didn't happen. I just don't know that.
Right. Now, to your knowledge, were you aware of when the RCMP finally mobilized their national public enforcement units to go to Ottawa? They actually brought in other officers from BC and other folks. Were you apprised of when that happened?
There was a similar to the Article 9 provisions that we spoke to earlier, there was another request for support to the national response to the situation in Ottawa. And that came right after the weekend. So I want to say 15th, 16th, somewhere in that range. And I was aware that the RCMP, along with the Calgary Police and the Edmonton Police, were providing officers to support the Ottawa Police Service in their
right.
efforts.
And you agree with me that that request, it doesn't require the Emergencies Act to be invoked. This is a thing that can be done. And it could have been done at any time between when the protest started in Ottawa to when it was asked, right?
That's correct. Yeah,
And for
it's
what-
used at any time.
Right, and for whatever reason, the RCMP in Ottawa never asked for all of these units, which could have easily been made available and sent to Ottawa to assist with resources. They never asked for them before the 15th, did they?
I was not aware of any requests at all before that.
And you've watched some of this hearing. The biggest issue in Ottawa was resources. And it was some of the evidence from poor Chief Slawley, who had this thrown on him, that he was asking the RCMP for resources. And Commissioner Lucky said that you've got what you've got. But at all times, is it fair that Commissioner Lucky could have asked, made a request like that was made on the 15th and asked for these officers to come to Ottawa to assist him?
The provisions of the police services agreement remain in place to this day and have been since 2012 when we signed the agreement. So they could have been asked for. I won't speculate as to what our response would have been.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, next is the JCCF and yes.
Good morning, sir. My name is Alan Honor. I am a lawyer from the Democracy Fund.
Good morning. Pleased to meet you.
And pardon me, it's good afternoon, as
yes.
my friend just pointed out. Can we please pull up ALB.40.383.0001? Just while we're waiting for that to come up, you were asked about former Premier Jason Kenney earlier today. And when the document comes up, I think what it'll show is a letter dated February 15th, 2022, from the Prime Minister to then Premier Jason Kenney. Have you seen this document before?
If I could scroll through it a tiny bit more or maybe reduce the...
Yes, please just direct the registrar.
Yeah, sorry. If we could maybe just, sorry. Thank you. Just, yeah, I believe I've examined this document.
Thank you. So if we can just look
yes,
at the...
I have, indeed.
If we can just look at the first paragraph on the second page, it's before us right now. We see the Prime Minister saying that we are facing significant economic disruptions with a breakdown of supply chains. This is costing Canadians their jobs and undermining our economic and national security with potential significant impacts on the health and safety of Canadians. Did former Premier Jason Kenney or anyone else ever tell you, anyone else from the government ever explain to you what the Prime Minister meant by this reference to potential significant impacts on the health and safety of Canadians?
I'm not familiar with any explanation of the Prime Minister's thoughts behind that from anyone.
Okay, thank you. Can we please pull up ALB 40.1517.0001? And excuse me for just a moment, please. My sincere apologies. I just had a slight domestic emergency.
I don't believe, there we go. Can we have your audio now, sir? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So earlier you told us that Alberta had formally requested assistance from the federal government, but did not receive any formal response. And eventually, this is in respect to tow trucks, and eventually Alberta just obtained its own equipment.
That's correct, sir.
So we're looking at an email here from Peter Lemieux to you and others about equipment Alberta procured to support the RCMP operation at Coots.
Okay.
And who is Peter Lemieux?
Peter Lemieux is the acting executive director of the Provincial Security and Intelligence Office. And during this time, he was the individual who I tasked as the lead in the procurement of that equipment.
Okay, and this equipment was procured on February 13th, 2022?
It was procured over a couple of days. And I think ultimately all of it was in place by the 14th or 15th. I think 14th, but
Well, if you just scroll down a little bit, it says here,
yeah,
on February 13th, 2022, Government of Alberta procured the following equipment.
yeah, I saw that in the note from Peter earlier. I think a better term for on February 13th would have been by February 13th. We had actually acquired a small amount of that equipment earlier than that, and the last of it was procured. And then it was all in place, I believe, on the 14th down south. And ready for deployment.
Is this list of equipment reflective of the equipment that the RCMP needed?
Save 2 specialty vehicles, this was the exact equipment that we were told that by the RCMP that they required if they were to have to execute an enforcement plan and tow all of the vehicles at the border crossing.
And what were those other 2 vehicles that are not listed here?
Sure, there are some other documents that speak to them, but one is a tire service truck and a number of tires, and the other is a heavy-duty mechanics truck with tools.
Okay, thank you. And if we can just pull up pb.can.401514. We saw this document earlier today. Just while we're waiting for it to be pulled up, it is an email to Rob Stewart.
Okay, thank you.
You recall seeing this email, correct? If we can just scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen this earlier today. That's correct.
Okay, and if we can just scroll down a little bit more to where it says Alberta. So under the heading Alberta, it says that the biggest operational challenge to date is procuring, towing, wrecking equipment and skilled workers to operate the equipment.
That's correct.
By this point, you had most of that equipment at least.
Could we scroll to the top again so I could confirm the date? Yeah,
of course.
This, yeah, if I remember correctly, this is a review of a conversation that we had earlier on in the day on the 13th. That being the conversation with myself, ADM Dakalbob Talal, and the Public Works Government Services representative. I can't recall who was there on that call. And at that point in time, we were in the process of procuring the equipment that we ultimately later on by the 13th, by the end of the day, we'd actually procured. So when you see the reference from Peter Lemieux to by the 13th we had it, the information that that Talal in this message was referencing came from a point in time prior to us having finalized the purchase of the last of the equipment. So we were still looking for trucks when he and I had a conversation, and his reference to our conversation contained in this email to Rob Stewart is based on that sort of time dated information that we were still looking for it.
Right, so that explains why that the information in the document we're looking at isn't completely current.
Yeah, they're temporal in terms of the course of the day. They're relying on information that was provided at the start of the day, whereas the Peter Lemieux document references what we had by the end.
And by that point on February 13th, you had no idea that the federal government was about to invoke the Emergencies Act.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. If we can just pull up document ALB .401376 .0001. And what we're looking at here is an email from Daniel Lafille or Laville. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. I'm sorry about that. It's to you and some other people.
Yes, thank you.
And I think it's actually, it's being forwarded to you, and it's dated February 15th, 2022.
That's correct. Dan LaVille was the communications director for our ministry at the time, and was forwarding to me a copy of an Alberta RCMP news release.
Okay, and that RCMP news release said that there were 4 people charged with conspiracy to commit murder, and they're listed here, right?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes.
And I appreciate you have limited information about this, and I appreciate that these are allegations. But can you tell us, or do you have any idea who these people were allegedly conspiring to murder?
I can't speak with certainty because, of course, I wasn't part of the investigation, but it was my understanding it was police. But that would be third party or speculative on my part, and I would want that to come out in evidence at court.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not going to ask you to speculate. If we look a little bit, if we look down this list, we see that there are 9 other people. They are charged with mischief and possession of weapons for a dangerous person, for a dangerous purpose.
That's correct.
Okay, so 13 people were charged in total.
At the time.
Can we look at ALB.IR 701? This is the Alberta Institutional Report.
Okay, thank you.
And if we just go to page 8, paragraph 25. Okay, thank you very much. So this paragraph describes how the RCMP executed a warrant on 3 trailers leading to the arrest of 13 individuals.
That's correct, sir.
And those are clearly the same 13 individuals we just discussed.
Yeah, that's the reference. Yes, that's correct, sir.
And it says here that the warrant was executed before dawn. Do you happen to know if it was executed before the first ministers' meeting, which took place on February the 14th?
Now, I have to be careful and caveat my response in the sense that my understanding of the first ministers' meeting is that it was, as articulated by Council for Government of Canada, somewhere around 7 or 7:30 in the morning. I was not party to that event. If the timing was as indicated by Council, then it would have been before, because my conversation with the Deputy Commissioner indicated it was in the early morning hours, 2:30 or so in the morning, that the arrest took place.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. And earlier in your evidence, you mentioned the hour of 7:30 a.m. That's when you found out about the warrant being executed, right?
Yeah, that was me having a conversation with the Deputy Commissioner. That's correct.
Got it.
And then 7:30 is a rough estimate. I probably could go back on my phone and try and find the call, but it was before normal business hours.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood. If we look down to paragraph 27 of the institutional report, it also says that the Emergencies Act was announced on the afternoon of February 14th. And based on your evidence and on the report, that was well after the RCMP successfully completed the seizure and arrests of these 13 people and the offense-related property.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And you didn't have any other information about threats at the time?
At the time, just the intelligence I was receiving from the Deputy Commissioner around the fact that there was a volatile presence within the group that they were examining, and that they proved a threat or a risk. It was very generic or at that high level, the types of conversations that I had with the Deputy Commissioner.
The Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP, of course.
That's correct. Yeah, Deputy Commissioner was a blocky.
I think
So
we're
nothing
pretty
specific.
Well out of time, just so if you could wrap up pretty soon, I think you're out of time.
If I can have 30 more seconds, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So just one last point. You were shown a video of Arthur Pawlowski, and am I correct in understanding, or can you confirm that he was arrested for giving that speech, and he was arrested on February 8th, 2022?
He was arrested by the RCMP, and I know it was tied to his actions down at the blockade. I would probably want to defer to them as to the rationale specifically around what led or whatever evidence they have that led them to cause them to arrest him and charge him.
Okay, fair enough. But he was arrested on February the 8th, and he was held for bail, and he was denied for bail. He was denied bail on February 16th, 2022. By a judge from the Provincial Court of Justice. Would you agree with that?
I can't disagree with it. Sounds right. I just don't have the dates in front of me. So yeah, it sounds right.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next I could call on the Ottawa Coalition of
Thank you, sir.
Residents and Businesses.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, next on the Windsor Police Service.
So I apologize. No questions for Tom McRae for Windsor Police Service.
Okay, next is the Government of Saskatchewan.
Good morning, sir. It's Mike Morris, Counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I'm saying good morning because it's still morning here, and I think your internal clock's probably still set to Alberta time.
Yes, good morning. Pleased to meet you.
I just have a few questions for you. Sir, I understand that in February of this year, you represented Alberta on the FPT Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. Is that correct?
At the ADM level, that's correct, sir.
Okay, and that would be a committee which is composed of officials from the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And as such, that committee would include representatives from the government of Saskatchewan then, correct?
That is correct, sir.
My understanding is that the committee met several times before the public order emergency was proclaimed on February 14th. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And my review of the material indicates that the committee met on February 1st, February 7th, and February 11th. Does that accord with your understanding?
That sounds very correct, sir.
And did you attend the meetings on the 1st, 7th, and 11th?
I did, although I believe on the 7th, there was Deputy Minister presence as well, and Associate Deputy Minister Dennis Cooley was there with me.
At any of those meetings, did federal officials indicate that the government was considering invoking the Emergencies Act?
No.
In your view, would the committee have been an appropriate forum to discuss whether it was advisable for the Federal Emergencies Act to be invoked?
I think it would have been a very good initial forum to have initial conversations. Certainly consultation, as I understand it to be envisioned, would be required at a much higher level, but certainly that would have been a very good starting point for that.
But in the end, you never had the opportunity to have those consultations then, correct?
Oh, that's correct, sir.
And just a couple more. In your experience with these FPT meetings, can they be convened on very short notice?
Yes, they can, when required.
And would that even include on weekends?
In point of fact, it did later, but yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, call on the Government of Alberta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Degrand. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My friends have covered quite a lot of ground with you. There's just a few areas I want to cover off. And one of those areas deals with the timing of the execution of search warrants and arrests in Coutts, Alberta. I'll ask if the clerk can please turn to ALB 401522.
Thank you.
And this is an email dated early in the morning, 6:36 in the morning of February 14th from John Ferguson to Dwayne LaCusta and to you. Do you know who John Ferguson is?
Yes, John Ferguson is and was at that time the Assistant Commissioner in charge of contract operations for the province of Alberta with the RCMP.
And as far as you're aware, he was involved in the law enforcement of the protests and
Yeah,
groups?
very much so, yeah.
Okay. And if we look at this email, we'll see some events noted at approximately 23:50 hours pursuant to the above activity, which is described in the paragraph above. Two suspects who are part of the core protesters group and have been identified as part of the security cell were arrested. Now, I take this to be on February 13th. Do you understand that to be the case as well?
Yeah, I believe the 23:57 would have been on the 13th, and then subsequent arrests after that, after midnight, were on the.
And so then looking at the timing of those arrests, we go down to the next paragraph on Monday, February 14th at approximately 01:00 hours. Other key protesters within the security cell were also arrested. And then a search warrant was already executed at the saloon. The main meeting place for the security cell was negative for weapons. Then again, a further paragraph down at approximately 0300 hours, search warrants were executed at the residence in Coots and the associated trailer. So all of these events involving the arrests and execution of search warrants at Coots were occurring late on February 13th and very early on the morning of the 14th.
Yeah, basically right at midnight and in the early morning hours of the 14th.
Thank you. Now, I'd also like to turn back to record ALB, I believe it's 401573. And this is the letter from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki on February 3rd to Acting Minister Sonia Savage for the, my apologies, it's from Minister Savage to Deputy Commissioner Zablocki.
That's correct.
Now, the last sentence of that first paragraph reads, in my opinion, this constitutes an emergency in the province of Alberta under the Provincial Police Service Agreement. Now, the Provincial Police Service Agreement is included as a document referenced in Alberta's institutional report before this commission. I take it you're quite familiar with that record.
If you could try and slow down a bit for the translators, please.
For sure. I'll take it you're quite familiar with that agreement.
I am, yeah.
Is there a definition of the word emergency in that agreement?
I actually have a copy of it with me, but I don't have it readily available, and I can't recall.
You can't recall, okay.
Yeah. It is in our institutional report as well.
Right. I take it that your understanding is that the definition of the word emergency as contemplated under the Provincial Police Service Agreement is different from the word emergency under either the Federal Emergencies Act or Provincial Emergency Management Act.
Absolutely. And the contemplation under the Provincial Police Services Agreement is around resources and the ability to marshal sufficient resources to manage extraordinary situations, whether they be, in this case, protests, but it could be fires, floods, or major events such as a G8 or a G20 and the security events that come around that. So it is very different than an emergency as would be entailed under, say, the Alberta Emergency Act or the Federal Emergency Act.
And you used that word extraordinary, which is a word that was also used in the letter from Deputy Commissioner Zablocki to Minister Savage, asking for the deployment of RCMP officers under Section 9.1. To the best of your knowledge, was this the first time Article 9.1 had been used in Alberta for the deployment of RCMP officers?
No, not at all.
What other types of circumstances has that occurred before?
I believe we had that invoked during the fire response in Fort McMurray. We brought in officers from Newfoundland, BC, Saskatchewan to support the provincial operations. I believe it's been used in the past for jail strikes and other natural disasters as well. It's been used for G8, G20 deployments across the country, Olympics, etc.
Okay, thank you. And also in Alberta's institutional report, there's a mention of other protest activity that occurred in other parts of Alberta during January and February 2022. And you've discussed that to some length with my friends already. What was Alberta's role with respect to other protest activity that was happening in the province?
So with the exception of protests around the legislature itself, operational response is solely with the police services of jurisdiction, and we provide support through our sheriff's branch when requested and as needed. Our role is around coordination and intelligence sharing and monitoring, providing advice to government, and ensuring that to the best of our ability, every law enforcement agency is connected with each other and with ourselves, and not caught at unawares with any intelligence that might exist in any one of the law enforcement entities in the province.
And you mentioned, with exception to protest activity was taking place around the legislature. Why is that?
The sheriff's branch of my division is a specific task around security on the legislative precinct in the province, and work very closely with the Edmonton Police Service on that, but they're charged with sort of the direct security on the ledge itself. And so any protests involving activity, whether they be dismounted or foot activity on the legislature and on the roadways within the precinct, are primarily managed through the sheriff's branch until such point in time as it becomes clear that the protest is going to be non-peaceful or unlawful, and then the Edmonton Police comes in and assumes responsibility while our officers continue to work with them. But we do have a much more robust participation in matters on the legislative precinct.
Did you become aware of any incident involving these protests at the legislature grounds in January and February that the sheriff's branch was not able to handle?
Not that the sheriff's branch, with the assistance of the EPS, could not handle. They were all managed quite, I think, appropriately.
Okay. And one final record to take you to. That's ALB 402402.
Is that a multimedia file, Council?
I don't believe so, no. No, it shouldn't be.
ALB ends in 2402?
2042.
Thank you.
This is an executive notification, developing situation, the Alberta Legislature, Freedom Convoy, February 26, 2022. Now, February 26, 2022 was after the declaration of a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act was revoked. Were you aware that at this time there were further protests that were occurring in and around Alberta?
Oh, absolutely. There were continued protests in Calgary specifically and Edmonton.
Did any police agency express to Alberta that they required anything beyond their standard policing powers to deal with any of these protests post Emergencies Act revocation?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Degrand. Those are all my questions today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Two very brief points. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Jean-Simon Schoenholtz, for the commission. First, I just want to make sure the record is clear on a point raised by my friends for the convoy organizers. If we could pull up the institutional report, ALB.IR.701, and go to page 30 at paragraph 138. You'll recall my friend was asking you about the provision of provincial RCMP resources to the response in Ottawa. You remember that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
and I think you mentioned it was on the 16th. You weren't terribly sure about the date. If you, the first sentence here of paragraph 138 says on February 18th, Commissioner Brenda Lucky of the RCMP requested that Alberta provide 42 officers to support efforts in Ottawa. Is that the request you were referring to?
That's the request. I think I might have even said 15th in my earlier evidence, and I apologize. It's the 18th.
Thank you. The only thing other thing I wanted to ask you, my friend, I believe for the JCCF, was talking to you about that list of resources that you had acquired on February 13th. You remember that?
Yes, I do. By the end of February 13th.
And the point I wanted to make sure that we understood, I believe you had a meeting with the federal officials on the 13th. Are you aware whether or not the fact that those vehicles had been obtained on the 13th was made known to federal officials?
So, and I was probably clumsy in my earlier explanation, so I'll try to clarify that. At the time of my earlier conversation with the federal officials, ADM Brasso and others, we had not yet acquired the bulk of the equipment. We had a small number that we had acquired and already shipped down. We were in midstream of acquiring some, and it fell apart the day before, and we were in midstream that day of acquiring some, but we still hadn't secured them yet. So at the time of my conversation with ADM Brasso and ADM Talal Dekalba, and I apologize, Talal, I know him, but hope I'm not wrecking his name. But at the time of that conversation, we hadn't yet acquired them. The reference in Peter Lemieux's document was sometime down the road stating that by the 18th we had acquired, or the 13th we had acquired them, because later on that afternoon or later on that day, his team was able to secure the purchase of the remainder of the vehicles. So that's why at the time of our conversation with the federal officials, we hadn't secured them yet, and we were still seeking them. Later that day, we acquired them, and post that day, the indication from Mr. Lemieux is by the 13th we'd acquired them, because by the end of that day we had.
And do you know whether and when the federal officials would have been advised that that list of resources had been acquired?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, from memory, I don't recall when we had that conversation. I apologize. I should have that off the top of my head. I don't.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Just on that, I have a couple of questions just on those, the equipment you acquired, and I may have missed it in my notes. Had you arranged or secured the operators for all that equipment? I didn't get a note as I know it was a concern.
Yeah, we'd actually, we'd actually acquired a number of operators that could move vehicles around. We'd acquired a number of operators, like a small number that could actually operate tow trucks and heavy lift equipment. So we had a small component of folks that could do that. We also had made connection with a private sector individual who was going to provide us with limited operators, but also training for any staff that we might have to operate those vehicles, the lift part of the vehicles. We had a number of operators that could drive them and work them, but actually operating the tow capacity itself was something we needed some training on. So we had that started, but we were still looking for more to augment that. That would have facilitated a much better operational response rather than the limited number that we had at the time.
So that was a bit still a work in progress.
Absolutely.
But you had
good plans.
You had started and working it out.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and another question. Just going back to the 9.1 request that was made on February 3rd that's the request to move additional officers to Alberta. And that was granted. We saw that letter.
Yes, it was, sir.
When was that terminated, or how does it, when did it end? Do you know?
The officers in question that came from British Columbia were 40 in number, and they, as I recall, returned to British Columbia at the end of that weekend of the 13th, 14th. They were released back to British Columbia. There would have still been officers within Alberta, probably primarily from municipal and perhaps federal business lines that would have still been augmenting. And I would actually have to defer to the deputy commissioner on when he was able to release them back to their business lines and just rely exclusively on the provincial officers. I just don't know when that was, but there's no formal rescinding of that letter.
So it was not formally rescinded, but your understanding is they went back about 13th or 14th. Would that be after the operation in Coots? Would that make sense to you?
That would make sense to me, but I would want to defer to Deputy Zablocki for the specifics around when they were released.
And then you were taken to the request by Ottawa or to move officers to Ottawa. Would it be fair to say that when you were requesting officers from British Columbia, you would hesitate to send officers to Ottawa, or is those two separate, totally distinct, or would you weigh that?
Well, at the time of that request on the 18th, we actually did release, sorry, if that's what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if before the 14th, in other words, you were asked, is there any reason you wouldn't have sent officers earlier? And I'm just asking, and I may be wrong, but it seems common sense to me.
Yeah, no, it's a very much a common sense question. And what would happen is what did happen on the 18th, it would have happened on the 14th. I would have looked to Deputy Zablocki to ask him what is the nature of the request. In this case, it wasn't for just general numbers. It was for specialty officers on the, they call a STO officers, special tactics operation officers, certain special units. I would have asked the question, could you realistically release those given what you're dealing with in the province? And I would be guided by his advice on that. I would have been surprised had he said he could, but there are other provinces in the Maritimes, et cetera, that they could have pulled from.
Okay. And then you talked about the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, and I'm trying to understand a bit. That's gives it a lot of broad power, as I understand it. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's a broad application in the sense that if certain activity takes place on any piece of critical infrastructure as defined under the Act, it allows for enforcement by police with specific penalties that are quite substantial.
And it doesn't have to be invoked. It just
no, it's just standing legislation.
And then this may be the last one. I'm just going through my notes. I apologize. You mentioned something about, and I think it was maybe February 13th, but I'm not sure, a request for reservists to be used, I think, to operate equipment. Did you ever get an answer on that?
Yeah, and the February 13th reference was the conversation I had with the ADM and Public Safety Canada and other federal officials, where I raised to them my surprise that we did have an answer back that was indicating that, and this is an earlier request from earlier in the week, where the Canadian Forces indicated that they would not allow their reservists to participate in support of our operations in the manner that we'd asked. So we'd already had that answer, and I was expressing to the ADMs my surprise that at least that level of support couldn't be approved.
And maybe I've got it wrong, but I thought in that note there was a suggestion that he would look into it.
Yeah,
that was my question, whether after looking into it, anything further came.
My apologies. Yeah, he did indicate that he was not aware of the request. He would look into it, and I did not hear back from him. It was a busy time for him, though, I understand.
Okay, because it was the looking into it that I didn't know whether.
We received no feedback after that, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, those are my questions. Thank you very much for attending, and I understand you're going back to the cold, but not much we can do about that.
I am indeed. Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. You're free to go. So we will have a long lunch today, 1 hour and 3 minutes. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock and continue with yesterday's witness. Thank you.
The commission is in recess until 2 o'clock. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures.
Okay, so we're on lunch break. That gives us an hour together. Just give me a moment and we'll get things queued up.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
So before we go to the phones, I wanted to draw your attention to this, which has just occurred with Canada's chief health official, Dr. Theresa Tam, who is talking about something related to the whole protest, and that is Omicron, the new variants, influenza, and where we're heading as we go into the colder weather. This just happened.
Who is the Deputy Chief Public Health Officer for Canada. I believe they both have an opening statement, and then we'll proceed to questions. If you have a question, please use the raise hand function on your screen. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Dr. Tam.
Thank you. Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone.
Regional variation in COVID-19 disease indicators, including weekly case counts and laboratory test positivity. Nevertheless, SARS-CoV-2 virus transmission continues across the country, including with increased growth of emerging Omicron variants, BQ 1.1 and BF7. At the same time, other respiratory viruses, including respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, and influenza, have increased above seasonal levels as respiratory virus season gets underway early in Canada. At the national level, RSV activity began to increase several weeks ago, with laboratory test positivity above expected levels for this time of the year. More recently, influenza activity increased steeply and has already crossed the seasonal threshold of 5% lab test positivity. These surveillance indicators point to the need for stepped-up precautions as SARS-CoV-2, influenza, and other seasonal respiratory viruses could continue to co-circulate in the weeks ahead. We are likely all aware that there are reports of heavy strain on emergency departments in many parts of the country. This includes children's hospitals, where RSV-related admissions have been very high. In addition, over half of recent influenza detections have been in children and teenagers. Although public health measures, including our individual prevention practices, kept COVID-19 and seasonal respiratory viruses at bay for the past 2+ years, this third winter of COVID-19 comes with some cautions. Firstly, with the relaxing of population public health measures and a return to in-person learning, work, and social activities, our contact rates have increased. This means more opportunities for exposure to COVID-19, as well as other seasonal respiratory viruses. In addition, although Canadians achieved among the world's highest coverage for a primary series of COVID-19 vaccines, many are beyond the 6-month time lapse since the last COVID vaccine dose or Omicron infection, so immunity is falling, leaving us all less protected against severe disease. Last but not least, immunity to other respiratory viruses is lower given less circulation of these viruses over the past 2 winters, as well as the need to update influenza vaccine protection. So what do we need to do about these concerns? I know we're all tired and we know only too well the long list of good habits that can help keep us and others healthier. So let's focus in on the top 3 recommendations. First, boost your immunity. If it has been 6 months since your last COVID-19 vaccine dose or booster, get vaccinated with a bivalent Omicron targeting booster. It is also a good time to get your flu shot. Secondly, protect your respiratory tract from invading viruses. Keep up with the hand washing, wearing good quality, well-fitted face masks when indoors, especially if you can't avoid being in crowded or poorly ventilated spaces. And lastly, reduce spread to others. If you have symptoms, please stay at home. This helps protect us all, including those at high risk of severe respiratory illness, such as those who are immunocompromised, as well as young infants, young children, pregnant people, and older adults. Protecting those who are at highest risk and can't be vaccinated or don't mount a strong protection is also key to protecting health system capacity for us all. To meet the challenges of this fall and winter, let's recommit to not lose the gains we've made as we resume in-person activities. Although no individual layer of protection is perfect, when used consistently and together, vaccine plus layers can provide excellent protection against COVID-19, as well as other infectious diseases we may encounter. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
They so want to return to where we were. And they really, really, really want to mask everybody up again. We showed you the polling that was done by CTV. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. We see medical officers of health making reference to bringing masks back. They so want to bring all of these measures back again for the winter. And I say this, if all this stuff had worked the way they said it was going to work, why are we still here talking about this right now? But wow. It ain't over, folks, not by a long shot. It ain't over. Stay with me. More to come. We'll go to the phones when we come back.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, the phone lines are hooked up and we're ready to go there. So here's the number to call.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, we're back. We're ready to go. And our first caller is our good friend Errol. How are you doing?
Is this me, Rick?
It's you.
Okay, it's Errol. Yeah, wow. Thanks for the breaking news there. That piece of shit tampon. I've got she's great at giving advice, but I've got a little advice for her. She needs to go fuck herself. I can't believe, like, what part of the scamdemic is over is she not understanding? I can't imagine how anybody in her position, with her, notwithstanding her warped and twisted mind, could seriously think that she could make an announcement like that. I actually heard as I was flag waving over a major Vancouver area highway yesterday and getting just non-stop honking and waves and thumbs up, etc., with my upside down Canadian flag and the big fuck Trudeau flag, which is the really big. I think that's the big attraction of the two. A pedestrian who came by, he with a big smile on his face, he gave me a high five. He said, "Have you heard about Doug Ford?" And I said, "No." And this fellow said that just this morning, referring to yesterday, Doug Ford made some sort of an announcement about masks coming back. Have you heard anything about that?
I know he had been talking about it loosely, but I didn't hear that they were actually coming back, but I'll check right now.
Okay. In any case, I think we've wasted enough time on tampon, as I like to call her. But a couple of other comments I'd like to make, and it just seems like there's an unending supply of bombshells, for lack of a better term. Specifically, I'm wondering if it would be possible for you to replay. It happened at about 11:05 your time. I'm in BC, but at about 11:05 your time, there was the lawyer called up a document that showed a number of text messages. And I'm not really clear as to who they were between. I believe Minister McIver, and again, in my head, I'm not real clear as to who Minister McIver is, but I believe it was between that minister and Trudeau. But I just found those text messages extremely revealing, even though I've got a million things going through my head and it's hard to keep track of everything. But again, just wondering if you might be able to pull that up again. That particular document was only up for 2 or 3 minutes, I think. But again, I think it was extremely revealing. And then at about 12:28 your time, Rouleau told the commissioner told Alan Honor, who had been up. I was sort of tracking the times, the length of time that all these lawyers were up. Honor had been up for about 11 minutes, and the commissioner told him his time was up. Well, dare I say, the asshole government lawyer, the guy with the messy blonde hair and the glasses, he was up for 48 minutes. And at one point, he actually, I think maybe at about the 40-minute mark, he said, "Oh, I think my time's just about up." And Rouleau actually basically said, relax, you got lots of time. I don't get it. How is this time allotted to the various lawyers? And one more quick comment about lawyers. It seems to me the commission lawyers should be neutral, but they're not coming across as very neutral to me. Just before the break, one of the commission lawyers basically challenged testimony that was given by that last witness when questioned by both Brendan Miller and Alan Honor. Like, it's driving. I'm tearing my hair out, but yeah, I'm still confident, perhaps naively, that some sort of justice will prevail here. And anyway, I'll let you go, Rick.
So I queued it up to the point where they brought the messages up. If you wanted to comment at all on that, I do have it on the screen for people.
Okay, well, I'm not good at multitasking, but we'll see how this goes.
If we go down, we'll go down a little bit further. Sorry, down more. Okay.
Yeah, it was text messages.
Yeah, I think this is
Okay,
it.
So my colleagues and I have given the request serious consideration, and we have consulted key partners to assess our ability to assist you. Given the lack of commercial resources, the Canadian Armed Forces would be the only federal asset that might potentially meet this request. Unfortunately, discussions have made clear that the CAF have neither the type of assets required nor the expertise to do this without significant possible risk. Was that sentiment ever communicated to you verbally or in writing some other way?
Is that what you're referring to?
No, Rick. It was actual text messages, and as we've seen in the past, like I say, according to my notes, it was at about 11:05.
Okay, I mean, it's very difficult to queue stuff up on the fly because there's hours and hours of footage, right? And so without an actual time code instead of like time reference, I'm really kind of taking some shots in the dark.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it here on the fly like that efficiently.
Okay, no worries, Rick. I appreciate the effort there, and I'll let you go for now.
Okay, and next time you call in about Dr. Theresa Tam, you make sure you tell us how you really feel. Okay, don't hold back.
I will. Yeah, well, she's just one of many who all fall into that category. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks,
you,
sir.
Rick.
Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye.
We're gonna move on to Phil. Hello, Phil. How are you?
Hello, Rick. I'm okay. I'm staying warm in -22 in St. Albert, Alberta. It's snowy. It's cold. I'm calling in to speak about I believe he was an RCMP guy that was talking about Edmonton and the Liberty March, and he mentioned domestic terrorism and Freeman on the land.
Yeah.
And I'm calling in to object to this witness. I don't remember the time code. I don't know if you can tee it up, but he specifically mentioned the Liberty March. I'd like to talk about that because I know a little bit about it. Okay. I'm a supporter of the Liberty March. We're a group of individual citizens here in Edmonton. We all have independent views. There are members of our group that have their own views on common law and all of these things. But what we have in common is that we recognize that COVID was a hoax, that it involved racketeering on the public purse.
Okay, I need to caution you. Okay, we have to pull back just for a second.
Okay.
And let me just explain.
Yes, sir.
And actually, this is an
Okay.
opportunity for me to apologize to people as well.
No, don't apologize. I know it's YouTube. I got to be careful,
Yeah,
right?
right. That's sort of the point. So what I tried to convey to people again yesterday and multiple times is I'm happy to have conversations about all of these things. But when we do speak about it here, the trick is you have to use code words. So instead of code words,
so
and then we can
I
proceed.
gotcha.
Now, and I just while I'm on the subject, I want to apologize to Amanda, who called in yesterday, and I was a little bit short with her because I've been, working hard. I've been under a little stress, and I was just a bit short with her on the phone because she did a similar thing, and she just started to talk and use the V word, and it just went into the weeds for YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. And that gets the channel in trouble. We can talk about all these things, but around here, they don't like that V word. They don't like the C word. So we don't talk about that. We talk about Kool-Aid.
Cupcake.
Got it?
Cupcakes.
So, yeah.
Got it.
All right. So proceed. Proceed.
So listen, I'm just calling in to defend this Liberty March, right?
Okay.
We are a group of individuals that has stood up since April of 2020, in particular against the cupcake and everything cupcake related, including, face diapers and all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
We're standing on the truth. We're standing on, testimony of doctors that will not be heard by the state. They will not face their accusers.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, what they do is they present witnesses, such as this one that we heard from the RCMP, that it has testified under oath, mind you, in front of a couple of different lawyers. I know one of the questioning lawyers was Freedom Corp, run by Keith Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And they have basically tried to suggest that somehow the Liberty March is domestic terrorists, specifically linking us to freedom on the land, quote unquote. And I know that there are people that are certainly interested in common law within the collective, but they have labeled the lot of us as domestic terrorists. And I take exception to this as a 10th generation Métis individual, born here in Alberta. I'm really watching my country be torn apart, forced cupcakes, in contrary to the Nuremberg Code. And I am personally calling for consequences in line with the Nuremberg Code, and as well calling precedent Whitehall 1649, which is when the British parliamentarian system elected a British parliament that conveyed a high council and court that basically condemned a king to a sentence of treason for making decisions that were in his best interest, not in the best interest of the people. That is a scary thing for the people in control. That does not make me a domestic terrorist in any way, shape, or form. I stand by my words. So, Rick, I love what you're doing. Keep covering it. Keep exposing the truth. We're all, we all have opinions, and opinions are like a-holes. Some are big and some are large, but we all have one. So take care, my friend, and I will continue watching throughout the day.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. And yeah, that's why I was pointing out yesterday that, these guys don't really seem to, well, I think they do know what terrorists are and they know what terrorism is. And I showed people clips of what real terrorism is in the most horrific and graphic way. And truckers are not terrorists. Okay. The farmers are just generally not terrorists. And even if you are a common law advocate or believer, that doesn't make you a terrorist. You know, if you're one of these people who is a member of the Freeman on the Land group, you know, doesn't make you a terrorist. It makes you a person who believes in an alternative. You have an alternative point of view on the legal system. I may or may not agree with those views. That doesn't make me a terrorist. Terrorists do terrible things to terrorize the public. The people protesting, they were the public. They are the public. They continue to be the public. They're just citizens, Canadians, fed up, beaten into submission by government. And they rose up in a grassroots, unorganized way. And as I said, this very first thing this morning, the government really needs to take note of what the people have been saying. They need to realize that, and they've acknowledged that all these protests all the way across the country, it's a loosely knit group of people or various groups of people who sort of all came together because they heard that there was this thing going on and they all just came out for it. That's basically it. And so you have people from all walks of life with a wide range of beliefs and views on all manner of things. And if you have something like that erupt, if the pressure has built up to the point where you just have citizens coming out en masse like that, it would be wise for the politicians and the people in power to take note of it and acknowledge it and address it by speaking with the people they're supposed to be representing. And until they do that, they will never address the core issue here. But no, in this inquiry, they are very focused on the technical aspects of just crushing the rebellion. Okay? Did you have enough cops to crush the rebellion? No, we were thinking of calling out the military, but they didn't want to do that because they're just trained to kill people. Oh my God. What is wrong with these people? Yeah, calling out the military, kind of a bad idea. Yeah, and then we had to find some guns to kind of back up this story where we was like all these domestic terrorists. So we found these guys in a shack up on the third concession, and we ran in there and we set up a SWAT team. We went in and took away their guns. How many did you get? Oh, we got like 8. They were going to take over the country with their 8 guns. Yeah, okay, national freaking emergency. I've been embedded with police on drug raids where there was more danger than what they're showing right there. And I'm not downplaying the danger at all. I'm saying put it in real perspective. Okay? That's not a national insurrection or an existential threat to the country, not in my estimation. You still haven't met the threshold, Mr. Trudeau. You have some splaining to do when you get on the stand. Okay, let's go move on and talk to Bill. How are you this morning, Bill?
I'm just fine, Rick. How are you?
I'm okay, sir.
Well, I just wanted to mention the fact that I picked up on that idiot mayor's comment there yesterday, fake guns. And then Brendan Miller brought up a very big point that I think is going to be brought up later too, that the 2 women were carrying bags that somebody identified as guns. I believe it was the mayor's wife.
Mm-hmm.
And they were undercover RCMP. Does this ever make it look like there could have been a plant involved and a whole setup done in that one raid? And that's about what you could fit into 2 hockey bags, 8 guns.
Yes, all this talk about these guns, this is still before the courts. This has not been tested in court. We don't know what the truth is yet, and we won't know until all the evidence comes out in court. All we really have right now is accusations, allegations, charges.
True.
So, I think we're in a dangerous place with regard to that as it relates to the inquiry, because depending on how long that court case goes, I think that those court cases involving those charges will drag on for a long time, long after the commissioner is compelled to provide his report, which is within about a month by law. So he'll need to use these allegations as a level of evidence in order to draw conclusions for his report and possibly draft recommendations based on that. And as a result, the information he has may be proven later to be inaccurate, not true, maybe even a complete fabrication involving undercover police officers who may or may not have been acting appropriately or properly, or we don't know. We just don't know. All we have is these allegations. Were these guns improperly stored? Did they have licenses for them? Where did they come from? You know, there are a lot of guns out there in the world. And just because the cops go in someplace and scoop up a bunch of guns, I want to know the details. I want to know what the truth is, especially before a commission comes out with recommendations that could affect the fabric of our society.
Right. Hey, I'm quite familiar with firearms, and I did gun repair for quite a number of years. And I recognize all those weapons that were there as all police and military.
Interesting.
I saw the picture, the snapshot, and that's what they were. So the M14s, which is a 223 caliber, and the M15s, they're also a 223 caliber.
Okay.
Those are basically assault weapons that aren't. They're not available to the public. You can't walk into a firearm store and buy one. So it looks more and more same as those Glocks that were on the table. Some were Glocks and some were Remingtons, but that's total police and military firearms, and they're just not available to the public.
Interesting.
So yeah, so either they've been smuggled in, and the border was closed, according to my watching of your show, so they didn't come across there, but all of a sudden they showed up in a house very close to the mayor's, because apparently everything's close there. So I'm really starting to get suspicious of what went on in Coots, and it's obviously the travesty that went on in Ottawa. That's
yes. Well, and it's interesting that the confiscation of those weapons is really what led to the protest coming to an end, because the protesters who were actually at the border wanted nothing to do with anything violent. They made that very clear. And as soon as there was any mention or any evidence of weapons, what did they do? They shut it all down.
They went home.
They went home because they were like, oh, that's not us.
Absolutely. They didn't want to be affiliated with that in any way, shape, or form.
So how convenient.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing that they haven't really dwelled upon too is that thing at the school parking lot. That seemed to be, in relative distance, the village of Coots seemed to be a fair piece away, and that was the only bit of almost violence that occurred. I don't think those people had anything to do with the convoy or the shutdown of the border, none whatsoever. But that hasn't come out yet, or maybe never will.
Right.
But you can run other incidents that happened here, there, and everywhere in the normal course of life, and try and amalgamate them all into one horrible scene. And that's what appears to be happening, because it's the only hope the government has of trying to justify what they've done, in my belief, anyway.
Yeah, those weapons and the body armor they found. Well, the body armor, that green vest. Can you tell me that didn't look like body armor to me? That just looked like a vest.
It's a police vest. That's exactly what it is. That's a Kevlar police vest. Again, not readily available to the public.
Interesting.
Worn by police officers. So there you go again. Body armor, what? Chainmail or the old whatever they used to call them, big suits of body armor, and put you on your horse and
for the knights. And we have a few knights around here, a few Maverick knights that we've knighted from time to time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I smell a big rat there when it comes to all that, those weapons confiscation and stuff like that. And I'm really interested in seeing if any more of this comes out in the commission here, because Brandon Miller's definitely done his homework. He's got something there up his sleeve, and it's going to come out later.
Yeah, he's a sharp guy.
Oh, is he ever? He is so. Yeah, I won't take up any more of your time, Rick. I know you have other callers coming. But thank you very much for giving me a bit of time on your show.
Well, thank you, Bill. I appreciate the perspective on that and the insight into the weapons and the body armor, which also conveniently had the diagolon flags, on each shoulder of the body armor. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Well, it certainly wasn't the cocaine fueled goat.
And it
I
just,
don't think they taught him how to use the M14 yet.
and forgive me, but I just have visions, replaying in my mind of the Gretchen Whitmer plot to kidnap and assassinate the governor of Michigan. Right? You may be familiar with that story, where there were more implanted FBI agents than people involved in the actual plot.
I think this could be the case at Coots.
Well, I guess that's what we need to know, man. We need to know the truth. That's all I'm asking for.
We
Is just
sure
give us
do.
to the truth.
Rick.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Keep up the good work, and I haven't missed a word that's been said since the day you started it. And I probably, unless something terrible happens to me, I won't miss any more either. Thank you very much for your time, Rick.
Thank you. Take care. Bye for now.
I will. Bye.
Let's move on here. And somebody wants to talk about Dr. Theresa Tam.
Hi, Rick. It's Eileen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What are you thinking about
Bless you.
Dr.
I've been
Theresa Tam?
Well, I want to say before that, I've been thinking about you ever since you told us about your family matter this week, and so just keep holding you in high regard about that.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to debrief a little bit about having gone out to a town hall meeting that my MP held. I had 2 days notice. He gave the community 1 week's notice. That right off the bat just pissed me off enough to go out and attend the meeting, which, I'm 76. I don't go out in the cold to attend a nighttime meeting anymore. And what I want to share with everyone is, none of us should be under any illusion that especially a young MP like him, he was born in 1979, so I don't know what, millennial or whatever category he fits into, but and he's a very nice man. He's lived in the Cowichan Valley here for 30 years. He's got 3 beautiful daughters and a lovely wife. I've, been in social situations where he was present. I don't know if I can even put into words, and, I won't take a lot of time. There were probably 25 of us in the room, all of us feeling quite desperate, how to communicate and be heard by these politicians. And many, many good points were brought up. And the way that he responded, not only did he come from a place as if, it's his job to tell us what to do, and that his narrative is the only narrative, but he discounted time and time and time again, even with nurses in the room who spoke, any validity to what we understand the truth is around this pandemic. And, that really troubles me. So I got up, and because I'm a ceremonial woman, I brought my talking fan with me, and I asked him, he was standing at a podium talking to a room set up in the usual square manner. So I asked him if he'd be willing to let me stand up where he was, and he would come and sit among us. And the whole room just kind of went, I didn't plan to do that. That's just what I did. So he did. He went and sat in the audience, and his attentiveness became far better than what was happening when he was, the teacher kind of thing. And bottom line with that experience is I made a request, an emotional request that by February at the latest, that we have a day-long forum-style community meeting instead of these 10-minute or 2-hour soundbite meetings that fit into his schedule. So we'll see what happens with that. But I just really wanted to kind of debrief that for myself. I'm kind of shaking a little bit here, even talking about it, because it really impacted me. Being, it's important to go out to these in-person meetings, I think, because you really get a felt experience of just what it is we're dealing with. So that's that thing. And the other thing I want to say about Teresa Tam, I'm trained in many different modalities about trauma and ancestral trauma, all different types of trauma, how that affects people, how difficult it is to, debrief that or let go of that, and most people medicate, right, to deal with that. Intergenerational trauma was the word I was looking for. And, so what we see, we're already seeing it in the chat, but what we see is the only vehicle we seem to have is, just spitting out our angst and our fury and just our discontent, understandably. And this just keeps going on and on and on. And, I just wonder if we can have a conversation one day about what might we do, instead of indulging in all these rants that, it makes people feel better, but it doesn't. Some people, we saw it in the chat, somebody infiltrated the chat today. Some people are getting quite, angry enough that they're almost willing to violate the protocol we've had all along as a freedom movement, which is to stay peaceful. And, people can only take so much. So I'd really love and value a conversation about, I asked for this meeting with my MP that is community-wide. I'd really love for us to flesh out some collective ideas about that, because all we have right now is our anger and our disbelief and our depression and what, talk to 50 people, they'll give you a different word for what they're feeling. And I just feel so much compassion for, not everybody has the same tools to maintain themselves, as this combative, oppressive, I didn't have words for it anymore. And thank you for listening. I really needed to get that out.
So just before you go, tell me, I have not really been looking in the chat much today. Is this something that I need to address?
No. I mean, there was one person that dropped in and, Chantal picked up on it that, every now and again we get these trolls that drop in and, I think all of us blocked them and he disappeared. I mean, I didn't even see him, his name in there anymore. But no, I think we have a wonderful group of people and I'm not sure YouTube likes the kind of profanity. The one caller was, I understand that kind of swearing. I don't like to listen to it, but, part of being part of this community, I guess. I just think it's an indulgence we could kind of change up a bit.
Yeah, I'm just not into banning people much. So, I personally, when it comes to the chat, I'm really trying to avoid banning people unless there's something going on in there that is really damaging the channel maliciously, or I can't advocate for free speech and then go around banning people because we disagree with them, right? It doesn't work that way. So I just deal with it a different way. But if people are intentionally going in there being disruptive because they're trying to inflict damage on the channel or the community, then that it becomes a little bit different at that point. Then it's not about free speech. Then it's about people coming in and being and
I have so much respect for that, which is why I keep coming back to this channel as the only place that I actually hear, because I hear the debate then and so on. And what I do, and I've said it a few times in the chat, is you can't because you're the moderator. But for me as a participant, to me, there's a really big difference between me choosing to block someone because I don't want to tolerate their inane comments anymore.
Sure,
I mean, they're free to make them.
That's right.
But I get to choose whether I digest them or not.
That's right.
And boy, my feed is much healthier as a result.
Yeah.
And that's how we empower ourselves.
Yeah.
So I can do that, but you don't need to, and to me, that's working really well.
Yeah.
So thanks
yeah,
for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's exactly right. And all I can say is, if you're going to engage with somebody in debate in there, try to keep it respectful. If it starts getting out of hand, my recommendation is just disengage. You don't have to continue the debate. You can make your point, share your, and move on. But when it turns into and here's the other thing, and this kind of happened in the last week or so. If things turn into a knockdown, drag them out fight, I don't really want to get involved. Okay, I don't really have the time to have people. I don't say inject myself, but if they don't try and drag me into the middle of these fights, YouTube chat room fights, it's just let it go. Okay, guys, let's try to be mature.
Well, and I want to say that I think since you first really spoke into that, a week or so ago, I've seen a difference. I've seen people taking more responsibility for their experience in the chat. Mm-hmm. And I will continue to block people because that's the way I disengage. It doesn't stop them from having their freedom of speech.
Yeah.
But to me, freedom of speech and choosing self-care, whatever that looks like for each individual, they're two completely different things. And I'm afraid that too many people are taking too much license to think that you can, I call it dumping, because that's just a phrase that, is used in counseling for, helping folks to learn more about their own behaviors, which enriches their communication with others. But that's a different thing. So to me, it's, I don't engage. I learned that one a long time ago, and I do comment, because I think it's helpful if we all lift each other up instead of just, smearing the shit on the screen.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
And that's not a judgment. I don't come here to judge. I don't judge people, but I do draw boundaries, healthy boundaries for myself. So that's all I really got to say.
All right. Thank you, Eileen. Appreciate the
I
call.
love you
as
guys.
always. Okay.
Okay.
Talk to you again soon. Take care.
Bye-bye.
And let's move on to Cameron.
Hey there, Rick. How's it going?
Excellent, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'd just like to start off by apologizing to you because the last time I called in, I was cursing on your show.
Oh,
and I realized afterwards that I think I remember hearing that you like to have a family.
Yeah,
at least
but
family-friendly stuff,
I've been
so-
guilty of it myself. So
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I was able to catch a good chunk of the testimony from the I'm going to get the title wrong, but I think that everyone will understand the associate deputy minister or the assistant deputy minister from Alberta here this morning.
Yep.
I didn't catch it all. I caught maybe 5 minutes when the Government of Canada lawyer was questioning him. But what I found from his testimony and the way that he was laying stuff out, it seemed to me that he seemed to be relatively reasonable. And as far as I understand public service, it seems that the Alberta Public Service did what they could do to support. I'm going to say again, and I'm completely ignorant of the reality of what happened on the ground at Coops. So for those listeners that know what happened and experienced it, not to take away from those experiences at all, but it seems to me that the RCMP response in Alberta here and the public service response in Alberta here was kind of reasonable. They were doing what they could do to get alternate protest locations. They were resorting to negotiation as much as they could. The public service wasn't looking to flex their muscle, at least from that testimony. And again, I didn't listen to the whole thing, so I very well could be wrong. Stuff could have turned sideways after I stopped listening. But that was the feeling that I got, and I'm hopeful that it continued along that vein, because what I really liked about it is that it was an example of how organization, cooperation, communication, the public service working with the police force could support legal protest, safe protest, peaceful protest, not infringing people's rights, still enable these folks to have their voice, and not trample all over them. Like it was refreshing to an extent. Now, did his testimony continue in that way? And am I off base, Rick, from your perspective?
No, I wouldn't say you're off base. I mean, in some ways, I'm sort of there with you, and that's the case in all of the areas where there were protests happening. I'm not taking a hard line on how any police service or how any government agency or institution responded to this. I think in some cases they did a good job in some areas, and in other cases, especially near the end, I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like the beatings that took place in Ottawa. But early on, I think that police were taking the proper approach when they were trying to respect people's right to protest. But at some point in every case, I think there was too much political influence that came to bear on it, and it overwhelmed the policing, and the police became an extension of the state, of the government. It's a difficult thing to define, and exactly where did it happen and so on. Like I think provincial police, for instance, in Ontario did overall a pretty good job, but
I agree.
But then at a certain point, even in Windsor, I did see things happen down there where I think that it was just too much, too heavy-handed. I did see people. I didn't like the way they were arrested. I didn't, and at the end of the day, I don't think the rights of the protesters were thoroughly or properly or adequately protected. There was just too much emphasis on we have to crush this and shut it down. And ultimately, I think that was a mistake by government, because the government just didn't deal with the core problem. That all they had to do was come out and talk to the people.
100%. 100%. And even from some of the testimony earlier in the process from some of the OPP folks, I think even some of the Ottawa police folks, like in the moment in their notes, they're explicitly highlighting the mission of this is to protect people's charter rights and protect public safety. And it was really refreshing, because I would like to think that when those officers are taking those notes, that they're not writing those notes as like, this is gonna be brought up, and so I want to make sure I look good. I would like to give the benefit of the doubt to say that individual genuinely feels that way,
of course,
and that's how they were approaching the event.
And I think they were
so
when
it
they
was really
approached.
refreshing to see that.
I think they were
100%.
And we also saw that there was a reference made to talking to the protesters, an acknowledgement that if they could get a meeting, they would probably all go home. And then that was throwing up the chain of command, and they were trying to get that to the politicians, but the politicians weren't interested. So the politicians
100%.
just have been the problem all along.
And even Slowly's, I think, misinterpreted comment in the news conference that there's no policing solution to this.
Right.
It's taken the wrong way, because it needed a political solution. These were protests because of political choices, not policing choices.
That's right.
The protesters weren't going to go away if the police could change something.
That's right.
The protesters would go away if the politicians changed something.
Right. And
I think that's what he was communicating.
Because the cops were down there engaging in negotiations, but the cops can't fix the problem. All the cops can negotiate is, where are you going to move your trucks? That's what they're negotiating.
Yeah, that's right.
They've got nothing to give them. Right?
Yeah.
This is that's
100%.
That's the problem. That has been the problem. And that's what I say, the cops were weaponized by the politicians, because the politicians just decided that they weren't going to talk to these people. So they're just going to treat them like terrorists. And if they deem them to be terrorists engaging in an illegal protest, and, then they can just have the cops go in and just clean them out, just get rid of them.
Yep. Yep. And actually, it's one of the things. So I'm, just to kind of put some demographic perspective here. I'm an accountant. I work out of my basement. I worked from home through the entire pandemic. Wasn't drastically negatively impacted by a lot of the mandates. I'm in Alberta, so I was one of the lucky folks across the country, for the most part, where generally speaking, we were probably the freest province in the country. So I wasn't negatively impacted, but I watched and was involved in different protests in the city here. And I don't, to put it bluntly, I don't necessarily relate with a lot, like I don't have a lot in common with farmers or with truckers. I don't understand the day-to-day lives that these folks live. I don't really genuinely appreciate how these mandates directly impact them, because I don't live that life. But what I do appreciate and what I do understand is that oh shoot, my train of thought just went sideways. I lost the point.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, no doubt. But like hearing some of these folks talk when they call in, I don't see it the same way, but I understand it. I understand the perspective that they have. I understand that just because I don't see things the same way that these folks see things, that they're wrong or that they're terrorists. You were speaking earlier about freedom in the land folks. I don't necessarily agree with these folks, but that doesn't make them wrong. It doesn't make them terrorists. Just because they have a different perspective doesn't mean they need to be crushed. Doesn't mean that they need to be forced out of our society and treated like second-class citizens.
Yeah.
It's absolutely disgusting. And I think that the Ontario politicians and the Ontario political response highlights that approach. We're going to crush these people. The Alberta political response seems to be very logistical. The police have a requirement for X, Y, and Z. We're going to do what we can do to support them to continue negotiating peacefully, to then enable them to do their work when it comes to a public order enforcement situation, where if they need to remove vehicles, they need to remove vehicles. No one requested additional legislative powers or authorities, policing authorities. We don't need to go down that road. It was, as far as I'm concerned, in air quotes, the right kind of response, the right kind of reaction. I'm very, very, I don't want to use the word proud, but that's kind of how I feel about the Alberta response in general.
Mhm. Yeah.
So anyways.
All right. Well, thank you for the call.
Those are my thoughts.
right.
Thank you for the time. Have a good day.
You too. And we're going to move on to Gary. We do still have a little bit of time left here, so we should be able to handle that. How are you, Gary?
Hello. Hello?
Oh, hi there. It's not Gary.
It's Carrie.
Carrie. Carrie, how are you today?
Okay, I got two things to ask you today. I know that we can't say a lot on TV and stuff, right? But I've been watching this almost every day. And I'm asking you a question here. When it came to Nova Scotia shooting and all that, at the Emergency Act, isn't it weird that it's the same people that's on it? Like Lucky and everybody that was involved in that Nova Scotia Act.
Why do you think that's why do you think that's suspect? I don't understand.
I don't know. That's what I got from, thinking about it and stuff, eh?
Well, Brenda Lucky, for instance, is, I mean, she's she heads up the RCMP nationally. So, so she's obviously going to be involved in any major incident like the shooting in Nova Scotia, which is the biggest incident of its type in Canadian history. So, of course she's involved.
Because I was asking myself, like, this is so close to that Nova Scotia shooting, also the Emergency Act, right? And so I was asking myself, like, how come the same people are involved in it? That's what I was asking.
Well, because I think that you're just looking at a response from the highest levels, because it was a tragedy on such a large scale, and there was so much violence and so much, death, that it required that. So that's why it's getting the attention of people right up at the top of the food chain. I don't think that there's anything unusual there to be suspect of myself. I think the whole thing is pretty weird, and I think that
it is
the
weird.
The entire police response needs to be examined, but
because it says that the RCMP and that are all corrupt. That's to be seen, sort of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean,
whatever happens will happen.
I don't have facts.
We can stand by,
so.
but we can't really make like the judgment. That's up to other people to do that.
Yeah.
But this is just something I was thinking, and another thing, like while the inquiry is going on, why is our Prime Minister going with drag queens? That's another one I'd like to know.
Why is he going with drag queens?
Yeah.
Like within the last day or so, you mean?
Well, the last few days you're talking that he's going to go with drag queens. It's all over TikTok, right?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, people post these memes.
So laugh out loud. Okay, I'll make you laugh a little bit today. Laugh out loud.
Okay.
Say yes to the dress or what?
Okay.
Sorry. But the thing of it is, like, this is a question that I did want to ask you. How come the same people are involved? Does this all fit into
We have
shooting.
we have to go because the commission is resuming. I'm sorry. We have to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. You take care.
All right. Okay. Okay, bye.
All right, let's go back to the commission hearings. Here we go. And we're going back to Mr. DiTommaso, who was on the stand, I believe, yesterday.
Welcome back, Mr. DiTommaso.
Thank you.
You've been sworn in, so I don't believe you'll have to do that again. You're under oath as you were yesterday.
Thank you.
And I'm Natalia Rodriguez. As I said, I'm taking over from my colleague, Mr. Polican, who was examining you yesterday. And I'm going to continue where he left off. He took you to your notes, and I will take you to your notes as well. ONT 405153. And it's at page 2. And you'll recall these were your notes from a call that you had with Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart, on February 3rd. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And yesterday, my colleague took you to some text messages with Commissioner Creek, in which you kind of agreed that the tenor of those text messages was essentially that things seem to be under control. Do you recall that?
I do.
So now looking at these notes, again, this is a call with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. And these are the notes you took from your discussion. You wrote 300
500.
Oh, 500. Okay, excuse me. 500 CMV in Ottawa, and that is commercial motor vehicles.
Yes.
3,000 people, noise in all caps there, verbally assault. Does that say RCMP or people?
People.
People. No outbreaks of violence. Political are very exposed. Stalemate. Nobody really in charge. Some who claim to be. Far right extremism. And if we go down, not going to be able to move once they are there, or they are here rather. How do they leave? Change in policy or de-escalation. Create incentives for them to leave. City has started to enforce bylaws. Get right on it as soon as they get here. Did that accord with the tenor of the types of information and the discussion that you were having with Commissioner Creek in terms of the public safety issues or what was happening on the ground?
It did.
Okay. And so did you feel that you were getting similar messaging from both Commissioner Creek and from the Deputy Minister in this case?
I did.
After speaking to Deputy Minister Stewart, did you have any public safety concerns about the situation in Ottawa?
Not at that time. I was getting consistent messaging from Commissioner Creek and from Deputy Minister Stewart that there were not any overriding public safety concerns. In other words, from my perspective, what we did not see is any serious violence taking place at that point in time. So no murders, shootings, robberies, stabbings, aggravated assaults, nothing of that sort. So from my perspective, no overriding public safety concerns at that point in time.
Right.
In terms of physical violence.
Right. So public safety can mean more than physical violence. You would agree with me?
Exactly right. Yes.
So were there other public safety concerns aside from, as you say, criminal code violations, murders, assaults, that type of thing?
Yes, absolutely. This protest was having significant impact on Ottawa residents. And we've heard it described before by various witnesses that it was having a significant impact on the mental health and well-being of the community, and I completely accept that.
Did it rise to the level of a public safety concern?
No.
Okay. And did the tenor of your briefings from Commissioner Creek change over the course of the protest? Did at some point, did it become different in tone in terms of the public safety risk and the issues that were arising?
Not so much in terms of public safety risks, but the longer that this protest went on, the greater the concern was. It needed to be brought to an end. And so everybody certainly recognized the urgency of the situation.
Right. Now, on February 2nd, I understand from Chief Slowly's witness summary that you spoke to him and he then requested to speak to the Solicitor General. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And now in his witness statement, he said that you were looking for verification on a report that ambulances were being denied access to Ottawa hospitals. Do you recall that?
I do. There was a concern with regards to emergency routes that provided access to various hospitals, and that was communicated to me. And I just wanted to confirm with Chief Slowly whether or not that was true, and if it was, what was being done about it.
Right. And he told you that that was not the case, right?
Correct.
And would that have been a public safety concern if in fact ambulances were not able to get to hospitals?
Yes.
And why were you looking specifically for that information? Why was that important to you?
I had a meeting earlier on in the morning, I believe, with the Secretary of Cabinet and other deputy ministers unrelated to this issue, and the matter came up from the Deputy Minister of Health. And so I committed to looking into the matter.
And so independent from that, would that have been a concern for you in terms of your role with respect to public safety in Ontario, if that had not been raised to you by the Minister of Deputy Minister of Health?
Yes.
Okay. In his summary, Chief Slowly also said that in that call with you, he asked you if you were aware of the public safety implications that the Freedom Convoy situation in Ottawa posed to the rest of Ontario. Do you recall him saying that?
I'd have to check my notes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you recall him telling you that there were some public safety implications to the rest of Ontario with respect to what was happening in Ottawa?
Once again, I'd have to check my notes, but I was certainly alive to the issue.
Okay. And was this the only call you had with former Chief Slowly during these events, like a one-on-one discussion with him?
No, there were other calls.
Okay. Now, it looks like during this call, he indicated that he wanted to speak to the Solicitor General, and it looks like he did manage to speak with her on February 2nd. Were you on that call?
I was not, but I arranged that call.
Okay. And did you prepare the Solicitor General for that call? Did you brief her ahead of time?
The only information I provided to Minister Jones was that Chief Slowly was interested in speaking to her with regards to the Freedom Convoy.
Okay. And are you aware of what was discussed on this call?
I was not debriefed, no.
Okay. Now, on February 2nd, former Chief Slowly said that there may not be a policing solution to this demonstration. Do you recall hearing that at the time?
I do.
And what was the reaction within the Government of Ontario to this statement, if any? Was there any concerns or questions raised as a result of this statement?
I did not have conversations about this issue with any of my superiors, with Minister Jones or the Secretary or the Premier, but I certainly felt that there was in fact a policing solution to the problem. It was a policing matter, and I thought that the police services within this province would be in a position to address the convoy.
And in your view, did this statement affect the provincial response in any way?
No, I was very confident that Commissioner Creek was providing all resources that were requested by Ottawa on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you. So I want to take you now to your notes again, ONT 405153. And if you can go to page 5, this is a call you had with Commissioner Creek on February 3rd, and it's at 17:10. There it is. So Commissioner Creek says no POU. What did you take that to mean?
That there were insufficient POU resources available.
And then if we look down, it says Chiefs very concerned about Slowly, as is our CMP. Still haven't pulled together his plan. Federal government expressing his concerns about his ability to lead. So you're hearing at this in this call that there are some concerns with respect to Chief Slowly's ability to lead, as indicated in these notes, correct?
This is what was being communicated to me.
Yes, and who was, and Commissioner Creek was communicating that to you?
Yes.
And was this the first time you were hearing that there were concerns at the RCMP level and with respect to Commissioner Creek about Chief Slowly?
Yes.
Did you relay this discussion to the Solicitor General? Let her know that the OPP and the RCMP have concerns?
To the best of my knowledge, I did, yes.
And do you know what her response to that was?
I do not.
Now, what is available to you? What can you do if you know, the two commissioners of Ontario and the OPP and the RCMP have lost confidence, as is what it seems like, in one of their a local chief of police? Is there anything in your toolbox to be able to respond to that?
No, not really. And what I mean by that is that the entity that is best placed to deal with the performance of a chief of police is the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction. That is the best entity. If, for example, there was a concern that a police service board was not providing adequate and effective police services, there is a provision in the Act for the Solicitor General to act and ask OCPC, the Ontario Civilian Police Commission, to start an investigation under Section 25 of the Police Services Act.
And to your knowledge, was that ever considered in this case?
It was not a viable option.
Why?
From my experience, the Solicitor General would have to write to OCPC at a point in time where she is satisfied that adequate and effective police services were not being provided by the board. And then the OCPC would have discretion to either accept or not the request of the Solicitor General. And from my experience, OCPC would take an extraordinarily long period of time to act. And I say that because Minister Jones has written to OCPC in the past on 3 separate occasions during my tenure to ask OCPC to step in. And in each of those cases, OCPC took a long time, in my view, to act because of their legislative obligations and duties. And so this was an urgent situation. And from my perspective, the entity that was best placed to deal with the performance of Chief Slowly was the local Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
And if the local Police Service Board of Jurisdiction does not take steps and it appears that perhaps adequate policing is not being effectively carried out in an area, why wouldn't the Solicitor General then exercise whatever authority he or she can, in this case she, to do something when it looks like other entities are not acting?
But something was being done. The Ottawa Police Service was being supported by the very capable leadership of the RCMP and the OPP and the provision of policing resources. I certainly had not lost confidence in the Ottawa Police Service. They were being supported ably and capably by that leadership. They were being given the resources that they requested.
And so if the commissioner of the OPP and the commissioner of the RCMP have lost confidence in the chief, are they not best positioned to make that determination?
Commissioner, Rebecca Jones for Chief Slowly. That was not the evidence of the commissioner. The commissioner very clearly indicated he had not lost confidence in the chief of police, and that is not what the note says as well. So we do object to the line of questioning involving an interpretation of a note, which is not consistent with the evidence.
So to rephrase the question, if it were the case that the OPP and the RCMP had lost confidence in a chief of police, would it be appropriate then for the Solicitor General to recommend to the OCPC to step in?
The entire issue is the provision of adequate and effective police services, not a loss of confidence. That's the issue. And from my perspective, the entity best placed to deal with that issue is the local police service board of jurisdiction. Within the Police Services Act, there are only two entities that are tasked and required to provide adequate and effective police services. The first one is the municipality with regards to funding. The second entity is the local police service board of jurisdiction.
So there was no, so if I understand what you're saying, there's no role here for the Solicitor General if adequate and effective policing is not being carried out.
There is a role, but only after it's been proven that adequate and effective police services are not being provided. And from my perspective, Ottawa Police Service, with the support of the RCMP, with the support of the OPP, with the provision of all resources that were being given to it, with all that support, I had confidence in the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay, and if we go a little bit down in the notes, where the star is, Windsor in Ambassador Bridge. Is this with respect to a possible blockade at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor?
Yes.
And was this the first time you were hearing that there was a possible issue at the Ambassador Bridge?
I believe so, yes.
And if we go to page 6, at the bottom of the page, keep going down. Yeah, where it says containment, negotiation, preserve life/public safety, protect critical infrastructure. Were these, now I'm trying to understand whether this was still within the context of your discussion with Commissioner Creek and whether these were priorities of the OPP that were communicated to you or whether this was your notes to yourself indicating what you thought the priorities were.
Priorities of the OPP as communicated to me by Commissioner Creek.
Thank you. And then at the bottom, it says flashpoint. Can you explain that notation there?
I can't, I'm sorry. I don't remember what that reference was all about.
Okay, so I'll take you now to ONT 4063. And I understand on February 3rd, the Ottawa Police Service requested assistance from the Ministry of the Solicitor General regarding the urgent appointment of members of the RCMP as special constables. Were you aware of this at the time?
Yes, and under Section 53 of the Police Services Act, the only role that the Solicitor General has is to simply approve the request of a local police service board or the OPP commissioner, depending on the situation. That authority has been delegated down to the Public Safety Division and in particular to the director at the External Relations Branch. I was aware of the request and I certainly communicated to my people in that section that we would move heaven and earth to make sure that Ottawa got all of the resources they needed with regards to expediting the approval.
And is this approval kind of administrative, done on paper type thing?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say it's a bit of a formality? You sign a paper and then it's done?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can take you now to ONT 405252. And these are text messages you exchange with Commissioner Creek. And this is February 4th, I believe. And it says there, I believe Commissioner Creek is in the white and you're in the green. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so in the white there, it says, I spoke with Commissioner Lucky, Chief Slowly, and Chief Raymer last night. And that's the former chief of the Toronto Police Service. Is that right?
He's still the chief.
Okay. Oh, I thought somebody else had been appointed. My mistake. Okay, so it says there, all have access to the necessary OPP resources. So what did you understand to be the status of the provincial resources in Ottawa on February 4th?
that all requests for resources were being maintained and addressed by the OPP.
And so the implication here is that the OPS has all of the OPP officers that it needs or that it has requested, right?
Correct.
Thank you. We can take that down. Now, on February 4th, there were also protests in Toronto, specifically around Queen's Park. You were aware of those, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that those protests wrapped up fairly quickly. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And so maybe you can shed some light, at least from your perspective, of what was done, what worked in Toronto, what was done right in Toronto that wasn't done in Ottawa. What was the difference here?
So I think Toronto certainly learned some valuable lessons from the experience that the Ottawa Police Service had just gone through the previous weekend. And so what, from my understanding, what Toronto did was they set up a hard perimeter around the critical infrastructure that the protesters were most interested in.
Can you try and slow down a bit again? I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's the interpreters.
I apologize, sir. So what Toronto did was they set up a hard perimeter around the critical infrastructure that the protesters were most interested in, namely Queen's Park. They requested resources from other police services to help them do that. At the end of the day, they denied access to Queen's Park Circle, hospital access roads, University Avenue down to Hospital Row. So all of that was denied to the convoys that were coming to Toronto. So the trucks, vehicles were not permitted into that area. They certainly facilitated the ability to exercise one's fundamental rights to lawful protest. Those truckers were available to come to Queen's Park and protest on foot because, as we know, the right to protest belongs to people and not to trucks.
And so do you know who would you credit with the appropriate response here in the Toronto protests? Was it the police? Was it the politicians, the mayor? How did this end up getting wrapped up?
Well, I would give credit to the Toronto Police Service being supported by other services and that provided those resources. So credit goes to all of the police services that participated in that protest. But I have to say, Toronto learned lessons from the Ottawa experience the previous weekend.
And what was your understanding of the purpose of the protests in Toronto? What were the protesters protesting?
So my recollection was that that particular protest was in support of the main protest happening in Ottawa. And my recollection of what was happening in Ottawa was that there was a major element of that protest that was protesting in regards to the January 15th imposition of vaccine mandates on international truckers by the federal government.
And was there an element as well, or at least from the province's perspective, that this was about provincial measures in addition to federal measures?
I don't recall turning my mind to that. My understanding was that this was a protest in regards to the federal mandate to impose vaccination criteria on international truckers. But having said that, I think that there were many other elements that attended both Toronto and Windsor that had other agendas.
Okay, but in your view, it didn't include protesting provincial mandates?
I don't know that.
Okay. I want to take you to OPP 404580. And this is, I'll take you to page 56. These are more text messages between you and Commissioner Creek. And if we go to page 56, this is now February 5th, Saturday. If we go down some more. So there, and just maybe you can clarify, the green, I believe, is you, and the blue, I believe, is Commissioner Creek. Do you know if that's, are you able to clarify that? If we go down, that might help. Keep going to the next page.
Not helpful.
Well, if we can go up, maybe I'll just ask the question and it may not make much of a difference. So it says there at 11:30 or 10:11, info on OPS PSB is clear to share, and that would be the Ottawa Police Service Board. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we go down, there's a link shared. The Ottawa Police Service Board calls special meeting. And if we go down to page 57, live link PSB meeting. So I just wanted to ask, there seems to be some text exchanged about the OPSB meeting on February 5th. And my question is, were you monitoring what the board was doing, or did you take an interest in the board's meetings?
I did take an interest. To the best of my recollection, there was both a public board meeting and an in-camera meeting.
And why were you taking an interest in the board's meetings?
Well, because at the end of the day, it's the board that has accountability and oversight over the Ottawa Police Service. And so there was a major issue happening in Ottawa, and I was interested in what steps Ottawa Police Service Board would be taking.
And I understand that the Ministry of the Solicitor General has a representative that goes to the meetings and advises the boards on various issues. Is that right?
Yes.
And you may or may not know this, but I understand that in Ottawa, it was Lindsay Gray. Do you know that?
After reviewing some material, yes.
Okay. And what is that representative's role?
So under Section 3 of the Police Services Act, the Solicitor General has responsibility to advise police services and boards. And the way in which that duty is discharged is by way of having police service board advisors. And so that advisor is there to provide advice on the Police Service Act upon request.
And does that representative report back the activities of the board to the Solicitor General's office?
No.
And
there's a report to the Inspector General of Policing.
Okay, but the Solicitor General's office does not receive any information back from that representative.
No.
Okay, and is there a reason for that?
So, well, it's a reporting tree, if you will. So that information goes to the Assistant Deputy Minister, the Acting Inspector General of Policing. That individual, Ken Weatherhill, reports to me, and then it's my job to advise the Solicitor General.
Okay. And to what extent were you briefed on the ongoings at the board?
I wouldn't say that I was briefed in any great detail, but I was aware of the general discussions that were happening.
Okay, and that was through whom? Just from watching the board meetings that were public, or was there another source of information?
A combination of watching the public board meeting on TV and the advisor that was present in the in-camera session as well.
Okay, and this would be Lindsay Gray?
Yes.
Okay, so you had discussions with her about...
I did not have discussions with Lindsay Gray. It was being reported through Ken Weatherhill to me.
Understood, thank you. I want to take you now to, we're moving on to February 6th, to a summary of a call. It's ONT 50311. And this is a call with the City of Ottawa. There are representatives from the federal government that were there as well. You were present. I believe on behalf of the Ontario government, it was you and the Deputy Minister of Transportation, Laurie LeBlanc, who were the two attendees for the province. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case, and there were other deputy ministers from Ontario there as well, if my recollection is correct, including Deputy Minister Kate Manson-Smith from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I believe she was there as well.
Okay. Do you know who took these notes?
I do not.
Okay. But you've seen them before,
I have.
and you saw them at the time they were sent to you?
These notes, the first time I saw them, I believe was sometime after the convoy in Ottawa was resolved.
I see. Okay. Thank you. My understanding is that Deputy Minister Rob Stewart convened this meeting. Is that right?
I would agree.
And before attending this meeting, did you have any instructions from the Solicitor General, from the Premier, on what your role was to be or what you were to contribute to this meeting?
No, but I certainly prepared for this meeting.
And how did you prepare for this meeting?
Well, one of the things that I did, and I'd have to check my notes for this date, but one of the things I did was I quickly reviewed the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and its provisions.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Well, in the event that the discussion turned to the EMCPA, I would be prepared.
And what did you see as your role in this meeting?
My role was to receive a situational update and then discuss what the art of the possible is with regards to resolving the convoy in Ottawa.
And what did you see as the province's role in trying to bring these protests to a peaceful resolution at this time?
So the province's role was certainly through the OPP, a division of the Ministry of the Solicitor General, to provide all the resources that were being requested.
Was there anything else?
Certainly trying to come up with strategies to encourage the truckers to leave, coming up with potential negotiation, mediation solutions, exploring various other incentives to compel the truckers to leave.
And if we go down on this page, the second bullet point, Steve Kanellakis, City Manager from Ottawa, provided an update from the city's perspective. Steve Kanellakis is concerned about the posture of local councillors who are pointing the finger at the province and federal government to provide assistance to resolve the matter. So were you aware at this point then that some leaders within the municipal community were pointing fingers, well, both at Ontario and the federal government?
This was the first time I heard that.
And then it says in bold, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the city of Ottawa at 4:30 p.m. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Were you aware that the mayor intended to put pressure on the Ontario government by declaring a municipal state of emergency?
This was the first I've heard of it, and I thought that that was rather an odd statement as well.
Okay, and why is that?
Because when you look at Section 4 of the EMCPA, the intent to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers is not one of the authorized reasons for declaring a municipal emergency.
Right. And so what did you understand the exercise of provincial powers to resolve this to be in this case? What did you understand the municipality to be looking to the province to do?
Additional resources.
Okay, so you understood this to be additional resources.
Yes. And that's articulated in the next bullet point, because City of Ottawa will also be looking for what the province and federal governments can do to provide additional assistance.
Right. Although it says we'll also be looking, so it seems like this is something separate from the bullet point above. You could agree with that interpretation?
I would.
And did you see the declaration of the state of emergency at the time that it was declared?
No, I've seen it in the disclosure material that I've reviewed.
Okay, so you were not aware then at the time that the declaration stated that the demonstrations were a threat to the security of the residents.
I did not see that declaration, no.
Okay, and that was not reported to you through your chain of reporting.
I did not see the declaration.
Okay. At this point, given the local emergency that's about to be declared and some of the other information that you've received, did you have public safety concerns about the situation in Ottawa by February 6th?
No, I was still not seeing any significant serious violent crime concerns at all. At no time did Chief Slowly or Commissioner Carrick communicate to me that there were significant public safety concern from a violence perspective. And I knew that the Ottawa Police Service was being well supported by the RCMP and by the OPP as well.
Right, but I think you can agree that public safety encompasses more than just violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so were you aware at the time that there were open fires in barrels on the streets and fireworks going off and open fuel that wasn't properly stored and diesel fumes that were entering people's homes? Were you aware of all of those circumstances on the ground?
Yes.
But in your view, that did not pose a public safety concern?
From a violent crime perspective with regards to the criminal code, yes.
Right, but from another perspective, it did, right?
Yes.
So in your interview summary, you indicated that you were of the view that the protest in Ottawa was a significant inconvenience, and that's a quote, but that it did not present an overriding public safety risk. Now, Commissioner Carrick was asked about this, and in his evidence, I'm not sure if you watched his evidence, but he indicated that it wasn't really about one being a safety risk and the other one not being a safety risk, but it was about prioritizing resources, and that the Hendon reports made clear that there was a security risk in Ottawa. You would agree with me that he was closer to the ground in order to assess the situation in Ottawa than you were, correct?
I agree.
And do you still stand by that statement today, that it was an inconvenience but not a public safety risk?
Well, it was much more than an inconvenience, and I accept that. There was a significant impact on the residents of Ottawa. I can't imagine what they were going through. I'm very sympathetic and empathetic to all that they went through and all the suffering that they went to. It was more than an inconvenience, much more.
Okay. Now, after this meeting, did you brief the Solicitor General on the fact that the city was going to declare a municipal emergency and that the stated intent was to put pressure on the province?
I don't have any notes that I briefed the Solicitor General, but my practice would be something this important. I likely did.
And do you know if the Premier was aware of that stated intent as well?
I did not speak to the Premier.
Okay. Did you speak to the Premier at all throughout the course of these events?
No.
And did the declaration in fact put pressure on the province to act?
The province was acting.
Well, for example, the provincial state of emergency came on the 11th. Was there any pressure from this local state of emergency to do that?
I'm not sure that pressure is the right word. I think the province was actively surveilling and looking at the environment in terms of what was going on province-wide. And when the concern was such that the protest was spreading to other parts of the province, as we saw in Windsor, in Toronto, in Cornwall, in Sarnia, at the Peace Bridge, that's when the Premier decided to act.
So is it fair to say, though, that this may have provided a signal to the province that the city of Ottawa was in need of more assistance?
I would agree with that, but we were also hearing loud and clear that the city of Ottawa was requesting additional resources.
Okay, and we'll get to that request in a second. So with respect to the stated intent, Mayor Watson, when he testified, stated that the city did not consider that the province was engaged enough at this time, February 6th, in finding a solution to the situation in Ottawa. So I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
I'm sorry, where is that in this note?
That was in his testimony. I can bring up the transcript, but he did say in his evidence when he testified here at the commission that by February 6th, he did not feel that the province was engaged enough in finding a solution.
I don't accept that at all. I think that the province was very engaged in providing support to the city of Ottawa through a variety of means, including support for injunctions, including providing advice to the police service board, including the provision of policing resources, including the provision of MTO resources. So I don't accept that at all.
Okay, and when you mentioned the injunction, what was the province's role with respect to the city's injunction?
I might be conflating the two injunctions, the one in Windsor and the one in Ottawa, but my understanding is that the Attorney General supported one of the two injunctions. I can't recall which one of the two, I'm sorry.
I believe that was Windsor. So I'll take you to page 2, or the bottom of page 1 rather. Thank you. Ottawa City Council is likely going to ask the Premier and Prime Minister to intervene directly. The Mayor of Ottawa, Jim Watson, is feeling the pressure and want this issue to be pivoted back to Ontario and Canada. So it's fair to say that in this meeting it was communicated or it was expressed that Ontario or that Ottawa felt that it needed additional help both from the province and from the federal government, correct?
Yes.
And on page 2, if we go to the third bullet point, Mario DiTommaso, that's you, Deputy Solicitor General, noted that the province expedited the approval of 249 special constables from the RCMP to assist Ottawa Police Service. So this is what we had looked at earlier, where there was an approval of RCMP officers to be sworn in as special constables.
Yes.
And so at this point, what else had Ontario done at this point by February 6th, other than what you've indicated there?
Provided significant resources to the Ottawa Police Service from the OPP, significant number of resources.
Okay, so so the OPP provided resources, and was there anything else?
Yes, I believe MTO was involved in providing their resources.
Okay, and if we go to page 5.
And I believe there was continuing advice to the Ottawa Police Service Board from the advisors. And I'd have to check my notes, but the province was heavily engaged at this point in time.
Okay, but you can agree that Ottawa doesn't seem to think so. They're expressing that they don't think there is enough engagement, right? Whether or not that's accurate, that's their sense that they're conveying.
Yes.
And at page 5, if we go to the first black bullet at the bottom, keep going, yes. Question from Mario DiTommaso, Deputy Solicitor General. Has Ottawa Police Service been working with the Ministry of the Attorney General to explore your options and in relation to position of the Crown for summary offenses? What were you suggesting here?
So I'm not sure that summary offenses is accurate. What I was suggesting was, is there anything else that the Ministry of the Attorney General can do with regards to any offenses that are charged? So what I was thinking about was, is there an ability to increase set fines? Is there an opportunity to explore bail provisions for those people that are arrested? Is there anything that the Attorney General can do to better support the Ottawa Police Service?
And if we go to page 9, Jody Thomas, National Security Advisor, in the subpoint, the black subpoint, would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa? For example, happening in other places like Kingston. What did you understand this comment to be in reference to?
So this comment was certainly not aligned with the comment that Deputy Minister Stewart made previous, where he was suggesting that the federal government did have a role in particular with regards to finding interlocutors. So from my perspective, this question was all about, from my perception, the federal government wanting to wash its hands of this entire thing. I didn't think that was appropriate at all. I thought that the federal government did have a role. At the end of the day, these protesters were in Ottawa to protest mainly the imposition of a vaccine mandate on January 15 on international truckers. They were on Parliament's doorstep. They were in the National Capital Region. The federal government, Public Safety Canada, does have a memorandum of understanding with Ottawa Police Service with regards to the provision of policing resources in and around Capitol Hill. The OPP is not a signatory to that MOU. So from my perspective, the federal government did have a role to play, just like Ontario had a role to play in the provision of resources. And so I made that known to Jody Thomas. I felt that some of the options that were available to the federal government included the possibility of meeting with and listening to the protesters, the possibility of amending their vaccine mandate, the possibility of providing additional resources to the Ottawa Police Service. So there was a range of options available to the federal government, and it was my position that the federal government certainly had a role to play in this.
Okay. And as you said, the provincial government did as well. So it was really the responsibility of both levels of government to come together and work together to find a solution.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. But I would also like to add, at the end of the day, this was a policing matter. And my view was that both the federal government and the provincial government had a role to play in terms of supporting the police response.
And you mentioned finding an interlocutor. Can you maybe expand on what the idea was there and what steps, if any, were taken?
So there were some names that were provided by Chief Slowly at that meeting. Don't remember the name. Murray Sinclair, Bob Ray, and others. And the idea was to get a very high-profile individual to meet with the interested parties to see if there's a resolution that could be had.
And what steps were taken beyond that? The discussion of the names, was anything done?
Not with regards to those names that were provided, but at the end of the day, there was a request later on from the provincial liaison team that was communicated to me through Commissioner Creek with regards to the potential to have ministers of the federal government and ministers of the provincial government to intervene, to provide a forum to listen to the protesters, to see if those protests could be de-escalated. But that happened later on, certainly not at this meeting.
I see. Okay. And that was through Commissioner Creek, you said?
Right. He made a direct request to me, which I communicated to Minister Jones.
Okay. And what was Minister Jones' response to that?
Well, at the end of the day, she did write a letter directed to Commissioner Creek, where she would certainly make herself available to, and this was in relation to Windsor, to make herself available to meet with the protesters if they left the protest and if they denounced this protest activity. So I'd have to refer to the actual letter, but the intent was to give the protesters an ear of the provincial and federal ministers so that they could be heard in an attempt to de-escalate. I remember communicating with Deputy Minister Stewart that was the request of the PLT, and I asked him to see what he could do to make federal ministers available as well. And through various phone calls and discussions, Deputy Minister Stewart was not able to obtain the services of federal ministers. I was able to get the service of Minister Jones to do that in Windsor. She was also willing to do that with regards to Ottawa.
And do you know why that didn't happen with respect to Ottawa if she was willing?
She was willing.
So why didn't it happen, I guess is my question. Why wasn't there a similar letter?
Because from my understanding, the letter did not have the desired effect in Ottawa. And from my understanding was that the protesters were interested in listening to or being heard by federal ministers. So Minister Jones was certainly interested in making herself available to the Ottawa protesters, but the federal government needed to be there as well because that would give the best chance of success.
And when you say the PLT brought this forward, was that the OPP PLT or the OPS PLT? Do you know?
To the best of my recollection, it was the OPP PLT.
Okay, and that was, from what I understand with respect to Windsor, was there ever an approach from OPS in Ottawa or the OPP in Ottawa to say the demonstrators in Ottawa would like to meet or would like to have communication with the provincial government?
So two things. I continued to urge Rob Stewart to bring federal ministers to the table, and I did that on my own, knowing that there was a potential resolution that could possibly be achieved, because if there was an interest in Windsor to do that, certainly there would be an interest in Ottawa. So I did that on my own. And the second thing I wanted to raise about that was that Deputy Minister Stewart certainly had direct conversations with Inspector Marcel Baudouin of the OPP PLT to see what the art of the possible was. So that was something that I was continuing to explore with Deputy Minister Stewart.
Right, and we asked Mayor Watson whether he was aware of any such overtures from the Solicitor General were made to Ottawa, and he said no. And there was a time when the Ottawa protesters approached the city of Ottawa because they wanted to have a meeting with the mayor. So I'm just wondering why that wouldn't have signaled to the province that if they're willing to meet with the mayor and they're willing to negotiate something in return, why they wouldn't be willing to do that with the province.
So my communications were not with the local city or the mayor. My communications were with Deputy Minister Stewart, and we were just trying to find whatever options were available to try to de-escalate this thing.
Okay, and so did you ever specifically indicate that the province would be willing to meet with Ottawa protesters?
To Deputy Minister Stewart, yes.
Okay, and what was his response to that?
That he would endeavor to make that happen, but it did not come to fruition.
Okay, and you don't know why?
I don't. That would be a question for Deputy Minister Stewart.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned that the province, or from your perspective, you thought the federal government had a role to play for various reasons, one of them being that the protesters were protesting federal vaccine mandates, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering, why does the substance matter of the protest affect who should be the entity that responds to that, or the level of government that responds? Responds to that protest?
It shouldn't be. I think both governments had a role to play, and certainly Ontario had a role to play. And I'm certainly aware that the protest was not exclusively about the federal mandate. There were other groups that had other agendas, and I recognize that.
Okay. And in terms of the parliamentary precinct, Wellington Street is a municipal road. It is the jurisdiction of the Ottawa Police Service. So in terms of any kind of federal jurisdiction over that street, you agree there is no federal jurisdiction over Wellington Street in terms of policing Wellington Street?
I agree. But there is, to my understanding, an MOU between Public Safety Canada and the Ottawa Police Service with regards to provision of policing resources in and around Parliament Hill, which includes Wellington Street.
And was it ever communicated to you that the local police service, in this case, the Ottawa Police Service, or through the mayor, because the request did come through the mayor and the chair of the board, that it had to be done through the province and couldn't go directly to the RCMP in terms of requesting resources. Was that ever something that was communicated to you by anyone in the federal government?
What, are you talking about the concept that all requests need to go to the province first and then to the federal government?
Yes.
Yeah, that's from my understanding, that's more of a policy through the emergency management process. I think there's a section in the Federal Emergency Management Act that speaks to that. Basically, the idea is when there is a declared emergency, that the province needs to exhaust its resources first before it can go to the federal government for an ask. And likewise, that the municipal authorities need to exhaust their resources first before they can go to the provincial government.
And so in this case, the letter from the mayor and the chair of the board requesting 1,800 officers went to both the Solicitor General and Premier Ford, and also to the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister. And so my question is whether you are aware if the fact that there was a request made to the provincial government directly from the mayor and the chair of the board and not through the province, whether that delayed RCMP resources. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware that it delayed RCMP resources, no.
And are you aware of whether it was an issue in terms of the federal government being able to deploy those resources, given that it could have been seen as circumventing?
So it's not a matter for the provincial government or the federal government to deploy policing resources. That is the exclusive jurisdiction, from my understanding, of both commissioners. They are the ones that have exclusive jurisdiction in deploying their resources, not the governments.
So my question is whether anyone within the federal government communicated to you that the request being made directly to the federal government was a problem because it wasn't being made through the province.
No, nobody communicated that to me.
Okay, thank you. Now, at the end of this call, this was a lengthy call among various people at different levels. Did you have any concerns at the end of this call? Were you satisfied that OPS and the chief were taking the right approach? What were your takeaways from this call?
My takeaways were that Ottawa Police Service needed additional resources, and those resources were in fact being provided, to my understanding, by Commissioner Creek and Commissioner Lucky. The main obstacle at this point in time was that there was not a plan by the Ottawa Police Service to dismantle the actual occupation. That was the critical problem.
And was that something that was discussed in this meeting?
I'd have to check the entire note.
But by this time, February 6th, you were aware of that
Yes.
there was a lack of a plan.
So I want to be very careful about that, because there was a plan with regards to the deployment of officers in Ottawa for maintenance purposes, to deal with the influx of officers, to deal with radio calls, public safety issues that may or may not have been occurring. There was a plan to do that. What was not in place was a plan to dismantle the entire occupation. That was the barrier. And that plan, from my perspective, included a plan to deploy public order units, a towing plan, an exit plan, a traffic plan, all of that. So when we say that Ottawa did not have a plan, I am specifically referring to what I was told was a plan to dismantle the entire occupation. That was the issue.
Right, so there was a plan for maintenance of the status quo, but not to end the situation, essentially.
Correct.
And you were getting this information from Commissioner Creek and Commissioner Lucky?
I did not speak to Commissioner Lucky.
Okay. So it was exclusively from Commissioner Creek in terms of the readiness of this plan that we're speaking about.
Right, but I also received information from Chief Framer, I believe, earlier on, and his view that Ottawa did not have that plan as well.
And do you know how he formed that opinion?
I do not. That would be a question for him.
Okay. So I'll take you to ONT 401912. And if we go down to the bottom, 5 bullets from the bottom. Let's see. There it is. So this is some public remarks that were made, and I believe this was made by the Solicitor General. To be clear, since the beginning of the protest, more than 1,500 Ontario Provincial Police personnel have been deployed to the City of Ottawa, providing a range of support to the Ottawa Police Service. This was a press release, I believe. Are you able to confirm that?
Yes.
And did you or your office participate in drafting this press release?
No.
And I'll take you now to ONT 405345. So if we go down, right, it's Fawad Abdi to you, subject line OPP deployment number Ottawa. And it looks like he is providing you with some OPP Ottawa deployment numbers. My understanding is that these numbers were requested by the Solicitor General's office from the OPP. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And why was this request made from the OPP in terms of the number of officers?
Well, the OPP has an obligation to keep track of the number of resources deployed to Ottawa in the event that there is a charge back to the municipality. So that's why those numbers were being tracked.
Okay. And then it says at the end of that paragraph, I have noted for the OPP, we will not and only bottom line numbers being used to confirm support being provided to Ottawa and having a sense of what the feds need to bring to the table. So a few questions. With respect to that in particular, was this chart being used to confirm the number of OPP officers that have been provided to be able to then say, well, now this is what the federal government needs to contribute?
No, I don't believe the case. I think there was a request from the minister's office of the OPP wanting to know what resources have been provided to date, and that was provided.
Okay, so in terms of the comment that having a sense of what the feds need to bring to the table, are you aware of what that's referencing?
I'm not.
Okay, and I understand from Commissioner Creek's evidence that the 1,500 officers, OPP officers, was an administrative number, and that in fact referred to shifts and not to actual 1,500 individual OPP officers. Is that your understanding as well?
No, that's not my understanding. My understanding is that 1,500 number referred to a period of time, 10 days, I believe, total officers being provided to the Ottawa Police Service.
But were these 1,500 different individuals, if I can put it that way? Or were these, 100 officers on one shift and then potentially similar number of officers on another shift?
Yes.
And you're reusing some of the same officers at different times, correct? It's not 1,500 officers.
At any one time? No.
Right. And were you aware that there was confusion at the municipal and the federal level with respect to the number of individual OPP officers deployed?
I do understand that there was confusion.
And was there ever a discussion with Chief Slowly to clarify that?
Yes, I received a call from Chief Slowly.
Okay, and when was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was shortly after these numbers were released by the minister's office.
And so what was explained to him in that call then?
Chief Slowly was very concerned about the release of these numbers. He asked me to correct the narrative that had gone out, to correct the press release. I informed Chief Slowly that these numbers were a compilation of numbers over a 10-day period and that they were cumulative in nature and not intended to represent 1,500 officers on any given day.
And he accepted that?
That would be a question for him.
Did you get the sense that he accepted that?
He was not happy
Okay, why wasn't he happy?
he wasn't happy that these numbers were released.
And was that because there was a sense that giving numbers of officers was an issue in terms of giving away police tactics, or it could have some sort of detrimental effect on a police operations? Or was it because he felt that the number was not being accurately portrayed?
I believe that he was not happy because it put more pressure on him and that these numbers would be misinterpreted.
I see. So if the public thinks he has 1,500 officers to work with, they're saying, why isn't he doing anything with them?
Correct.
And these officers were mainly, as you said, being used for maintenance, to rotate tired police officers out and bring other police officers in.
Well, no, not just that. Not just that. There were frontline police officers. There were intelligence officers, PLT officers, dispatchers. There's a whole range of officers that were being provided over that period.
Right, but what I mean is they were not being used to
Dismantle?
dismantle the protests, correct? Okay. Was there any concern that revealing the number of officers deployed could be harmful to operations?
From who?
From Chief Slowly.
I don't remember him talking to me about that.
Did you have that concern?
Yes.
If so, why were the numbers made public then in the press release?
I did not make those numbers public.
Okay, so you would have been against doing that. Is that what I'm understanding? If you had been asked, you would have said no?
I think it's not wise for anyone to make numbers of deployed officers publicly available.
Okay, so you weren't consulted on it, and so you weren't able to give that advice, right?
Correct.
If I can turn to ONT 403843. This is now February 7th. And if we, there it is. So you have a call, you say briefing this AM, and then it says call with OPCCC.
That should be OPP, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's OP. Okay, so this would be Commissioner Creek.
Yes.
Okay. Briefing this AM would be asking for twice the number of officers he requires. Can you explain this notation?
Yes, my understanding was that Commissioner Creek was communicating to me that at a briefing that had occurred that day, Chief Slowly would be asking for twice the resources that he required.
Did he give you any more context other than that? Why or what the purpose of that would be, whether he agreed with it, whether he had concerns about that?
Whether Commissioner Creek had concerns?
Yes.
Well, both he and I had concerns. I had concerns about why that would be done, but I was not privy to that briefing or that conversation. But as explained to me by Commissioner Creek, at the end of the day, that issue was irrelevant because there would be a planning team that would test whatever numbers were being asked for by the Ottawa Police Service. And that planning team would be staffed with subject matter experts, so they would test whatever plan. So given that Commissioner Creek had communicated that very fact to me, I had a sense of comfort in knowing that this is just, looking for the right word, this is just noise. I was comforted in knowing that whatever the Ottawa Police Service would ask for would be tested by the planning team.
You put a star there though and underlined it twice. It
Yes.
seems like perhaps you were expressing in your notes some concern.
Yes, I was concerned that if accurate, that Chief Slowly would take that approach, but I was also comforted by the comments of Commissioner Creek that whatever numbers were asked for would be validated and tested.
And at this point, the Chief Slowly had made known the number of officers he required. Were you made known by this time, February 7th?
I believe the request was for 1,700 uniformed police officers and 100 civilians.
And if I can take you to 1715, a little bit further down on this same document. And can you just, for the record, indicate who the individuals in this meeting are?
So Premier's Office, Cabinet Office, Solgen, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Ministry of Intergovernmental Affairs, and there was a meeting with regards to Ottawa, and this was because Mayor Watson and the chair of the board had written that letter formalizing the request to the Premier and the Minister, and given the fact that the letter had gone to the Premier, there was a meeting called to discuss, okay, what do we do with it? And my advice was that we give it to the OPP commissioner because it's his exclusive jurisdiction to determine whether or not to deploy resources, for how long, and what numbers. And so, so the discussion was that we would refer this letter to the OPP commissioner for his assessment. We were not in a position to direct the commissioner to say, you know, we've got a request for 1,700 and 100, please supply these resources. We don't have the ability to direct the commissioner. That's his exclusive jurisdiction. And so we referred it to the OPP commissioner for assessment only.
Okay. And if I can take you now to ONT 401141. So these, I believe, are the Solicitor General's notes.
I don't know that.
Okay, so that's fine. We'll go to OTT 3 zeros rather, 29488.
Sorry, Council, could you repeat that document ID, please?
OTT 3 zeros, 29488. Okay, is there anything further down? Okay. Okay, if we can keep going down. Yeah, keep going down. I believe it's coming up. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, we'll keep going down. Yeah, keep going down. Okay, yes, so there it is. We can just go up a little bit more. So it's dated February 10, and if we go down just to the signature line. So this is a letter that was sent by the Solicitor General to the Mayor and to the Chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board. This is a response to the request that was made for those officers. Were you involved in drafting that response?
No.
Okay. And did you read this letter at the time? Were you aware of this response at the time?
I'm not entirely sure I was aware of this letter at the time. I knew that the request was for additional resources was going to be referred to the OPP commissioner.
Okay. And My understanding from the content of this letter is that the Solicitor General is saying that she will forward the request to the OPP Commissioner, as we saw in those notes in the meeting that was held earlier.
Yes, and she's also highlighting that an operational plan proposed by the Ottawa Police Service. So it's both the resources that are being asked and also highlighting that an operational plan would be a good idea.
Okay, and so is your understanding that the resources were contingent on a plan in some respects?
The resources to dismantle
Yes.
were contingent on a plan, yes,
Okay, and at this time, there was not one.
correct.
Mayor Watson testified.
And when I say that, I'm sorry. And once again, the exclusive responsibility to deploy those resources were not of the government, were not of the minister. They rested with the OPP commissioner.
Right, but the government can help to bring that request forward and to encourage the OPP commissioner to deploy those resources.
No, the OPP are not to be directed. They are independent. They have discretion, and independence and discretion is not to be trifled with. So the government cannot direct, cannot influence. It is his jurisdiction to see the way in which he deploys his resources.
So you did not believe that you had the ability or the authority to recommend or to talk about the needs in Ottawa and to make any suggestions to the OPP commissioner?
We were not in a position to make any suggestions. I was comforted in knowing that the OPP commissioner was alive to this request and that he was more than willing to provide the requested resources contingent on the plan for the dismantling and removal of the protests being validated by the subject matter experts. That was the impediment.
Now, on February 9 at 3:30, there was a call between Mayor Watson, Premier Ford, and Minister Jones. Were you on that call?
I'm sorry.
There was a call on February 9 with the Mayor of Ottawa, the City Manager, Mr. Kanellakis, and Solicitor General Jones. Were you aware of that call or were you on that call?
Not aware and not on it.
Okay. So in that meeting, Mr. Kanellakis indicated about that meeting when he testified that Minister Jones expressed the view that the request was a law enforcement issue that needed to be dealt with between the chief and Commissioner Creek, and that accords with what you just said right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. So fair to say that she did not see a role in helping to pass on that request to Commissioner Creek, other than saying, here's the request, right?
That would be a question for her, but it's certainly consistent with what happened. There is not an ability to influence the OPP. There's not an ability to guide the OPP with regards to deployment of resources. That is, under the Police Services Act, the exclusive jurisdiction of the Commissioner.
And Mr. Kanellakis testified that on this call, the city asked what other actions the province could take in terms of regulation or legislation to put pressure on the protesters to leave. And he reported that Minister Jones said that this was a law enforcement issue, and so therefore it should be dealt with law enforcement. Do you share that view that there was not a regulatory or legislative action that could have been taken by the province?
There was a legislative action that was taken. That was with regards to the declaration of a provincial emergency, and emergency orders were issued as a result of that declaration.
Right. So aside from the declaration of the emergency, was there anything else that the province could have done at this point?
Are you referring to legislation,
Yes.
resources? To legislation? No, I'm not aware of any other legislation that could have been invoked. I think it's also important to understand that at this period in time, the existing authorities available to police were perceived to be sufficient by both Chief Slowly by Commissioner Creek and certainly by me.
And if I can take you to OPP 404580. And these are some text messages with Commissioner Creek. And I'll take you to page 70, the bottom of page 70. And if we go up a little bit, so it looks like you're in blue because at there it says, "Thanks, Deputy, much appreciated." That would be you, right? When the green, when the person says, "Thanks, Deputy," they're referring to you, correct?
I'm blue, Commissioner's green.
That's right. Okay, perfect. That's what I meant. Okay, so if we go up, if we can go up a little bit more. Deputy, on the call with OPS and CACP, any word if the request for operational resources to the Premier and Solgen will be referred to OPP. So that would be Commissioner Creek saying that.
Yes.
And then if we go down in response to that question, you say confident it will be referred, not certain. Why would it not be certain that the referral anyway would be made?
Because the letter was addressed to the Premier and to the Minister. And I'm not in a position to speak for them, but we did have a meeting subsequently after that with, and I've already testified to that with the Premier's office, Cabinet office, Secretary of Cabinet, etc. And it was determined at that meeting that absolutely it would be referred to the Commissioner for assessment.
Okay, so this was because you hadn't had that discussion yet
Correct.
to make the determination.
Correct.
And would there be a scenario in which that referral wouldn't happen?
No.
Okay. I can take you to ONT 405154. And we're moving ahead to February 8. When it says call with OPP, is that likely Commissioner Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to page 4, now a noon meeting with Feds and City of Ottawa.
Yes.
If we go down, we see all of the participants of that meeting. If we go down, and this is a staff level meeting, is my understanding, with provincial representation, federal representation, also municipal representation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go to the bottom of the page, so it says Blair and Mendocino both want three-way with Mayor and Solgen, and this is desire. Can you explain that notation?
Yes, it was communicated to me that the federal government, Ministers Blair and Mendocino, wanted to meet with the Solicitor General and the Mayor of Windsor.
And did that meeting take place?
I know that there were either 2 or 3 meetings that occurred at the minister level.
Right, so these would be what we've been calling the tripartite meetings. Are you aware of that terminology that we've been using in the hearings here?
Yes, but there were 2 levels of meetings.
Yes.
And I attended either 3 or 4 at the officials level. This notation is with respect to the ministerial level or the political level.
Okay, and at this time, at this meeting, did you have a sense of whether this was something that was possible and that could happen? Did you give a response to that request?
Yes, my response was that I would communicate the request to Minister Jones.
And you did that?
I did.
And did you recommend that she attend, or did you give any recommendation with respect to attendance?
I passed on the request to Minister Jones.
Did you make any recommendation about attendance?
I did not.
Okay. And ultimately, she did not attend, is my understanding. Is that your understanding as well?
There were, to the best of my recollection, 3 meetings. I don't know whether she attended one or not, but certainly 2 of the 3 she did not attend.
Okay, and my understanding too is that they were looking for some provincial representation. If not the Solicitor General, then the Premier, and he also did not attend. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And I'll turn now to document ssm.nsc.can 403019. So if these are some text messages. This is involving Mike Jones, who's the Chief of Staff of Minister Mendicino. And if we go down a little bit more. Okay, and so essentially, if we go up a little bit. So it looks like Mike Jones is saying, on Ontario, we haven't had much from Jones, so we've asked the Premier's office if there's someone else they'd like us to play with. And then if we go down, how is that? Fine. He didn't say no and promised an answer by end of day. So my understanding is that they were looking for some representation, but ultimately there was no provincial representation. Do you know why that was the case?
I do not.
If we go to ssm.nsc.can 402052, and this is a readout from the February 8 tripartite. And if we go down to where Minister Blair is speaking, we go down. On Ontario involvement, I know Marco's been having good conversations with Ontario. They're worried about being visible and then being asked about what the province is doing. Do you understand what this is in reference to?
No.
When he says they are worried about being visible, do you know who he would be having discussions with at the provincial level to make that assessment?
I was not part of this meeting, and perhaps that question can be asked of Minister Mendicino.
Okay. Is it accurate that the province was concerned about being visible, and that was why it was not attending the meetings?
I don't understand. The province was concerned about being visible. We were visible. The province was providing all sorts of support and resources to Ottawa. So I don't understand the substance of the question.
Well, it wasn't visible in those meetings because it wasn't attending. So was that a concern that if it came to the meeting, it would be asked about what it was doing?
I don't have any information on that. I'm sorry.
I'll take you to ssmcan.nsc 402837. And this is a readout of a call between Mayor Watson and the Prime Minister on February 8. And if we go down, keep going. Keep going. Yeah, we'll keep going down. All right, so we see the Prime Minister at the bottom says, I know we are looking very carefully at what we can do more. Brenda Lucky is looking at that. One of the challenges is that it goes in steps. The first step is to go to the OPP, then RCMP. It's difficult for us to say what we need to do directly until we have a better idea of what the province is doing. That's why this table is so important, but we are there to give more support as needed. So were you aware that the purpose of these ministerial meetings was to kind of sort out who's providing what resources and in what order, essentially?
That was being done at the officials level. That was being done between commissioners and chiefs of police as well. I was not aware of this call. I was not aware of the contents of this call.
Right, but in terms of the notion that having the three levels of government present at a meeting where resources can be discussed, official numbers can be clarified, the Prime Minister is indicating that that would be helpful. And I'm asking whether you would agree that that would be helpful.
No, it would not be helpful because politicians ought not to interfere with the deployment of policing resources.
So here, it looks like the politicians are in fact discussing resources, how many have been deployed, how many are required. We saw the mayor of Ottawa send a letter for resources. Is it your position that those actions were improper?
It is my position that the only people that are authorized in law to deploy resources are the Commissioner of the RCMP and the Commissioner of the OPP. They have sole jurisdiction. It's enshrined in legislation. I don't know what the Prime Minister was thinking with regards to influencing and having either the RCMP and the OPP provide additional resources. That is not their role.
So short of deployment, I don't think anybody's arguing that the Prime Minister should be deploying resources. But in terms of passing along resource requests, in terms of sorting out the numbers that have been provided and what's needed, and what the order of operations should be. Should the province be providing all OPP officers first and then the federal government and then the RCMP? It's unclear. And so my question is whether there is a role short of deployment that the politicians can play.
The resource requests were made, they were made public. They were made to the OPP Commissioner for assessment. They were given to the RCMP Commissioner. So those resources were being acted upon.
So is there a role for politicians in assisting with these with the resource matters?
How?
Well, my question is to you, sir.
I don't see a role for politicians to be involved with regards to deploying resources. And those resource requests were quite clear. The RCMP and the OPP understood what those resource requests were, and they were best placed in law to provide those resources.
So that said, you would not have considered it important for a provincial representative to be at these meetings, if I take what you're saying then?
I didn't say that. I just said that politicians do not have a role in asking police services to deploy resources. That is not an appropriate role.
And is there a role in helping to coordinate?
The OPP Commissioner, the RCMP Commissioner, Chief Slowly were in fact coordinating. And that's where the coordination belongs. This was a policing matter. It was a police response.
So then if these meetings are in order to try to coordinate a solution and to come up with solutions, would you agree then, aside from the resource request, which I understand your position, I take your position on that, there is a role though outside of the resources that politicians can play, and these meetings could be a helpful venue for all three levels of government to be speaking to each other about those other measures that can be taken.
About the other measures, the other solutions, what the art of the possible is, absolutely.
The mayor testified that had the province participated in the trilateral meetings, there likely would have been less of a delay in receiving resources. Do you agree with that?
Completely disagree.
If we go to the bottom of page 2, Yeah, and the Prime Minister in the middle of that paragraph says, but Doug Ford has been hiding from his responsibility on it for political reasons, as you highlighted, and important that we don't let him get away from that, and we intend to support you on that. What is your response to those comments?
I don't have a response. Those are the comments of the Prime Minister, and any questions about those comments ought to be referred to him.
Are you aware of any political reasons that Premier Ford would have had or the Ontario government would have had for avoiding these meetings?
No.
Now, my understanding is that there was a commitment by the Solicitor General to participate in these tripartite meetings. And in fact, in a call with Premier Ford and Minister Mendicino, Ford appears to have committed to asking Jones to participate, but then later kind of withdrew that. Do you know what caused this change?
I have no knowledge.
Okay. Now, Mayor Watson also testified that when he spoke to Premier Ford about attending these meetings, that Ford was adamant that he did not feel it would be useful to have 3 levels of politicians sitting around the table. And from the mayor's view, he thought the premier felt that it would be a waste of time, and he indicated that it wouldn't accomplish anything. Do you agree that it would have been helpful to have 3 levels of government at these tripartite meetings?
Perhaps. Perhaps it would have been helpful to have discussions to see what the art of the possible is with regards to other solutions.
And what about to help kind of coordinate the flow of information and align positions? Would it help for that as well?
Potentially.
Now, the commission may hear evidence that the perception was that Ontario did not want to participate because they wanted the City of Ottawa to lead the response, and basically that it was a municipal response and that it should be limited to the city. And because Ontario viewed this as a federal problem. Are either of these reasons accurate to your knowledge? Are you aware of these?
There's a lot to unpack there. Ottawa Police Service is the police service of jurisdiction, not the OPP, not the RCMP. And so we did not have the ability to impose the OPP on Ottawa without a direct request, without an invitation. So given the fact that they are the police service of jurisdiction, the OPP was in a position to provide the requested resources to deal with the problem.
Was there more to unpack there?
Yes, could you, I'm sorry,
Well,
could you repeat the question?
Yes, the question was whether these 2 reasons, whether to your knowledge, those were reasons for not participating. 1, that the City of Ottawa should lead the response to these protests, and 2, because this was a federal problem.
I'm sorry, I just don't know how to answer that.
I'll take you to ssmnsc.can 403104. And again, my understanding is this is Chief of Staff to Minister Mendicino and somebody from the Prime Minister's office. If we go down, Samantha Khalil, I believe. Keep going. Keep going down. Okay, so from Chief of Staff Mayor about the Mayor Minister Jones call. It did not go well. She told him she had no interest in being part of a political roundtable. Were you aware that that was Minister Jones' position?
No. But I have to say, Minister Jones was in fact engaging in conversations at the political level with Minister Blair, with Minister Mendocino, with Mayor Watson. Those calls were in fact taking place.
And did you have discussions with her about participating in these calls?
No.
Were you ever present on calls between Minister Mendocino and Minister Jones?
No.
If I can take you to ssm.can 406068. And this is a readout of a call between Premier Ford and the Prime Minister on February 9. And if we go down, keep going, okay, keep going. So they exchanged some pleasantry there, and then PDF is Premier Doug Ford, and he says, I understand and we all agree with peaceful protest, but I'll start off with Ottawa versus Toronto. I'll say that the police chief and Ottawa mayor totally mismanaged this. The Toronto Police Department and Toronto mayor did a great job. They've entrenched themselves in Ottawa. You said you did not have discussions with the premier during this time, is that right?
Correct.
And that includes phone calls, but also correspondence?
Correct.
And he would be getting his kind of briefing from Solicitor General, correct?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Do you have an understanding for the basis of the premier's view that the Ottawa police chief and the mayor totally mismanaged it?
No.
Did you share that view?
Which view?
The view that the Ottawa police chief and the mayor totally mismanaged it?
I had no conversations with Premier Ford.
No, I'm asking whether you shared the view, not with him, but in your own mind, whether you had that same view as he is expressing here.
No, I did not share that view with anyone at all.
Oh, no, sorry, I mean, did you hold that view? I should probably use that better. Did you hold the same view?
I wouldn't say that Ottawa Police Service mismanaged. I think that this was an unprecedented protest of significant magnitude and scope. And I think that the Ottawa Police Service did its best based on the information that it had. It was incredibly trying circumstances, and I certainly didn't envy the position that the Ottawa Police Service was put in.
And what about with respect to his comments regarding the mayor? Did you have any view about the mayor's actions?
No.
Okay. And then Premier Ford says, the bigger one for us and the country is the Ambassador Bridge and the state ground there. Would you agree that the provincial government's priority at this time was the Ambassador Bridge blockade in Windsor?
I think that Commissioner Creek prioritized the deployment of resources to the Ambassador Bridge. He communicated that to me for a whole host of reasons, with which I agree.
And are you aware whether politically the Ontario government also viewed Windsor as a political priority?
I'm not aware of that, but I have to say that the issue of the Ambassador Bridge was being well reported by mainstream media. Everybody that had a TV was certainly aware of how important that crossing was to Canada and to the province.
And if we keep going on his comments, keep going down the next page. So he says, I've asked, second line, I've asked our AG to look at legal ways to give police more tools and exhaust legal remedies because the police are a little shy and I can't direct them. So that's one area we can focus on. We can take their polar licenses. We checked that. We can shut down their fuel consumption and cordon off highways. That's where we're at. What was your understanding at this time, and this is February 9, of the tools that the police needed aside from boots on the ground, as they say, just resources?
So I was not made aware by Chief Slowly, by Commissioner Lucky, or the OPP Commissioner of any additional tools at this point in time. And you said this is 9 February?
That's correct.
I was not made aware of any additional tools that law enforcement required to end either the occupation in Windsor, the blockade in Windsor, or the occupation in Ottawa.
And did you ever have a discussion with the Solicitor General about what tools or legal remedies the province could provide to the police?
No.
Do you have any sense for what the Premier is suggesting here?
Can you refer me to a specific sentence, please?
Sure, the last two sentences of the first paragraph.
With regards to, I don't know what polar licenses are, quite frankly.
Could be a typo.
We can shut down their fuel consumption and cordon off highways. I don't know what he is referring to when he's talking about fuel consumption. With regards to cordon off highways, that's quite evident, the ability to block and close highways using existing authorities in the Highway Traffic Act.
Thank you. And then we're now on the second page. The Prime Minister says on the second line, you shouldn't need more tools, legal tools. They are barricading the Ontario economy and doing millions of damage a day and harming people's lives. Were you of the view at this time that there were no other legal tools that were required, that the tools required were available to the police at this time? Not resources, but legal tools.
I was not in receipt of any requests from our policing leaders for any additional resources, whether that was Windsor, Ottawa, Commissioner Lucky, Commissioner Creek, Chief Framer. At no time did anyone ask me for any additional legislative authorities.
Okay, so you felt that the police had the authority that they needed in order to bring these protests to an end?
At that point in time, yes.
Okay. And in that same paragraph, in the middle of the paragraph, the Prime Minister says, the Bridges and Tunnels Act means the federal government has responsibility over the bridge and border. So there is a role for us to play and we're happy to play it. But nobody can get on the bridge because they're on municipal land being blocked. And then further down, so just stick a pin in that. I'll ask you something about that in a second. Further down, he says, has Windsor asked anything of the OPP? I think we'll have to keep going down for that. Okay, there it is. Has Windsor asked anything of the OPP? Have they made a formal request to make a request to support them? And the Premier says they've put that request in through the Solicitor General. I spoke to the Mayor and that was the plan. Solicitor General was in touch as well, and I understand the request is going forward. So at this time, it sounds like the Windsor request has gone through. Had the Ottawa request gone through at this time?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 3, we keep going down. Yeah, the Prime Minister says, what are the next steps? You said the OPP are going in. Are they keeping you apprised and do they understand the urgency? They can't talk this out for 3 weeks. They need to act immediately. And then the Premier says they'll act, but without directing them, it's hard to describe their game plan. They'll have a plan, unlike Ottawa, where they didn't have a plan. I'll get briefed tomorrow from the Solicitor General, and we'll keep you updated. This is critical. I hear you. I'll be up their ass with a wire brush. And then the Prime Minister says, we're there with resources. Bill Blair will coordinate on our side, but you can reach out to LeBlanc or me. You and I need to work together on this. People will be assured by the two of us working together, and we need to demonstrate this is not a place of lawlessness. And the Premier says, agreed, you'll get an update tomorrow. And then the Prime Minister says, on Ottawa, it'll go through stages of OPP to RCMP and we'll have a plan. City of Ottawa has been struggling, but as soon as OPP leans in a bit more, we'll have more clarity on things. The federal government has no jurisdiction over Wellington Street, so it's an area we need to work through together. If the Ottawa residents have to go through another weekend like the past few weeks, it won't go well. So in this discussion, there's been some jurisdictional issues that have been identified. For example, the federal government doesn't have jurisdiction over Wellington Street. The RCMP doesn't have jurisdiction over Wellington Street. The federal government has some responsibility over bridges and tunnels, but policing is a provincial matter under the Police Services Act. So I just wanted to get your views on some of the jurisdictional challenges or issues that have been brought to light, as we can see in this discussion, and how you see the different levels of government working together to come to a resolution to specifically the events in Ottawa, which brought together many of those jurisdictional issues.
So from my perspective, both the municipal road that leads to the Ambassador Bridge, municipal jurisdiction. And so the police service jurisdiction there is the Windsor Police Service, and in Ottawa on Wellington Street and the surrounding area, obviously, Ottawa Police Service is the police service of jurisdiction, and they are the two entities that are responsible for resolving both those issues. Do they need support? Absolutely. Is there a role for the federal and the provincial government to play with perhaps identifying interlocutors, with providing opportunities for mediation, for sitting down with protesters to negotiate? Absolutely. But it's ultimately a policing matter to resolve, and the police services of jurisdiction have that responsibility.
And once it becomes beyond the abilities of the local police service, how then do the other two levels of government work together to try to come to a solution, specifically with respect to Ottawa, which has those issues that we've identified?
Well, those discussions were in fact happening. They were perhaps not happening on a political level at a tripartite table, but they were happening between Minister Jones, the Premier, the mayors of both Windsor and Ottawa, and certainly Ministers Mendicino and Blair. So those discussions were in fact happening.
And so do you see the provincial government's role in a city like Ottawa to be different than, for example, as somebody raised in one of the meetings, a city like Kingston that is not the national capital region and that is not the capital city?
So both Kingston and Ottawa have their own police services. Both police services are the police service of jurisdiction. The province is there to provide the necessary support upon request.
Okay, so those would be treated the same from the provincial standpoint?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when the local police service has gone beyond its capacity, do you agree that the province has primary responsibility to respond to those requests for services through the OPP?
Are you talking about generally or specifically with regards to Ottawa?
I thought you just told me it was, my understanding from what you said is that it didn't matter whether it was Ottawa or Kingston. So in any city in Ontario, unless there's a distinction.
So certainly the province does have a role to provide additional resources, and that's done through the commissioner of the OPP.
And so to the extent that the OPP has exhausted its resources, it would then turn to the RCMP to require additional resources from the RCMP. Is that the kind of logical?
Not necessarily. We still have other municipal police services as well that are able to assist. The policing leaders in this province work collaboratively. They are all members of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. Those calls were in fact happening on a regular basis. And so it is not just the OPP going to the RCMP for assistance. The OPP would have the ability to ask for resources from municipal police chiefs. A municipal police chief has the ability to reach out to other police chiefs to ask for resources as well. So certainly the province has a role to play through the OPP, but so do municipal police chiefs as well.
Right. And in your view, the RCMP has a role to play as well. Is that fair?
Yes.
So it's really a coordinated response among all three levels of government.
Yes. Depending on the situation, and we heard that Ottawa was an unprecedented situation requiring all three orders of government to participate.
Now, at any point, did Commissioner Creek, who I understand was mainly who was briefing you throughout this process, make any suggestion or ask about a provincial state of emergency?
No.
Did you have any discussions? Did you ask him whether he thought any of the measures under a provincial state of emergency would be helpful for him?
I did not, but I was certainly thinking about the EMCPA. On or about that point in time, what we saw was an escalation in terms of protests. We saw protests in both Sarnia, Windsor, the Peace Bridge in Toronto and Cornwall. So I had a growing concern about the escalation of protests specifically designed to thin out police lines to prevent police from responding in Ottawa.
So did there come a point where you considered that a provincial state of emergency would be helpful as you see these resources being spread out thin?
I was certainly thinking about it, yes.
And in terms of declaring a provincial state of emergency, that's within the purview of the Premier, is that right?
And Cabinet.
And Cabinet. And does the Solicitor General have a role in briefing or advising the Premier with respect to that?
Yes.
And what's that role?
The Solicitor General is certainly free to provide that advice.
Okay. But it's not at the Solicitor General's recommendation that the Premier would do that. Is that right?
The Solicitor General certainly has the ability to provide a recommendation to the Premier.
Okay. And are you aware of whether that recommendation was made by the Solicitor General?
I'm not aware of any discussions between the Minister and the Premier.
Okay. And do you have the ability to also make a recommendation to the Solicitor General with respect to declaring a state of emergency?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
No, quite frankly, the Premier beat me to it. He signaled on the 10th of February that it was his intention to declare a provincial emergency. And given that signal, that intent on the 10th, several ministries started working together to permit the declaration to happen. And the essence of emergency declarations are for emergency orders to flow from that. So we were examining what emergency orders were required to support the emergency declaration. And one of the key people that we relied upon was Commissioner Creek. So communicating to Commissioner Creek, there will be a provincial emergency declaration. What tools do you need to more effectively resolve the situation in both Ottawa and at the Ambassador Bridge? And so that communication was ongoing between various legal departments, between my ministry, the Ministry of the Attorney General, Cabinet Office, Premier's Office, and Commissioner Creek.
So is it your understanding that the decision to declare a state of emergency was made before the measures were determined, what the measures would be that would fall under that?
I know that the signal for an emergency declaration was made, and then we started consulting with Commissioner Creek with regards to what tools he required.
And do you have any knowledge of what was the turning point or the tipping point for declaring for wanting to declare an emergency as of the 10th of February?
I don't know what the Premier was thinking, but I was certainly in a position to have made that decision on around, or that recommendation on around the 10th, simply because the matter was escalating. The number of protests were escalating. We saw repeated blockades and attempts in Sarnia, the Blue Water Bridge, Highway 402, Nipigon, Cornwall, the Peace Bridge, Windsor, Toronto. So certainly things were escalating. And I was certainly in a position to make that recommendation, and I would have had the Premier not beat me to the punch.
Okay, thank you. And I'll take you to ONT 405149. And this is the briefing note that the Solicitor General sent to Cabinet regarding the declaration of the emergency on February 12th. Did you advise the Solicitor General on this briefing note?
So it's Cabinet Office that prepares this briefing note.
Okay.
And it's not my ministry.
Okay. And so you saw it when it came out, essentially. You didn't have any input into it.
My ministry certainly had input into developing this note.
Okay. And are you aware of whether the drafting of the emergency measures had started by the time that the declaration was made on the 11th?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the objective of the declaration and the emergency orders that accompanied it?
The objective was to, well, there were a number of objectives. The objectives were to provide law enforcement with the tools that they needed to effectively deal with the Ambassador Bridge, Ottawa, and any other protests that could develop in the future. So the emergency orders were designed, in my view, to both deal with the existing occupations and protests, but also to prevent and reduce and mitigate the harm in the future. So it was both reactionary and future looking as well.
Okay, thank you. And if we can go down on this document. And so I just want to look a little bit at the measures and what they prohibit. And so the first A sub I says preventing someone from traveling to or from critical infrastructure as defined in 2F. So if we can go down to 2F. Yes, there it is. And so we see there from I to X or 1 to 10, the different elements under what is defined as critical infrastructure. It's interesting to note that the parliamentary precinct is not included under critical infrastructure. Do you know why that was excluded from the definition of critical infrastructure?
Yes.
And why was that?
The Emergency Management Civil Protection Act has a limitation in it, and that limitation is that all emergency orders need to be as minimally intrusive as possible. Given the fact that lawful protest is a charter right, there was a concern that if we included the parliamentary precinct, that people that are protesting some other issue would be impacted by that. And so we did not want to be overbroad with regards to including the parliamentary precinct.
Okay, and if we can go back up to the beginning of that, those measures, keep going up. So if we go then to, so as you mentioned, then the parliamentary precinct would not be part of the definition of critical infrastructure. However, if we see one in number 5, A sub 5, that the measures also prevent individuals from preventing someone traveling to or from walkways, bridges, and highways other than 400 series highways, which are already captured as critical infrastructure, if doing so would, and there's 3 conditions. Can you explain that particular measure and maybe explain what the purpose of that was?
So that particular measure was specifically designed to deal with the situation in Ottawa. We see that it refers and references highways. The definition of highways is taken from the Highway Traffic Act. And according to that definition, that certainly includes all the residential streets, including Wellington, in Ottawa. So this measure was specifically designed for Ottawa. And when we look at number 3, if doing so would seriously interfere with the safety, the health of or well-being of members of the public. So specifically designed for Ottawa.
And as you mentioned, highway in this case means essentially any road.
Correct.
And was there any concern that this might be overbroad if it captures any road anywhere in Ontario?
No, because there's a caveat to it that the interference would have to either 1, 2, or 3 seriously interfere with the safety, health, or well-being of members of the public, as an example. So this was not overbroad.
And conversely, given that there are 3 requirements or 3 possible requirements, one of the 3 would have to be triggered. Was there a concern that potentially it wouldn't be able to apply to Wellington unless one of those 3 was met?
No, there was not that concern.
Okay, so you were confident that these measures were targeted to the situation in Ottawa, but would not be overbroad so as to impede peaceful protests in the parliamentary precinct. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
If I can take you to ONT 405152.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? I
Yes.
just want to check on the witness. Or do you want to break? This is going to be, I'm afraid, long. So the question is, do you want to break? You could have 2 breaks, or we can keep going until you signal.
We could keep going, Commissioner.
Okay. You've got endurance. That's good.
So it was ONT 405152. And this is now February 14. And these were amendments that were proposed to the emergencies orders. Were you aware of these at the time?
Yes.
And were you consulted on the amendments?
Yes.
And did the Solicitor General consult with you?
Did she consult with me?
Was the consultation with the Solicitor General?
Yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the purpose of the additional measures?
Can you scroll up for me, please?
Sure.
So it's articulated right here, confirmed that provincial offenses officers can in fact remove objects, including vehicles themselves, as well as causing others to remove them. In B, give provincial offenses officers to remove objects or cause them to be removed the power to detain and store.
Sure.
those
Sorry,
objects.
maybe I'll just clarify.
Sure.
What was the intended purpose of these amendments?
So,
What are they targeting?
so with regards to B, we were receiving additional information from Commissioner Carrick with regards to what additional powers he required. So when you look at B, for example, there was a concern that if a vehicle was seized, sent to the pound, a person could certainly pay the fine or the storage fee, get the car back, and then certainly join up again with a protest. So this particular emergency order gave the police the ability to store that vehicle for as long as the emergency order was in effect. Also, there was the issue, as articulated by ADM Freeman yesterday, with regards to CVORs and ensuring that the police made reasonable efforts to notify those individuals that had CVORs and where the vehicles were being detained and stored. There was also the requirement to ensure that tow truck operators, storage yards were effectively compensated. And so there was a provision here that referenced the Storage Liens Act, I believe it was, that made it clear that any monies owing could be enforced through that particular act.
And if you go to the second page, in the first paragraph under why does Ontario need these changes, we'll keep going. Right, there we are. It says, following the declaration of emergency on February 11, 2022, action by police services have addressed the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor. However, as the bridge has just begun to reopen to regular traffic, there remains a threat of impeded access to or egress from the use of it and other critical transportation infrastructure, including essential trade corridors. What was your understanding of the continued threat of impeded access to or egress from the Ambassador Bridge at this time? This is February 14.
So there was information of various convoys coming to the Ambassador Bridge from potentially from Ottawa, potentially from other parts of Ontario. I know that the commissioner informed me that there was a call by protesters to come to Ontario to assist. And so that concern was real. And so that's one of the reasons why this emergency order was declared and put into force. There was a concern that there would be continued attempts to block Highway 402, the Blue Water Bridge, the Ambassador Bridge, the Peace Bridge, Toronto, Nipigon, Cornwall, etc.
And was there any coordination with the federal government on the tools that might be needed in the measures, in the provincial measures, to end the situation in Ottawa? Was there ever a discussion with federal counterparts about the measures?
Not to my knowledge. I did not discuss this with Deputy Minister Stewart. I don't know whether Commissioner Carrick had that discussion with Commissioner Lucky.
Okay, so to your understanding and to your knowledge, neither did the Solicitor General and neither did the Premier, correct?
I don't know that.
Right. In your view, was the provincial declaration of emergency helpful in resolving the situation in Ottawa?
Yes.
And in Windsor?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, it certainly provided the ability to tow vehicles and other objects that were blocking the roadway. And it certainly provided the ability to immediately suspend driver's licenses, permits, and CVOR registrations. It gave the police the ability to remove vehicles themselves and provincial offences officers themselves if necessary. It certainly gave police the ability to store seized vehicles for a long term so that they could not be reused in a protest. And it certainly imposed significant fines on individuals. As an example, violating one of these emergency orders, to my knowledge, the maximum penalty for an individual was $100,000, for a director of a corporation, $500,000, and for a corporation, I believe it was $10 million.
So these measures were significant.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was any other level of government consulted on this provincial declaration or any of the emergency measures under it?
I certainly had discussions with Deputy Minister Stewart after the declaration of the emergency, and we just did discuss some of these provisions. Deputy Minister Stewart informed me that at one point in time after the federal government or while the federal government was discussing the Emergencies Act, that the provincial declaration of emergency certainly had more teeth than the provisions in the Emergencies Act.
And you mentioned that you also spoke to Commissioner Carrick about what measures would be helpful.
Correct.
Did you have any similar discussions with Commissioner Lucky?
I did not.
Was Did anyone ask the province, anyone meaning within the federal government, the municipal government, OPP or RCMP, was anybody requesting that the province declare a state of emergency, to your knowledge?
No.
Were the elements there prior to February 10 for declaring a provincial state of emergency? Could it have been declared sooner?
There's a two-part test in the EMCPA that has to be met. So I think an analysis would have to be done to see when that two-part test could have been met.
And were you doing that analysis in your mind as time went on?
I was thinking about it, yes.
And when, at what point did you conclude that that had been met?
On or about the 10th, when the Premier signaled that he had the intention to declare.
Okay, so prior to that, it was your assessment that the conditions were not there. Is that right?
And that was primarily based, well, I wouldn't say that the conditions were not there. That was primarily based on not receiving any direct requests from any of our law enforcement leaders.
For the declaration?
Correct.
Okay, so had that request been made, you would have considered it sooner?
Yes.
Now, it's my understanding that the provincial state of emergency closely coincided with Ontario relieving some of those provincial mandates. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm not clear on provincial mandates.
And Commissioner, I'm about to move on. This might be an appropriate time for a break. I'm sure my friends would appreciate that as well.
Okay, well, certainly the interpreters do. So I will we'll take a 15-minute break and then we can come back.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay, folks, we're on a break. Well, they're on a break. We're not on a break. We're going to chat. That's what we're going to do because that's our job. Hang on. Be right back.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, so we are setting up the phone lines. Just give me a moment and we'll have everything ready to go. Stay with me.
Fighting the Great Reset by leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, so we're back and we're ready to roll here. Let me just pull up the phone system. Here we go. And we're ready to take our first calls. First up, Sarah. How are you, Sarah?
Good, Rick.
Oh, it's Errol. It's the name game.
Yes. What's that?
I call it the name game because people's names come up on the screen and quite often the system gets it wrong. So when I call people by all these different names, they say, it's Frank. And no, it's not Frank. It's Pete. Oh, okay. Sorry, Pete. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Sarah.
Well, thanks. Yes, it's funny you should mention that. I'm on my way to the doctor for a sexual. No, let's not go there.
The government will pay for that these days, you know.
Indeed. Anyway, I was going to, speaking of name calling, I was going to just refer to you as my 5F. We could make it 6F if you like, but anyway, 5F is for fellow ferocious freedom fighter friend.
Oh, well, I'll accept that.
Anyway, okay. So I, on a slightly more serious note, I have a question and a suggestion. The question, I'll be real quick. I think we can all agree that the vast majority of politicians, certainly at the federal level, are lawyers. Do you know if Trudeau is a lawyer?
No, I don't think he's a lawyer.
He
was a drama teacher.
Yeah, I know. We're all sadly familiar with his drama teacher career, but I just find it odd that he is one of those rare. Well, he's rare in a number of different ways.
He went to school for drama, and then he went to the Klaus Schwab School of Authoritarian Tyranny.
That's for sure. Yeah. He passed with flying colors at Klaus Schwab's. Klaus Schwab's school. Anyway, and my suggestion, just to lighten things up a little bit, they keep talking about raising the temperature and lowering the temperature during the Freedom Convoy, which is ongoing, I would add. So maybe the temperature's a little bit lower right now, but who knows? It may ramp up again. They had hot tubs there and a bouncy castle. I'd like to suggest that we do a little, and we're all familiar with the Ipsos surveys, right?
Yes.
IP, spelled IPSOS. Well, I'd like to suggest we just drop the IP part of that and conduct an SOS survey. And specifically, the question I'm suggesting is that, and I'm hoping you might be agreeable to doing this, again, just for fun. But the question is, what's your favorite or preferred nickname for masks? And I've got a few options that people could vote on. One would be breathing barrier. 2 is face and or mouth diaper. 3 is muzzle. 4 is UPOS. Sorry, I've got this thing about acronyms. UPOS being UPOS, which extends out into useless piece of shit, which so accurately describes the people who push the masks as well.
Okay.
And then, of course, there could be a fifth option just for other, if anybody has any other names that they would like to call them.
Yeah, well, we could set up a poll.
Okay.
Yeah, we can set up a
Cool.
poll. Yeah. We can run that. I can set that up and we'll put it on the website. It'll take me a little time to do it. I might be able to get it done tonight.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good idea.
just to lighten things a little bit. All of this stuff is so intense and dramatic and scary and depressing all at the same time. I think we're all going through a whole bunch of different emotions here as we listen to this. All the information that's being revealed in this hearing.
Were you picking up on the the level of involvement of the politicians and how the Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario was keeping an eye on it? It seemed to me the Prime Minister, at least at one point in some of the correspondence, was walking a very fine line between, just almost crossed the line and maybe even did, I don't know, in trying to exert political pressure on police services.
Yeah, you're right, Rick. And I see it somewhat analogous to the whole separation of church and state too, right? I mean, in theory, I guess all of these separations are wonderful, but in reality, in the real world, those two entities have to communicate with each other at some level, and
they do, but he's very in tune with it. This guy, I actually trust him to do his job. All right. And he's not a politician. It's like strictly business with him, but he understands where the line is drawn. Justin Trudeau, I don't think he really cares. Doug Ford in that correspondence at various times is more aware and more concerned with that ethical and legal requirement for politicians to keep their nose out of police business in terms of directing police. Politicians' government does not direct police, but we saw it blatantly in Ottawa. Former Chief Slowly under intense local, provincial, and I think even federal political pressure. All of it flowing, I think, top down from the Prime Minister's office right through to the Mayor's office, into the Police Services Board, and affecting Chief Slowly. You can see it in those Police Services Board meetings at the local level. But that's also why we're seeing a higher level of professionalism coming out of the Ontario Provincial Police than we did out of the local police service in Ottawa. Too much political influence. The whole damn police department politicized. Everything's political. That's why they hired the police chief to begin with. Was they hired him for a political purpose, to go in there and affect change on systemic racism, inject wokeism into the police service. That's what he was really there for. And from there, it just out goes it. And now you've got this major event has come to town that has to be managed that they don't like, because they view these people as political enemies, and they just want the police chief to go down there and do their political dirty work for them again. And not just locally, but all the way from the Prime Minister's office down. That's my assertion here, is that that's what has happened. But the provincial police,
Yeah.
because you've got, bigger fish over there, and they have more experience and a better system in place, and they see the importance of that the Solicitor General, the Deputy Solicitor General, no, they weren't. They were not going to cross that line. And I think, what year was it? This goes back quite a long time ago, but there was a Solicitor General in Ontario who got pulled over, I think, at one point. I'd have to find the story, but that Solicitor General said something to the effect of, to the cop, "Don't you know who I am?" or something like that. But it was like, it was politically influenced. I think it was like, got to be 30 years ago. A lot of lessons learned at the OPP. I'm just telling you, man, these guys, they were operating at a much higher level ethically and legally than what we were getting in Ottawa and in Alberta, I think, too.
You hit the nail right on the head, Rick, when you mentioned wokeism. And that's the common thread throughout all of this, whether it be police or politicians. They're all way, way, way too woke. Yes. And they just wanted, again, whether it was police or politicians, they just wanted to bust heads and shut that whole effort, that whole awake effort down.
Yeah. And you saw it out west too at Coots, and we've heard reference to it. Oh, it's just these freemen of the land guys. They're just all those crazy nut bar people, those crazy conspiracy theorist, racist, misogynistic truckers. Just get them out of here.
Yeah. Anyway, do you have any update on Ford's?
Oh yeah. Actually, I knew. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it right away. And yeah, he was encouraging people to wear masks, but stopped short of making any reference to actually bringing back mandates. That was the word that I got back. So that's kind of where we're at with that at the moment. But make no mistake, I can tell from the headlines, even here right now, that they want to bring them back in the worst way. It's one of the top stories on CTV's website right now, where they're making reference to federal officials encouraging people to, or urging people to wear masks indoors again. And Ontario Premier Doug Ford said Wednesday, that he's encouraging Ontario residents to wear a mask whenever they are in a situation that is less safe, but stopped short of committing to any sort of renewal of mask mandates in the province. And he said, quote, "We said from day one, I'll always listen to Dr. Moore's advice, and the advice he's giving everyone, I'll give them the same thing. Wear a mask when you can, when you're within risk." That was from the Premier. That's what he said. And he said, oh yeah, get your flu shot, get a COVID-19 shot too, Ford said. I'm going to head out there, get my fourth one, get a flu shot, because I can't chance it. Old guys like me, we're going to get a shot just to be safe. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Did the vaccine pass all the safety tests?
Yeah. The recommendations always precede the mandates. So yeah, I strongly suspect mandates aren't too far down the road again. But what I was actually asking, Rick, was regarding Ford, was his court fight to not attend the hearings as a witness.
You know, people keep saying that he's gotten out of it, but I have not seen a decision from the court on that yet.
Okay.
So I don't, like me personally, and maybe I'm missing it. I have a lot of ground to cover as one guy. Here it is. Judge rules Doug Ford immune from testifying. So yeah, he does not need to testify.
Wow.
And
okay.
Yeah, I think that's disgusting. The privilege,
Absolutely.
This is the quote from Simon Fothergill. Justice Simon Fothergill says, "The privilege provides the Premier and Minister with a lawful excuse not to comply with the summonses issued by the commissioner on October 4th, 2022. And that is a decision that just
Wow.
came down a couple of days ago. So I'm sorry, folks, I missed that, but now we know. Terrible.
Yeah. Anyway,
gotta go.
My apologies to other callers. I'm monopolizing
Yeah,
again.
we gotta
I'll
go.
let you go.
The commission's resuming, so we'll pick these calls up on the other side of the action here. Thank you, everyone. And here we go. Talking about a call with Deputy Minister Stewart. Here we go.
Yes.
And the third point, also Federal Emergencies Act is being discussed, is on the table, but great reluctance to invoke, primarily because provincial penalties under EOs are much greater than what is available under Federal Emergencies Act. Advised both Minister Jones and SOC of above. So what did you understand, Deputy Minister Stewart, to be telling you about the relationship between the provincial and the federal measures?
Well, we didn't discuss the difference between the two measures in any great detail. The discussion was about the fact that the federal government was considering the invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act.
And was this the first time you were informed of that?
Yes.
And did you understand him to be saying that the provincial emergency measures were greater than the federal emergency measures based on those notes that you made there?
The penalties, yes.
The penalties. And did he give you a sense for why it was being considered if that was the case?
No.
I'll take you to ONT 403847. And these again are your notes. This is now February 14. And this is, you make some notes in relation with to a call with Deputy Minister Stewart at 8:55. I inquire as to whether Federal Emergencies Act will be invoked today. Silence. What was your interest in inquiring about the Federal Emergencies Act?
Well, he had signaled to me the day before that the federal government was considering the invocation of the act. And this call here, I wanted to know whether or not that was in fact happening. He did not answer my question.
Okay, and did you take that to mean that that was the affirmative and not wanting to answer one way or the other?
Yes.
Was the province expecting this to happen, or was this just you asking, or were you asking on behalf of others?
This was me asking.
Okay. Do you know whether the Solicitor General or the Premier were expecting the government to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No.
And when Deputy Minister Stewart indicated that to you, that it was being considered, is that something you passed on to the Solicitor General?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, the Federal Emergency Act measures were put in place to help solve what you've indicated was a policing matter, so a law enforcement issue. Did you see any concern about using federal measures to deal with what is substantially a provincial matter, which is policing?
No, because the Emergencies Act invocation, from my view, was national in scope. And so not knowing what the federal government concerns were Canada-wide, I wasn't really in a position to have those concerns.
And there was a First Minister's meeting on the morning of February 14. Were you aware of it at the time?
I found out later.
Do you know whether Premier Ford was given advance notice of this meeting and what the topic of the meeting was?
No idea.
Are you aware of whether he was briefed on the Emergencies Act prior to that meeting?
I don't know.
Did the Solicitor General seek your input or advice on the Emergencies Act prior to that meeting?
No.
Was it your view that the Federal Emergencies Act could help the police resolve the situation in Ottawa?
Yes.
And so if that's the case, then were you of the view that the Ontario measures were not enough to bring those protests to an end?
No.
No, it was not your view?
Correct. I thought that the provincial emergency declaration and the orders that flowed from them were sufficient to assist the police in resolving both Ottawa and Windsor. Having said that, the emergency orders that flowed from the federal emergency declaration were certainly helpful, and I know that they were used by law enforcement.
So if it was your view that the provincial measures were enough to bring these protests, at least in Ottawa and Windsor, to an end, why did the government support then the invocation of the Emergencies Act by the federal government?
That would be a question for Premier Ford and Minister Jones.
And in your view, did you support the use of the Emergencies Act?
I never turned my mind as to whether I supported the act. I can tell you that the authorities granted by the Federal Emergencies Act were helpful, and they were used by law enforcement.
And just to clarify, your views were not canvassed with respect to whether or not the province should be supportive of the use of the Emergencies Act, was it?
Correct.
Now, we've heard testimony earlier this week about the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. We've spoken a bit about that briefly as well. Is it your understanding that the request for resources that came from Windsor were in some way prioritized by the OPP?
Commissioner Creek informed me that he was prioritizing the resources for deployment to the Windsor Bridge for a number of reasons.
And do you understand or do you have any knowledge of whether the Solicitor General directed Commissioner Creek to prioritize Windsor resources?
Knowing both the Minister and Commissioner Creek, the Minister would absolutely not direct the Commissioner, nor would the Commissioner receive that direction well. He would refuse it.
Okay, and why would that be?
Because there is, that's an operational matter, and government, ministers, myself are simply not permitted to direct the OPP with regards to an operational matter, and deployment of officers is considered to be an operational matter.
Okay, so the prioritization of resources, you would say, is an operational matter?
Provincial police resources, yes.
Okay. And, but you would agree with me that the Solicitor General can issue directions to the OPP Commissioner that are not related to operational matters?
With regards to policy matters, yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the scope of that authority that the Solicitor General has to direct the OPP Commissioner on non-operational matters?
Well, that authority is contained within the Police Services Act, that the OPP Commissioner is subject to the Solicitor General's direction. But my understanding from Ministry Legal and case law is that direction is only to apply with regards to human resources, budget, policy, and certainly nothing in regards to operations, and certainly nothing in regards to any emergency provisions.
Right, but as you mentioned, human resources would fall under that. So prioritizing human resources in one area over another, would that fall into?
No.
Okay, and are you aware of whether the Solicitor General did in fact issue any directions to the OPP Commissioner throughout these events?
I'm not aware, and I believe had she done that, the commissioner would have informed me.
Now, we see in the institutional report that was filed on behalf of the Government of Ontario that the business sector became quite activated with respect to the Windsor blockade. And I think you mentioned something along those lines as well, right?
Yes.
Did that play a role in the decision to prioritize Windsor as an issue that had to be resolved?
So it was Commissioner Creek that prioritized the deployment of resources to the Windsor blockade over Ottawa. And as he communicated to me, one of his considerations for doing so, one of many considerations, was the economic impact.
Now, witnesses have testified before the commission that the city of Ottawa attempted to make a deal or did make a deal with protesters to move trucks out of residential areas. You're aware of that?
I was informed by Deputy Minister Stewart at one point in time on a phone call.
And did you know that it was Dean French who was the person representing or negotiating on behalf of the protesters?
Deputy Minister Stewart informed me of that.
Okay. And you weren't aware of that prior to his telling you?
No.
Okay. Do you know how Mr. French got involved and became the representative of some of the organizers in this?
No.
Did you have any contact with Mr. French during any of the time of these protests?
No.
Are you aware of whether Premier Ford or his staff had any contact with Mr. French?
No.
Are you aware of whether Mr. French was acting under the instructions of the government, the Ontario government, to broker this deal to find a resolution?
No.
Now, we know the Emergency Management Ontario and the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre were both engaged in the Windsor situation. They were not engaged with respect to Ottawa. Do you have a sense for why that is?
They were engaged in Ottawa. There was a field officer from Emergency Management Ontario that was embedded in the Ottawa Emergency Operations Centre.
And what about the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre?
The Provincial Emergency Operations Centre was in full activation mode on the 11th of February.
In Ottawa?
The Provincial Emergency Operations Centre is located in Toronto.
Yes, but I mean, it was activated with respect to the events in Ottawa on February 11th. Is that what your evidence is? Okay. But not prior to that?
So there are three levels of activation with regards to the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre. There is routine monitoring, there is enhanced monitoring, and then there is full activation. And the PEOC went into full activation on the 11th of February. Before that, it was in enhanced monitoring mode.
Are you able to tell us when it went into enhanced mode?
I'm sorry. I am not.
Can I take you to pb.nsc.can 407378? This is a letter from Commissioner Creek on February 22nd to you. And if we go to the second page, you recall receiving this this letter?
Yes.
If we go to page 2, the last paragraph, Commissioner Creek says, while this situation is unprecedented, the OPP worked with legal and determined that because we are engaging companies under the provisions of the Emergencies Act, not as procurement, contract, or agreement, that we should work within the reasonable compensation provisions consistent with the terms of the regulations. Now, my understanding is that the tow truck operators were indemnified under the Emergencies Act. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And were you involved in discussions around what indemnification could be provided to tow truck operators?
No.
And my understanding is that the OPP was delegated power under the Emergencies Act to compel tow truck operators. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that done? Were tow truck operators compelled under the Emergencies Act?
That would be a question for Commissioner Creek.
Okay. In the evidence we received from Commissioner Creek, it seems that the trucks had been lined up and ready to go before the letters were sent out, but that he had concerns about them backing out at the last minute. Do you recall this? Were you aware of this at the time?
Yes, Commissioner Creek did make me aware of that concern.
Okay. Now, just to go back to a point regarding the day-to-day enforcement operations, which, as you have testified, the Solicitor General can't direct. In your view, was the OPS providing adequate and effective police services at the time when the convoy became entrenched?
I would say yes, with the support of the OPP, yes.
And so then you understood that to mean that there was public order in Ottawa?
Yes.
Now, the Police Services Act provides that if the Ontario Civilian Police Commission finds that a municipal force is not providing adequate and effective police services, it can communicate that finding to the board of the municipality and direct the board to take the measures that the commission considers necessary. Do you have any views on whether the Solicitor General's office should be able to recommend to the commission to take such a step? I understand that right now that's not contemplated in the Act. I'm asking whether something like that would be helpful.
So the Solicitor General does have the ability to write the OCPC to ask it to investigate the provision of adequate and effective police services.
And right, so that's a different provision, is my understanding, that the commission may, at the request of the Solicitor General, investigate, inquire into, and report on the conduct or the performance of duties of a municipal police chief. Did the Solicitor General, to your knowledge, consider making such a request from the commission?
I don't know.
Are there any other mechanisms that can be used for the Solicitor General or the Commission, in this case, the Oversight Commission, to remove a chief of police or have a chief of police step aside if it has concerns about its performance?
So the OCPC has the ability to and/or remove a chief of police. A police service board of jurisdiction has the ability to suspend a chief of police. And in my view, in this particular circumstance, the entity that was best placed to deal with any performance issues that it perceived would be the police service board of jurisdiction.
So my question is, should there be a mechanism, doesn't exist in the Police Services Act, but should there be a mechanism by which the Solicitor General can take steps to ensure adequate and effective police services if it is of the view that there are circumstances that warrant it, where perhaps the board is not able to act or is not acting, is receiving inadequate information, where there's a deficiency of some kind, which then does not allow for the board, who, as you say, would be the entity that would normally be the one to do that. Would it be helpful to have that kind of a mechanism in place?
I think that is a discussion that needs to take place with legal services. We are currently in the process of drafting regulations with regards to the Community Safety and Policing Act, which we hope with cabinet approval and legislative approval to be brought into force sometime in late 2023 or early 2024. So discussions certainly need to happen. But you're asking me a question about whether it's appropriate for the Solicitor General to have that authority? Perhaps. Perhaps it would be appropriate for the Commissioner of the OPP to have that authority, given the fact that he has responsibilities across the entire province, and perhaps that authority would be better suited for the Commissioner to have the ability to step in and take over a particular operation if there was reasonable grounds to believe that adequate and effective services were not being delivered. Okay. But in this situation, once again, I believe that the Police Services Board was best placed to deal with that issue.
Okay, and on that point, if I can take you to OPB 401647. So these are the meeting minutes of a meeting of the Ottawa Police Services Board on February 5th. And this is the one I believe you and Commissioner Creek had been texting about on February 5th about a meeting at the board. This is the in-camera portion of that meeting. And if I can take you down to, I believe it's page 2 or 3, if we can just go to the second page. Okay, if we keep going down, just scroll down. Okay, so in the middle of that paragraph, it says the chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. So here's an example where the board has been told by the chief that on February 5th, there's a comprehensive plan. My understanding from your testimony is that there was not a comprehensive plan to end the demonstration on February 5th. Were you aware that the board was being given the information that there was a comprehensive plan on February 5th?
No, and with regards to this particular section here, I think that the Police Service Board is entitled to receive operational information in camera. The Morden report states that. Now, the Morden report does not have the force of law, but one of the recommendations certainly says that a board is entitled to receive that operational information. Now, had the board not been satisfied with either the performance of the chief or the provision of that operational plan, it had options.
Okay, and what were the options?
It certainly could have invited the OPP and the RCMP to come in and brief it as to whether or not there was an operational plan to dismantle. It could have informed itself better. The board had the ability, according to the Morden report, to make recommendations to the chief of police. And the chief of police certainly had the ability to either accept those recommendations or not. The board could not infringe on operations, could not direct the chief on operations, but it certainly had the ability to make those recommendations. Had the chief declined to accept those recommendations, that would have informed the board as to what its next steps ought to have been. And one of the options was for the board to make a request under Section 9 of the PSA to the Commissioner of the OPP to step in and take over that particular operation. That was an option that was available to the board.
Okay, so were you aware that the board was informed on February 5th that there was a comprehensive plan?
No.
If I can take you to OPP, and I'm almost done, Commissioner, I just need a couple more minutes, if you will. OPP 404580. And if I can take you to, these are text messages. Again, if I can take you to page 128. And this is between you and Commissioner Creek. And at 3:59, if we can find that. So we hear, so again, we said the blue is you and the green is Commissioner Creek, correct?
Yes.
And so you say to Commissioner Creek, in a confidential board meeting, I'm hearing slowly tendered his resignation and external chief will be hired, still confidential as meeting is going on. And he says, interesting, this will be very important to confirm. How did you learn about what was happening in the confidential board meeting as it was happening?
So there was a police service board advisor from the ministry in that confidential meeting.
Lindsay Gray?
I believe so.
And how were you receiving information about what was happening at the board meeting?
Through Ken Weatherhill.
And was that through text messages?
I don't remember. May have been phone calls, text messages. Don't remember.
And sorry, what was the name of the person you indicated?
Ken Weatherhill.
And who's Ken Weatherhill?
He is the current acting assistant deputy minister in charge of the Inspectorate of Policing Division.
And how was Ken Weatherhill aware of what was happening at the board meeting? Was he in attendance at the board meeting at the time?
He was communicating with his police service board advisor.
And that would be Lindsay Gray?
Yes.
Okay, so if I understand it, Lindsay Gray is in the meeting. She's communicating with Ken Weatherhill and he's communicating to you.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol in a confidential board meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in his evidence, Commissioner Creek indicated he was concerned about the hire of an external chief in Ottawa. Were you aware of Commissioner Creek's concerns?
Might have to check the text messages and my notes. I'm not aware of him communicating his concern with regards to an external chief. I stand to be corrected. I just don't remember.
Did you have any concerns about an external chief being hired?
No, what I was most concerned about was that the impending decision for positive action not be interfered with. That was my main concern. We were going into the third weekend. There was a decision for positive action. The resources were in place. And my main concern was that if there was a new chief, that chief would have to be briefed up, would have to review whatever plan there was, and that would slow things down.
Okay. And if I can take you to my last document, OPP 404583. And I'll take you to page 52. Now, these are text messages between Commissioner Creek and Commissioner Lucky, so you were not on these messages. The second blue bubble on page 52. Let's keep going down. Okay, so sorry, in the green, and I understand that green is Commissioner Lucky and blue is Commissioner Creek. With respect to your comments yesterday, I agree we need to ensure OPS leaves Steve in play until we have done what we need to do. Introducing a new external player in the short term will set us back. And again, this is February 16 at looks like 12:36 or so. Were you aware that Commissioner Creek was passing on the information that you had relayed to him to Commissioner Lucky?
I was not aware of these discussions between the two commissioners.
Okay. And were you aware that Commissioner Lucky asked Deputy Minister Stewart to reach out to Steve Kanalakis about this?
No.
Okay. And if we can go down. So for context, we'll keep reading. So Commissioner Creek says, I will see what I can do to get them to delay bringing in an interim chief if you think that will help. And Commissioner Lucky says, if you have some influence, I think it would be helpful. Our ministry policing advisor is going to suggest the same.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner and Commission Council. I think it's the inverse, that the green is Commissioner Creek and the blue is Commissioner Lucky.
Okay, thank you.
Seems to make sense now that we've read.
Yes,
further.
thank you very much. So, then with the new color coding, Commissioner Lucky says, I will see what I can do to get them to delay bringing in an interim chief if you think that will help. And Commissioner Creek says, if you have some influence, I think it would be helpful. Our ministry policing advisor is going to suggest the same. And then if we keep going down, 10-4. And again, this is Commissioner Lucky said, had DM Stewart reach into Steve Kay, Ottawa City Manager, he assures that they are very sensitive to this, keen for the ICC plan to proceed, and don't want Bell to be displaced. Rob got the sense that there's a lot of political infighting going on. To what extent were you aware of these discussions that were being had with respect to the chief of police in Ottawa?
Not aware at all. And what my position was with regards to the selection of the next chief, that was the exclusive jurisdiction of the Police Services Board. And I certainly didn't want my advisor to interfere with that at all.
Okay. And the discussions that are being had here, would you agree that this is impermissible kind of political interference in something that is in the exclusive purview of the board?
I don't know whether anyone followed up with these actions at all, but I made it clear to both Ken Weatherhill and the advisor that they were not to interfere with the exclusive jurisdiction of the board. It was the board's sole responsibility to select the next chief, full stop.
So if these actions had been taken, is it your view that this would have been improper?
Yes.
Are you aware of any communications between the province and the city with respect to this issue?
No.
Was the response to the Ontario government's response to the events in Ottawa and Windsor adequate in your view?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
The Ontario government's response to the situation in Ottawa and Windsor, is it your view that that was an adequate response?
Yes.
And was there more the province could have done?
I think that the province did all it could have done. I think it did.
In your view, was the federal response adequate in this case to Ottawa and Windsor? From your vantage point, of course.
From my vantage point, the emergency orders that flowed from the federal emergency declaration were helpful. As an example, it provided indemnification to tow truck drivers. That is something that the provincial EMCPA does not permit. For example, the federal emergency orders permitted the tow truck drivers, as an example, to be compelled. That is not something that the provincial EMCPA permits. The only thing that the provincial EMCPA permits is protection from liability, whereas the federal orders certainly go further. So they were very helpful in resolving the Ottawa situation.
And from your vantage point, was there more that the federal government could or should have done or done earlier?
No.
And same question with respect to the municipal response, again, from your vantage point.
In terms of the emergency declaration?
In terms of what could or should have been done differently in order to respond to the events in Ottawa?
From a municipal perspective?
Yes.
So, yes, I think one of the things that the municipal emergency declaration, when you look at Section 4 of the EMCPA, it is exceptionally broad. And so, in addition to declaring the municipal emergency declaration, it was open to the head of council to issue emergency orders. and that did not happen. Options available at the municipal level included increasing maximum fines for bylaw offenses. Now, I know that they requested the regional senior judge to increase the out-of-court settlements. That was done, great, but certainly not the maximum offenses permitted. They could have done that. They could have prohibited, they could have issued an order preventing all sorts of activities. They could have leveraged Section 444 of the Municipal Act. They could have issued orders to stay out of a certain area. They could have issued order prohibiting all sorts of activities within a defined area. So there were all sorts of tools that could have been provided by the municipality. Whether or not those additional authorities could have been enforced by the police service of jurisdiction was up to the discretion of local police. And we've heard Chief Slowly talk about some of the impediments and challenges about enforcement, that they would be swarmed, that there was an aggressiveness to the protesters. But I think that equipping police in the earlier stages with additional tools could have potentially been helpful.
Right, it's just more tools in the toolbox.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the situation that went on for 25 days in Ottawa, it was unacceptable that it lasted that long? Would you agree with that?
Had there been a possibility to resolve that situation earlier, I would be completely in favor of that. I have been around through a number of other situations where blockades lasted that long. And I referenced the 2020 blockade of the CN rail in Tyendinaga. That took about 3 weeks to resolve. I referenced the Caledonia issue, and that took several weeks to resolve, 3 to 4 weeks. And so from my perspective, the operation in Ottawa to dismantle the blockade from a policing perspective was in fact a success. Let's not forget, there was no loss of life. Nobody got hurt. Tear gas was not used. We did not have those ugly scenes of people with bloodied heads. And so from that perspective, the police operation to dismantle was a success. I'd rather be here testifying at this commission before this commissioner than at several inquests in regards to deaths. I much prefer to be here today than at an inquest. So I think the operation to dismantle was a success, and full compliments and kudos to the police officers that served so ably, and many compliments to the policing leadership that was present then. It was a difficult task for all concerned, including the residents, but including the police officers that served and the policing leaders as well.
Thank you, Mr. DiTommaso. Those are my questions for you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. First, we'd like to call on the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso. I'm Andrea Gonzalez, one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this inquiry. Now, as I understand your evidence, one of your roles in connection with these events and more generally is to brief the Solicitor General, yes?
Yes.
And in particular on information received from the OPP Commissioner that is of interest or concern to the political level?
Yes.
And either directly or through the Solicitor General or the Secretary of Cabinet, you would also be involved in briefing Cabinet itself?
I did not brief Cabinet.
I'm speaking more generally, outside of these matters. Is that something you do from time to time, either through the Solicitor General or through the Secretary?
If called upon to brief Cabinet, I would be there to brief Cabinet.
So is it fair to say that your role is as a conduit from the police to the political level?
That's one of my roles.
Okay. And Commissioner Carrique gave you regular updates on the picture across the province throughout these events, yes?
Yes.
He's a highly experienced and highly respected police commissioner.
Yes.
He's an advisor to you and the Government of Ontario in respect of these matters.
Yes.
And you would accept his advice and his guidance on matters pertaining to his mandate, his field of responsibility, right?
It depends on what that advice is. It depends on what the circumstances are.
Okay. And in respect of the circumstances that we're talking about here today, these events, you trusted the advice that he was giving to you and the government, yes?
Yes.
Now, there were a number of protest activities across a vast geographic area in Ontario, correct?
Yes.
And you've listed a few. It was not only Ottawa, Windsor, but also Sarnia, Toronto, the Cornwall area, Nipigon out in the Niagara region, correct?
Yes.
And I gather you shared a concern with Commissioner Carrick about spreading police resources thin across these many areas, so vastly spread out, yes?
Yes.
Was it one of your concerns that there may have been a deliberate plan on the part of protest organizers to stretch police resources beyond their capacity?
Yes.
It appeared that the protest activities were coordinated.
Yes.
And I gather you were aware that among the organizers were former military and police officers, yes?
I learned that at some point in time, not entirely sure when.
At what stage? Okay. And former police officers and perhaps also former military would have a unique understanding of the logistical and resource challenges that police would face, especially the OPP because of the large geographic area it covers, in responding to simultaneous protests and blockades, yes?
They would have better understanding than most.
Right. And I want to, let's go to ONT 405153. This is one of your notes. It's dated February 3rd. And we'll scroll down to below the black. Keep going. Okay, if you could just, sorry, next page. Keep going. Okay, and stop there. And this is the call with Toronto Police Chief Raymer that you had that day.
Yes.
Right? And down at the bottom of the page there's 3 lines: coordinated, tactically trained, dispersed POU assets. You recall Chief Raymer talking to you about that?
Yes.
Fair to say that one of his observations as well is that these protests were being influenced, or part of the tactical planning were those with training in tactical operations.
That was my understanding, yes.
And there's another note, ONT 405155. We'll start at page 14, please. This is the 10th of February. If we could keep scrolling down. They have the page number wrong. Can't tell if it's my reading of your handwriting or my page number is wrong. Apologies, it's page 3. Yeah, and just under the line that says Intel there, if we keep scrolling, you see the 3rd bullet point speaks of former police officers as well as one Intel officer. So at least by February 10th, you had that information?
Yes.
And with former military and police embedded with this group, you would expect they know that police are not necessarily built for a long-lasting occupation, right?
I would agree.
And I understand, Mr. DiTommaso, that you were a Toronto Police Service officer for many years.
Yes.
And so given your own policing background, this would have been front and center in your mind.
Yes.
If we go down, I think it's page 20. Got my reference right. Okay, I'm not seeing it. I'm going to come back to that. Now, because these protest activities were connected, I take it another concern you had is that activities at one location could have effects in other areas across the province, yes?
Yes.
And if the police and government authorities didn't get it right in their response at one location, that could have an impact throughout Ontario, yes?
Yes.
And indeed in other parts of Canada.
Yes.
And are you aware, sir, that the OPP had in fact identified the potential that there was a deliberate plan to stretch law enforcement among the protest organizers?
That was a discussion I had with Commissioner Carrick, and that was a concern of his that he communicated to me. Yes.
Is that information that you passed on to the political level?
I don't remember.
Now, you've given some evidence of a call that you attended between officials from Ottawa and Canada on February 6th. You recall that?
Yes.
And we're going to pull up the notes, ONT 50311. And in participating in this call, you understood that both Ottawa and the federal government were eager to have the province come to the table to talk about the protests in Ottawa, right?
Yes.
You were provided with important updates about the situation in Ottawa on this call?
Yes.
And you would agree that things were volatile and evolving rather quickly?
They were volatile.
And I take it you briefed, and I apologize if you said this in response to questions from Commission Counsel, but you briefed Minister Jones on the information that was conveyed to you in this call.
I did talk to her about this call. To what extent, I don't remember.
Okay.
And so I would not want you to think that I briefed her completely on the contents of this 6-page report.
Okay. But you likely would have passed on to her at least the information that stood out to you as being important for her to know.
Yes.
Okay. Commission Counsel took you to the comments of NSIA Jody Thomas at the end of the document. I'd like to go there as well. It's on the very last page. And again, she had put to you, or she asked you, would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa, for example, in Kingston? You took from this question that certainly NSIA Thomas thought that the province was looking to the federal government to respond to what was going on in Ottawa.
My response was that the federal government had a role to play in this.
Yeah, sorry, but before we get to your response, I'm asking about what you understood from her question. Did you understand from her question that she thought the province was looking to the federal government to respond?
I understood from her question that the federal government was trying to wash its hands of this entire thing. That's what I took from it.
And yet you understood that the federal government was trying to get Ontario to a tripartite table with Ottawa as well as itself, federal government, right?
Ontario was at a tripartite table at the officials level.
Right. But Canada was trying to get that done at the minister's level. You understood that?
Yes.
Yes. You've also told us that Canada, in particular through the RCMP, was providing appropriate support and resources to OPS, right?
Yes.
And when you testified about this statement in response to questions from Commission Counsel, you said that you felt it was not aligned with Deputy Minister Stewart's comments about the federal government having a role in finding interlocutors. You remember giving that
Yes.
evidence?
Yes. Deputy Minister Stewart certainly acknowledged that the federal government had a role. And that's why I said that the comments of Jody Thomas were not aligned with that. I felt that she was communicating to me that she thought the federal government did not have a role.
And did I take your evidence correctly that you understood that Deputy Minister Stewart had made that comment in the context of the names that we see higher up on the page there, Murray Sinclair, Bob Ray, and Louise Arbour?
Well, I know for a fact that it's in this document where he talks about the role of the federal government with regards to mediation and interlocutors.
Okay, so, and could we just scroll down a little bit more, please? Yeah, just to, and so you're not talking about the comment there that came from Chief Peter Slowly?
No, keep on going. No, the other way. Right here. Question from Rob Stewart. Can there be a core group of negotiators from Ontario, Canada, OPS to support the diffusion of this protest in order to satisfy the political objectives of the federal government? I took that to mean that he believed that the federal government had a role to play with regards to developing a core group of negotiators. So there's confirmation, from my understanding, there's confirmation by Rob Stewart that the federal government had a role to play.
And he also lists Ontario there, correct?
Yes, yes, he does.
And in your response to the NSIA, if we could go back to the end on page 9, please. Your response was to refer to the protest and encampment being a movement against the federal mandate on trucks, and that they came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose. In making that comment, Mr. DiTommaso, were you speaking on your own behalf, or was that Ontario's position at the time?
I was speaking on my own behalf.
So that was not Ontario's position?
I was speaking on my own behalf. I did not consult with the Premier or the Minister. This was a free-flowing, open discussion, and so I did not have an opportunity to discuss what Ontario's position was.
And you referred in both your interview summary and your evidence earlier today to an MOU between the City of Ottawa and the federal government with respect to policing the streets adjacent to the parliamentary precinct.
Yes.
I'm somewhat confused as to what that MOU is. You've also testified to your clear understanding that OPS is the police of jurisdiction on Wellington Street and other city streets around the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes.
Are you by any chance thinking of the nation's capital extraordinary policing costs program?
I don't know what it's called. I have been informed that there is an MOU between Public Safety Canada and the Ottawa Police Service with regards to provision of policing resources in and around Parliament Hill. That is the extent of my knowledge. I don't know what the name of the document is, and I don't know what the contents are.
So if this memorandum is in existence, it's not something you've ever seen before?
Correct.
Now, you also gave a few reasons why, and this is in your interview summary, but I believe they were echoed in your evidence earlier today. You say that it was open to the federal government to take a number of possible responses to the protests. You recall that?
Yes.
So one of the possible responses you raised there was meeting with protesters. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And you referred to not only Deputy Minister Stewart's interest in that, but also OPP Inspector Marcel Baudin.
Yes.
Yep. Have you listened to or read Inspector Baudin's testimony at this inquiry?
No.
Well, he certainly has given evidence that there were a variety of challenges to PLT engagement in the Ottawa protest. And I take it that wouldn't surprise you given everything you know in your own policing background.
It would not surprise me.
Right. For instance, extremely fractured and disorganized leadership.
I accept that.
Objectives that were unrealistic, undemocratic, unconstitutional. Yes?
I accept that.
The crowd was constantly shifting with new convoys coming and going over the course of the weeks.
I accept that.
You accept those would all be challenges to engaging in a way that would meaningfully reduce the size of the protest, right?
They would be challenges, yes.
If we go to your notes at ONT 405155. Page 10, please. Down towards the bottom half of the page. Keep going. Pause there. So the second bullet point, as I read it, what can feds do from federal government perspective? And then below that, recommend to identify people to sit down with protesters, 6 groups. PLT to go to 6 groups, condition to leave, and what does it say after that?
Denounce.
Then meeting. So you understood there were at least 6 distinct groups that would need to be negotiated with in Ottawa, right?
Yes.
Now, we understand from your evidence and others that on February 11th, the Solicitor General provided a letter to Commissioner Carrick that was intended to be distributed to the protesters in Windsor.
Yes.
And that letter offered a meeting with protest leaders if the protest was dispersed, they went home and denounced the protest, right?
Yes.
And you understood that that letter was unsuccessful. It had no impact on the protest in Windsor, right?
That was my understanding. I did try to get Deputy Minister Stewart to sign on to the very same letter. I thought that having ministers from the 2 orders of government could have potentially been more successful. I tried to get Deputy Minister Stewart to provide the services of federal ministers. He was unsuccessful.
You're aware that the protest group in Ottawa, in Windsor also had fractured, disorganized leadership?
I don't know to what extent.
Okay. You would defer to the critical incident commander and her evidence on that point?
I would.
Yeah. Aware that they similarly had unrealistic or at times different and confusing demands?
I would defer to Inspector Baudouin, leader of the PLT. I would defer to the critical incident commander. I did not have a direct line of sight on those protesters.
And certainly on February 11th, when the province's offer was rejected, the critical incident commander in Windsor considered that any further efforts at negotiation were no longer an option.
I'm not aware of what her testimony was, and I did not have any direct contact with her.
Okay. But again, you would certainly defer to her assessment of the situation.
If that was her assessment, yes.
And then there was the February 13th exchange of letters between Mayor Watson and Ms. Tamara Leach, where there was an offer by the mayor to meet with protesters, provided that trucks were moved out of the residential streets in Ottawa to Wellington Street or elsewhere. You're aware of that?
I'm generally aware. I'm not aware. I have not read the letter. I'm not aware of the details, but generally aware.
And you're aware that that exchange of letters did not bring any sort of an end to the protest in Ottawa?
Correct.
And are you aware that as of February 14th, the OPP's own assessment was that there was really no longer any path to clearing the protest in Ottawa through negotiation or any way to do it with the protesters leaving voluntarily?
If you could show me that assessment, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. It's OPP 403732. February 14th, operational intelligence report. Have you seen these kinds of reports, Mr. DiTommaso?
No.
Okay. Go down to page 38, please. Keep scrolling. There's the assessment heading there. If you start to read, I will start to read from the third line down. Owing to the scope, nature of the conflict, and duration of the Ottawa Freedom Convoy occupation, there is no clear pathway toward reaching a satisfactory resolution that would see the protest group voluntarily end their action and depart the Ottawa area. See that?
Yes.
And you would accept that assessment by the OPP?
Yes.
So the second reason that you gave, or the second response that you suggested that the federal government could have taken to deal with the protests, is to modify the federal vaccine mandates. Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you also understand that at least some of the protesters were demanding that all vaccine mandates be dropped, right?
Yes.
And that would include mandates outside the jurisdiction of the federal government, that are in provincial areas of jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
There was nothing the federal government could do about those.
Correct.
And the government of Ontario would not find it acceptable to capitulate and change its policies because a group of protesters chose to occupy a city, right?
I did not have that discussion with the minister or the premier, and I'm not in a position to define what Ontario's position is on that issue.
I would put to you, sir, that Ontario would find that sort of thing undemocratic and unacceptable.
That is the likely position. I can't speak for the Ontario government on that particular issue.
And it may well encourage and embolden this kind of behavior whenever groups disagree with government policy.
Likely, yes.
Right. The third reason you gave is that, or the third, proposed response that you suggested the federal government could have taken was to provide the necessary resources for a police response, right?
Yes.
And I think we can agree that based on your earlier testimony, you accept that the RCMP did that. It provided the resources that were requested and required, right?
Yes.
Now I understand.
All of those replies were in reference to Jody Thomas. In my interpretation of her comments, that the federal government did not have a role. And those are the things that were going through my mind in terms of the possible options that the federal government could have considered.
Understood, sir. So I'd like to go, please, to ONT 405152. I understand. Oh. Okay, I got the wrong notes. Let me try that again. Sorry, it's 5154. You attended a meeting at the officials level with the City of Ottawa and the federal government on February 8th. Remember that?
I believe so, yes.
These are your notes of that meeting. If we scroll down, starting on page 2. Sorry, keep going. It's page 4. And I take it, sir, you understood from this meeting in particular that Ministers Blair and Mendicino wanted a three-way discussion with Ottawa and the Solicitor General?
Yes.
Yeah. If we go to the top of the next page, please. You were advised that the federal ministers were very focused on 3 levels of government coming together.
Yes, I was also aware that the federal ministers were not focused on negotiation, just a show of collaboration.
Is that show or share?
Show.
Show. Okay, thank you. And if we move down to the next page, please. This is an update being provided to the attendees at the meeting by Peter Slowly. And under the heading Media in Next Hour, minor children embedded in red zone,
Yes.
ability to attack is predicated on safety of women and children, right?
Yes.
And so and that would be information that's troubling to you from a public safety perspective?
That there were children in?
Yes.
Yes.
The federal government did convene tripartite calls among Ottawa, Ontario, and Canada on February 7th, 8th, and 10th. You're aware?
Yes.
And you've testified that Ontario and specifically Minister Jones was invited to attend and didn't do so, right?
Minister Jones was invited. She did not attend, but she was having bilateral discussions on a frequent basis with Mayor Watson, Minister Mendicino, Minister Bill Blair.
If we could pull up ssm.can.6086. Scroll down, please. And the fourth bullet there, commitment by Ontario to have Minister Jones participate in the tripartite meeting starting today. You aware that such a commitment was given?
No. And from my perspective, as we've seen in some of the evidence here, Premier Ford was in contact with the Prime Minister. Minister Jones was in contact with various federal ministers as well.
Are you aware, sir, that Premier Ford himself told Minister Mendicino on February 9th that he, Premier Ford, would tell Minister Jones to participate in the tripartite table?
I had no discussions with Premier Ford.
We don't need to pull it up, but my document reference for that is ssm.nsc.can402832. Now, you referred to the discussion between the Prime Minister and Premier Ford on February 9th. You said you did not participate in that call. You did not listen in.
Correct.
But you understand that in that call, both leaders agreed that there was a need to work together in resolving these protests, right?
Yes.
And you testified about the state of emergency that was declared by Ontario on February 11th.
Yes.
And the Ontario definition, or the definition of emergency in the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act in Ontario, an emergency means a situation or an impending situation that constitutes a danger of major proportions that could result in serious harm to persons or substantial damage to property. And it goes on from there. And it was your assessment that that definition was met by February 10th, right?
Yes.
Let's pull up WIN 402249. Are you familiar with this report on Ontario's declared provincial emergency?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the bottom, please. I think it's all the way on page 4. Yeah, there's a section there on why the emergency order was necessary and essential, and I take it you agree with and endorse what's written there, right?
May I read it, please?
Yes, sure.
Yes, I agree.
And Ontario's state of emergency continued all the way through until February 23rd, right?
Yes.
You,
But the emergency orders continued for some period of time.
some period of time beyond the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay. And do I have it right that this, the continued operation of the orders and the continued state of emergency were because of that continued threat that you testified that blockades would reappear, the bridge would be blocked again, et cetera?
So to be clear, the emergency ended on the 23rd of February in Ontario, the provincial one. The emergency orders continued because there was a fear. Yes.
Okay. Let's go to OPP 404580. These are Commissioner Carrique's texts to you. And again, we've established that Commissioner Carrique is on the right and you are on the left. Yes?
It would appear from this that Commissioner Creek is green.
Right. He's green because these are his texts. And it was primarily by text that he was providing you with these regular updates on the situation, right?
Yeah, with regards to regular updates, situational updates, primarily by text, but many frequent phone calls as well.
Okay. And if we go to page 98, please.
How are you doing for time?
How am I doing for time? Another 5 minutes, if you don't mind, Commissioner.
Not more.
Yeah. And this is the end of day status report that he's giving to you on February the 12th, right? This is after Ontario declared its state of emergency.
I'm sorry, is it the 12th of February?
Yeah, let's scroll down just so we can see the date.
Yes.
And these timestamps, as has been covered earlier, are 5 hours ahead of Eastern time because of the UTC. You understand that?
So it'd actually be the 11th.
Oh, AM, that's
Late-
right. That's late night on the
11th.
11th. Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And so this is the day that Ontario declares its state of emergency. And if we scroll up, There's protest activity in Windsor, Blue Water Bridge and the Highway 402, obviously Ottawa, Toronto, Niagara. There's activity in Northwest region if we scroll down, and there's other. And that's among the information that you were considering when you said things are escalating, state of emergency is appropriate, right?
Yes.
And then if we go to page 121, we have the update. Again, scrolling down, this is 2:39 a.m. UTC, so late night on the 13th. And I won't go through it all, but you understood from this very detailed report that there was widespread protest activity, not only in Ontario, but also nationally, which we see if we scroll down, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. DiTommaso, you testified that you did not attend the First Minister's meeting that the Prime Minister convened with the provincial and territorial leaders on February 14th, right?
Yes.
But we have notes indicating that at that meeting, Ford stated that he supported the Prime Minister with respect to invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act 100%. Okay?
I'm sorry, your question.
My question is, that wouldn't surprise you that the Premier expressed his full and complete support for the invocation of the Emergencies Act on that meeting.
It would not.
Okay. I think I'll step down there. Thank you, Commissioner, for the extra time. Thank you, Mr. DiTommaso.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Ottawa Coalition of Residents.
Good day, Mr. DiTommaso. My name is Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I just want to start by asking some questions about civilian direction of police. Now, I gather it's fair to say that you're very familiar with the Police Services Act.
Yes.
And getting into, you told us a number of times that you thought the entity that was most responsible for managing or dealing with the Chief of Ottawa Police would have been the Police Services Board. Is that right?
Yes.
And we'd also heard evidence, and I believe you've given this evidence as well, that part of the challenge or one of the problems in the Ottawa Police response to the protest was the absence of an operational plan. That was a barrier to deployment of additional resources. Is that right?
Well, I just want to clarify that. The operational plan to dismantle the entire operation.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. And Commissioner Creek testified the same thing, that they weren't sending all the resources that Chief Slowly was asking for, demanding, because they didn't feel that he had a full operational plan to dismantle.
Yes.
And so if you had that information and you reported that up to the Solicitor General, correct?
Yes.
That there were concerns. There's a number of concerns being raised by other chiefs of police that there wasn't a proper operational plan, and the Chief of Police of Ottawa wasn't doing a great job.
Yes.
Now, the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board, Ms. Deans, testified that this information, that there was not a proper plan and that this was leading to a delay in the deployment of resources, was never communicated to her or the board. Would you agree that it would have been important to have that information conveyed to the Police Services Board?
Yes.
Who should have communicated that?
Chief Slowly.
Well, no, but the issue here, as I understand it, Mr. DiTommaso, is that Chief Slowly wasn't doing a good job, that he didn't have a proper operational plan in place. And based on all the evidence, we understand he will say, or has been, he did testify, he thought they did have a plan, but everyone else thought that he didn't. So if there's a concern about the performance of the police chief, he's not going to say that to the board. Whose responsibility would it be to communicate that to the Police Services Board so they could take the effective action under Section 9 of the Police Services Act?
So with regards to the performance of the chief, that is the exclusive jurisdiction of the Police Services Board. And from what I remember of Chair Dean's testifying to was that she was not getting the information that she required from Chief Slowly. It was all high level, and she used other adjectives to describe it. I think that would have been an opportunity for her and the board to further inform themselves, because she had a concern that she was not getting the information that she required with regards to operations.
I'm glad to hear you were following the testimony, sir, because if you were following the testimony, what was going on was that the chair of the board, and the board was trying to find out information. The chair of the board testified that she even spoke to Deputy Chief Bell to say, is there any problems here that I need to know about? Would you be doing anything differently? And Deputy Chief Bell, you know, perhaps because he's reporting Chief Sully, says, no, I wouldn't have been doing anything differently. That was his testimony.
That was his testimony, but that was after Chief Slowly was leaving.
I think there's a context here, so don't mix the timelines. So
I don't think I am. I'm not sure if I understand the objection.
The objection was that is not the timeline. That statement was made to Deputy Chief Bell on the eve of Chief Slowly's departure.
No, that's contrary to the evidence. The evidence was that it was 1 week before his resignation. I'd ask for extra time for that. That's inaccurate. Both Ms. Deans and Deputy Chief Bell testified it was 1 week before the resignation. In any event, sir, we'd also heard evidence from the mayor of Ottawa that he was hearing this from the Solicitor General Jones. Presumably, you briefed the Solicitor General, and she was saying this to the mayor, that there were concerns that the Chief of Ottawa didn't have a good plan. And because of whatever municipal politics, interpersonal conflicts, the mayor did not communicate that to the chair of the Police Services Board. So I'd ask you again, sir, is there any other meaningful way to try to get that information to a Police Services Board?
I think the mayor has a duty to provide that information to the chair, simply because.
Sorry, Chair Deans initially testified that she was unaware that there was no operational plan. On cross-examination, I put her witness summary to her. She states in the witness summary that, and it was her that suggested that one of the reasons that the resources weren't coming is because the chief lacked an operational plan. So I think this whole discussion about municipal politics and the mayor lacks foundation in the evidence, and I don't want to mislead the witness.
I don't have the transcripts in front of me, so I'll move on. You would agree with me, the Police Services Board acts independently from the Solicitor General, correct?
Yes.
An interference or direction from the Solicitor General to a Police Services Board would generally be inappropriate. The Solicitor General would have to go through the Ontario Civilian Police Commission if they had concerns about the Police Services Board.
Yes, but Section 3 also gives the Solicitor General the ability to provide advice to police service boards writ large.
Just for time, I'm going to leave that issue. I want to ask you some questions, sir, about what the Convoy protesters in Ottawa were protesting about. Now, you've testified that you understood that they were testifying just about the mandates for truckers having vaccine to cross the border. That's what it was all about, and to your understanding. Is that right?
That was one of many issues. Yes.
Well, it was my understanding from your testimony here today that I think you said something. I didn't know that protests involve provincial mandates.
Correct.
Okay.
But there were many other issues, as communicated to me by Commissioner Carrick. There were many other groups that had infiltrated the truckers convoy, and there were many other agendas at play.
There's many other agendas, but let's stick to the ones that have to do with COVID-19 and public health measures related to COVID-19. Now, does the federal government have responsibility over mask mandates in shops and stores and restaurants and cities?
No, not in that, from that perspective, no.
That's right. Those are provincial mandates. Our masks, the masks in stores and so forth, that was the province. Now, we've heard from a few convoy organizers who were very upset about mask mandates, that they planned and organized protests in Ottawa once they arrived here by sending large numbers of unmasked people into stores. Now, that wouldn't have to do with a federal government mandate, would it, sir?
No, that would be a provincial mandate.
And I presume, are you familiar with the Rideau Centre in Ottawa, sir?
Not very well.
So it's the largest mall in Ottawa. It has, we've heard evidence, approximately $3 million a day in sales and revenues. And it was shut down on the first day of the protest because large numbers of the convoy protesters were going in there unmasked, and there was unfortunate interactions with staff and so forth. Were you aware of that?
At some point in time, I was.
So, but is it fair to say that you're hearing a bit more now and you're learning a little bit more now that individuals protesting in Ottawa were protesting about more than just the trucker mandates? They were protesting about provincial government mandates as well. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And is it also fair to say, however, that during the time of the protest in February, your understanding was a little bit more limited? You thought the protests in Ottawa were all about the federal government mandates.
Not just all about, as I've testified to, there were other concerns that the protesters were trying to communicate. So there were other agendas at play.
But not provincial government mandates. That wasn't what your understanding was at the time.
At the very beginning, no.
Very early in the protest, one very well-known Ottawa resident was trying to inform the protesters that they were protesting the wrong thing, that, quote, these mandates are provincial, not federal. The mandates, if you're mad about wearing a mask or getting a vaccine, go talk to Doug Ford. The Prime Minister has nothing to do with that. Don't you know anything about civics? Would you agree that if the protesters were angry about mask mandates, they should have been protesting in Queen's Park?
The provincial mask mandates were one of the issues that the protesters were angry about, but they were also angry about the federal vaccine mandate imposed on January 15 for international truckers.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about what you understood about the situation on the ground in Ottawa. You've told us that you understood that the protests in Ottawa were an inconvenience to the people of Ottawa, but it was not a public safety risk. Is that right?
So I clarified that, and I testified that it was much more than an inconvenience. Chief Slowly concurred with that assessment in his conversations with Mayor Watson and Ministers Blair and Mendicino. There's a document out there that I read, and he concurred with that assessment.
That it was just an inconvenience?
That it was an eyesore and that there was not any public safety concern.
I think you're talking about your meeting with him.
No, not my meeting. He's having a meeting with Minister Blair. He's having a meeting with Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino, and Mayor Watson, and that is his assessment.
Now, sir, you were aware that Ottawa was having difficulty enforcing bylaws because when bylaw officers went out to try to give tickets, they would be sworn by hundreds of protesters. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
That's a public safety issue, is it not?
Yes.
You were also aware, I gather, sir, that Commission Council's already asked you a bit about this, about fireworks going off, but did you understand that fireworks were binging off residential buildings downtown?
I did not understand that.
Yeah, around where we had propane tanks and jerry cans.
I accept that. That's not my understanding.
That's a serious public safety risk. Would you agree?
Yes.
Now, we've also heard that by the Monday, January 31st, right after the first weekend, the position of the Ottawa Police was that this was an occupation and they did not have the capacity or resources to bring that protest to an end. Did you understand that it was that early that the Ottawa Police felt they didn't have full control of the situation? All they could do is maintain the peace at best?
That was their position, yes.
Okay, that was their position, but you didn't agree that was the case?
So what was needed to end the occupation was a fully developed operational plan to dismantle. That was the obstacle.
Right. But I take your point earlier, sir, and I fully agree that we're all very fortunate that there was no serious incidents, no bloodshed, and the police, all police who were responding deserve a great deal of credit for that. But you would agree with me that in that first week or 2 weeks, when the Ottawa Police did not simply have the numbers there, if that situation for some reason had become, led to violence or there'd been riots or something like that, the Ottawa Police simply did not have the public order units to control that situation that had occurred. Would you agree with me?
Had that occurred, yes, correct. But the Ottawa Police Service was also asking for resources from the OPP and the RCMP, and it is my understanding that the OPP provided each and every provided resources to address each and every ask that Ottawa Police Service made.
Okay, well, let's get into that. Now, the mayor of Ottawa put out a declaration of state of emergency on February 6th. You recall that?
Yes.
And but you didn't review it at the time. My understanding is you just reviewed it in preparation for this inquiry. Is that right?
The actual declaration?
Yes.
Correct.
You didn't, because you didn't view the situation as that serious at the time. Is that fair to say?
No, that is not fair to say. It was an exceptionally serious situation. When I talked about public safety risk, as I testified to earlier, I was talking about serious violent crime in accordance with the criminal code. That's what I was referring to. But it was exceptionally serious.
Well, sir, is that perhaps why you didn't review the declaration of emergencies at the time? You thought Ottawa officials were exaggerating the problem that they had?
No, I didn't think that at all.
Now, we know on February the 6th, the Solicitor General put out a statement about Ottawa saying that we're done everything we can. We've given 1,500 OPP officers. You're aware of that, right?
Over a period of time from the beginning, yes.
Well, we've seen the chart and we know how that number was arrived at, but that's not what the Solicitor General put out. On the day she put out, we've provided them with 1,500 officers, correct?
No, sir. She put out from the very beginning, and I'd like to highlight that phrase, from the very beginning.
You did not agree with that number being put out there, is that right?
Correct.
Commissioner Creek also testified he didn't think it was a good idea for that number to be put out there.
Correct.
He communicated that to you, I gather?
Yes.
You and he both thought it was a bad idea for operational numbers of officers to be communicated publicly?
Yes.
But neither you nor Commissioner Creek were consulted on that information being made public, is that right?
Correct.
Did you tell that to the Solicitor General afterwards?
I don't believe I did.
So I guess she's learning.
But after Chief Slowly contacted me, I did have a discussion with the minister's office about clarifying what that 1,500 number was, what it actually meant.
Right, because you're emphasizing to us about from the very beginning. But Chief Slowly and quite frankly, the people of Ottawa were misinterpreting that it was being suggested there was 1,500 officers on the ground.
Yes, people were misinterpreting what was said by the minister.
Right. Getting back to my previous question, so have you communicated that? You've never communicated to the Solicitor General that you thought it was a bad idea and perhaps operationally to communicate that kind of information?
I did not.
I guess she's learning about your views on that issue now from your testimony?
I don't know.
And if it wasn't for operational reasons that number was made public, is it fair to say that that number was made public by the Solicitor General for political considerations?
I don't know.
A tit for tat for the mayor putting out a declaration of emergency?
I don't know.
Let's take a look at those letters. Now, you know about the letter on February 7th of the mayor and the chair of the Police Services Board asking the province for 1,800 OPP officers, correct?
1,700 plus 100 civilians, yes.
Yes. And incidentally, in that letter, they say that the protest is against public health policies that democratically elected governments at the provincial and the federal levels have enacted to protect us from the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. So the mayor, in case some of you in Toronto weren't aware, the mayor and the chair were trying to flag to Toronto that this protest were about provincial mandates as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review that letter when it came in?
I don't remember. I was aware that the chair and the mayor had made specific requests for 1,700 plus 100. I don't remember if I reviewed that letter or not, but I have reviewed it for testimony today.
Right. And in that letter on February the 7th, the mayor and the chair were saying that the protest was threatening the safety of the Ottawa community, right?
I accept that.
They said, quote, people are living in fear and are terrified, and they've now been subjected to the nonstop honking of large trucks for 9 days, which is tantamount to psychological warfare.
I accept that.
Were you aware that that's how serious it was at the time, the honking of the horns?
Yes.
And they say we need a dramatic and immediate injection of additional officers. And then they get into the following resources required on an urgent basis. So that was sent on the 7th. I gather the Solicitor General would have consulted you on that letter?
I don't remember consulting with her or her and I having a discussion about that. Suffice to say that that request went directly to the Commissioner of the OPP to make an assessment on the appropriateness of that number and whether or not to deploy the resources.
So I'll get into that issue in a moment, but I'm just wanting to understand first about whether you were consulted by the Solicitor General on that issue in the letter.
I was not. My recollection is that her position was that the requests for resources were with the Commissioner of the OPP.
Right. And she wrote to the mayor and the chair about that on February the 10th, 3 days later. Do you know why there was such a delay?
I don't.
And there's nothing in the letter about, you know, the honking or the risk to safety of Ottawa residents, just saying, please note that I have shared your correspondence with Ontario Provincial Police Commissioner Thomas Creek. Thank you again for taking the time to write. Why did it take the Solicitor General 3 days just to say she's passed on the letter to the Commissioner? Do you know?
I don't know, but I also wanted to flag what's in that letter is her focus that the request was passed on to the Commissioner, and she references the operational plan as well.
Right. So, okay, well, let's turn to that then. Now, you've told us that, in your view, it's the exclusive jurisdiction of the OPP Commissioner on how to deploy resources. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you're going to have to wrap up. Your time is up. So you.
With all due respect, Commissioner, I don't think so. I think I have 20 minutes, unless I'm mistaken.
You have 20 minutes, yep, and you started 20 minutes ago.
May I request 5 more minutes, given that we don't have the Premier or the Solicitor General here to answer questions?
Well, I'm not sure the absence of people, but I will give you a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Commissioner, I just note that was like, anyways.
Go ahead.
I just note that was right on the dot, perhaps, of 20 minutes.
It was, and I'm giving you a little more time. So that it's just there are a lot of people, so I'm trying to make it work. I'm sorry, but that's the way it goes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, sir, you've said it was exclusive jurisdiction. You're familiar with the Morden report, correct?
Yes.
Now, in the Morden report, it tells us that policing and operational decisions about the what of how they, the how they execute an operation is responsibility of the police, but the what of the operation is the responsibility of civilian oversight, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree with me, or wouldn't you agree with me, that the decision about whether to deploy resources as a priority to Windsor versus Ottawa, that's a higher level type of what decision? Would you not agree?
No. I believe that the deployment of OPP officers resides exclusively with the Commissioner of the OPP.
So, sir, in the Morden report, one of the examples that they use is that if there's a major event and in the planning for it, the Civilian Police Services Board, which in this case I gather would be the equivalent to the Solicitor General, could direct a police service, for example, the Toronto Police Service, to prioritize certain policing and ask for other resources for other issues. So they could direct the police about how they prioritize their resources. Isn't that the same sort of thing? What's the difference between the how versus the what in this context?
So first of all, the Morden report was with regards to large planned events. This was certainly an urgent situation. It was an emergent situation. And the ability for the OPP to prioritize where to deploy his resources resides with him. That is an operational decision.
You've told us that Commissioner Creek communicated his decision to you based on his view of the economic impact. Is that right?
One of the many factors was the economic impact.
Okay, I didn't hear you say about the other factors, and we'll leave that to a moment because I don't have time. But do you know how the commissioner assessed the economic impact?
I don't. But it was all over the media at the time. Media was reporting on the significant impact on the economy and the security of both Ontario and Canada. That was all over the news at the time.
So you're assuming that the commissioner would have drawn that from the media?
Yes, that would be one of the sources, yes.
Like we've heard evidence in this commission about the economic impact of Ottawa, that it was approximately $200 million at least for just the first couple of weeks. Do you have a sense of what the economic impact was of the Ambassador Bridge being closed?
I've heard all sorts of numbers, anywhere between $350 million a day up to $700 million a day. But I think the commissioner also testified that one of the main considerations that he took into account for prioritizing the deployment of his resources to Windsor was the fact that Ottawa was not yet ready for positive action because there was not a fully developed operational plan to dismantle. Windsor was ready, Ottawa was not. That was a key consideration.
So I'll just close, sir, with this. You're telling us then that it's solely up to the commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police to prioritize the economic impact at the Ambassador Bridge versus the public safety of the residents of downtown Ottawa. Is that what you're telling us?
No, sir.
Well, that's what you just said.
What I'm testifying to is that the deployment of OPP officers reside with the OPP commissioner.
Right. So he's the one that makes the decision whether he protects the bridge or protects downtown residents in Ottawa.
Well, I think that he's answered that, and that's not a fair representation of what he said. So next, I'd like to call on counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Good evening, Deputy.
Good evening.
You worked with Chief Slowly at the Toronto Police Service for many years, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you reported to him for a couple of years while you were the staff superintendent and he was Deputy Chief of Field Command.
Correct.
And you enjoyed a relationship of trust and confidence with him?
Yes.
And you knew him to be both a proponent and expert in community policing initiatives and also a national police leader.
Yes.
And when he became chief in Ottawa, you celebrated him assuming this role, saying you were glad to see his return to policing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've also testified that you were satisfied that the OPS was under able leadership.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've testified that you watched Commissioner Carrique's evidence before this inquiry?
Some of it.
Some of it, okay. And I just want to confirm your agreement with Commissioner Carrique on a couple of things. the commissioner testified that the OPS did not have the resources they needed to end the events in their city on their own, right?
Correct.
And he also testified that ultimately they needed over 2,000 officers to successfully dismantle the occupation, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the OPS didn't get those resources at that level until February 17th.
On or about, I knew that there was a significant buildup of resources into Ottawa Police Service right after the Ambassador Bridge issue was resolved. And so those resources, I can't say whether it was the 17th of February or not, but there was a significant increase leading up to the positive action on February the 18th.
And I agree with you on that. After the Ambassador Bridge was cleared, resources were diverted back over to Ottawa, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and over the next few days, the resources accumulated in Ottawa.
Yes, the positive action actually started on the 18th. Yes.
That's right. Okay. Now, you've testified that Commissioner Creek was your main source of information about the convoys.
Yes.
And just one thing, you testified that your understanding from him was that the OPS's plan going into the first weekend involved keeping the trucks out of the city.
That's what Commissioner Creek told me. Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of the evidence that's now been before the inquiry that Superintendent Abrams of the OPP knew as of at the very latest January 27th that the plan was going to be to stage trucks within the city?
I'm not entirely aware of Superintendent Abrams' testimony.
Okay, fair enough. And you were relying though on the evidence or not the evidence, but the information of Commissioner Creek.
Yes.
Okay, and I take it you can't assist with any broken telephone that took place between members of the OPP in that regard?
I cannot.
And I think it's also fair to say that regardless, you would not have gotten involved in the operational plan for that first weekend going into Ottawa, into the convoys. Okay.
No.
If we can pull up OPP 4580, page 29, please. This is a text between you and Commissioner Creek on January 29th as of 3 p.m. So just to orient you, this is the Saturday of the first weekend. If we scroll down.
Sorry, Council, what was the page number?
29. Thank you. And if we look at the green update from Commissioner Creek, he's referring to the fact that there's some aggressive and threatening behavior, no incidents of violence. And you'll see the second from the bottom, indications are that a number of demonstrators are planning to remain until January 31st. And that would have been the Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so your understanding from Commissioner Creek at this point would have been that there could be some people staying until Monday.
Right, but this was not the first time that I heard of that possibility.
Right, okay. But you weren't getting information at this point that this was going to be a long-term occupation.
I had some of that information earlier.
Earlier on.
Yes, that there was a concern through intelligence sources that some elements of the trucker convoy were intending on staying much longer than the weekend. I actually saw a tweet myself to that effect, monitoring social media, that the intention of some of these truckers, don't know how many, were to stay the course.
Yes, and that is absolutely correct. There were indications in the intelligence reports. There were indications in social media. But of course, what an intelligence group has to do is take all of the information and come up with an overall assessment, right?
I agree with that.
Okay. Now, you have also given evidence that after the first weekend, you recognized that what the city of Ottawa was now facing had turned into an occupation, right?
Yes.
And you spoke to Chief Slowly, and Solicitor General Jones spoke to Chief Slowly on February 2nd.
Yes.
And these weren't detailed conversations about the merits of operational plans or anything like that.
No.
Okay. But by the following day, February 3rd, you started hearing from Commissioner Carrick that there were people expressing some concerns about Chief Slowly, right?
Right, and I have to say that all of the concerns that Commissioner Carrick was expressing to me about Chief Slowly, there was also the mitigation as well, that he was taking action to either confirm the reports or to talk to Chief Slowly. So I was getting a sense of comfort that there was significant dialogue going on between two exceptional leaders.
Okay, I got it. And one of these concerns that there started to be grumbling about around February 3rd was this perception of a lack of a plan.
Yes.
And you've given very careful evidence about what the commissioner should understand about this issue, that this is not an issue of a lack of a plan. There was always an operational plan. This is an issue about whether the dismantling of the occupation plan was ready to go, right?
Correct.
And that is a very different plan, right?
Yes.
So when people didn't leave on the 31st, when you and police leaders and everyone realized that this was an occupation, the OPS had to pivot, right?
Yes.
And they now were facing an occupation involving a large number of people.
Yes.
In an urban environment.
Yes.
Hundreds of heavy vehicles.
Yes.
Many of which housed children.
Yes.
This dismantling an occupation of this nature would be incredibly complicated.
I agree.
And you mentioned it involves multiple subplans, POU, traffic, towing, etc., right?
Yes.
And it's not only complicated, dismantling an occupation of this nature is high stakes and high risk.
I agree.
And you don't want an operational plan like that to be rushed.
I agree.
And it is a huge job to figure out how to dismantle an occupation of that nature.
Correct.
So you as a senior police officer and a senior police leader yourself would have understood what is involved in pivoting an operational plan like that, right?
Yes.
But many members of the public and politicians would have no idea. Is that fair?
I would agree.
And they would look out their windows and see bouncy castles and fires and say to the police, why aren't you doing anything?
I agree.
And that becomes a very significant confidence issue for the police and for the police chief.
Yes, if that perception is out there, I agree, yes.
Yeah, and that perception was out there, right?
Yes.
The pressures on Chief Slowly and the Ottawa Police Service at this time were immense, right?
I agree.
And the time pressure was immense as well, right?
I agree.
And if we compare this, I don't know if you had any involvement in G20 in Toronto, that may have been after your time there. But if we compare it, you did have involvement. Okay.
I did.
So one of the things we learned after G20 was that the 4.5 months that the police service in Toronto had to prepare was not enough, right?
That's one thing we learned, yes.
Okay.
For a planned event, yes.
And what we're seeing in terms of grumblings here is 3 days after the police service had to pivot their operational plan to deal with an occupation, right?
I'm not sure about your reference to 3 days.
So if we look at January 31st,
Yes.
and we say, okay, at this point, what was expected, some people might remain until Monday, and then we realize on the 31st, no, they're sticking around longer, right?
Right.
And so at this point, you've agreed with me, the police service has to pivot.
Right. And in fairness, I think that the OPP was providing incredible number of resources, subject matter experts as well, to assist the Ottawa Police Service, including the integrated planning team, so that if the planning for such a major event was outside of the capacity and capability of the Ottawa Police Service, subject matter experts were in fact being provided to Ottawa Police Service to help them out.
Absolutely. And the integrated planning team arrived February 8th, for example. Right?
I don't recall. I will accept your word.
Okay. So I just want to go back to where we are in time here. We're pivoting as of January 31st. And by February 3rd, there's grumbling about the lack of an operational plan to dismantle the entire occupation, right?
Yes.
And you as a senior police leader know that that's not fair, right?
No, I think developing an operational plan to dismantle one of that magnitude is incredibly difficult and complex, and one requires time and one requires subject matter expertise.
Thank you. Now, over the next few days, the Commissioner Carrick was updating you on what he was hearing on the ground, and he passed along other complaints or concerns that were being expressed about Chief Slowly, right?
Yes.
And things like there's too many changes in the incident command.
Yes, my understanding that was that there were changes to 4 incident commanders. So certainly that was a concern. I did not have the level of detail as to why that was happening.
Right.
So without that detail, did I have a concern about that? I did, but I didn't have the level of understanding to know why that was occurring either.
Exactly, or to understand if that was a Chief Slowly issue.
At the end of the day, the chief is ultimately responsible for the police service. So I think the buck stops with him with regards to that.
Absolutely, but for example, you wouldn't have known that one of the changes, for example, that was made to incident command was because of a very difficult interaction between the deputy, one of the deputy chiefs and the incident commander, and that she asked that that be done.
I didn't have that information.
Okay. And when these complaints were passed along to you, you understood that they were third or fourth hand, right? Commissioner Carrick wasn't there in the room.
I understood that Commissioner Carrick was getting his information from senior OPP officers and other very reliable sources. I don't believe Commissioner Carrick was in the room, and I certainly recognize that, that was hearsay, the information that was coming to me.
Right. Okay. And but you were, in fulfilling your responsibilities, you were briefing Solicitor General Jones.
Yes.
And in fulfilling her responsibilities, she was briefing the Premier.
Yes.
And we also know that the Premier was expressing his views all the way up to the Prime Minister, right? We saw that in the readout.
I did.
Okay. And I don't want to go in any detail. You've given a lot of evidence about the 1,500 and the statement about the 1,500. That, just to be very clear, it was the statement, I've looked at it again and you're absolutely right. It says from the beginning. But those still aren't 1,500 independent officers, right? So if I am the officer and I work for 10 days, I count as 10. Did you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you've given evidence that you appreciate why that created pressure on Chief Slowly.
I do.
When he was already under incredible pressure, right?
Yes.
And because of that, you went to the Solicitor General and asked about making a correction.
Yes.
And can you tell us why a correction wasn't made?
It was made. So the correction was that the communications officer in the minister's office clarified in much greater detail the following day in response to media questions that that number was cumulative. So there was an attempt to dispel the misinterpretation by having the communications officers tell the media and anybody that was asking that that was a cumulative number and not an indication of 1,500 officers in the OPS on any given day.
But just to be fair, the OPS first corrected it, correct? And then the government got questions about the correction, and then they provided the further clarification. Is that fair?
I don't know what the order was about OPS correcting it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, there's also the issue of the doubling of resources, and you've given some evidence about that. You didn't speak to Chief Slowly about this suggestion that he made a comment about doubling resources, right?
I did not, and quite frankly, I was not overly concerned about that issue simply because I knew that the ultimate plan to dismantle that would be tested and validated by the planning team.
Right. Okay. But it did get passed on to the Solicitor General, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you said in your evidence, you said if that was accurate, and then you said it made no difference to the province, right?
Correct. The province would continue to support the Ottawa Police Service.
Right. And when you say if that is accurate, it's a recognition of the fact that you're hearing it through multiple layers, right?
Correct.
And we've heard evidence, for example, that other members, Deputy Chief Bell, who was on the call, doesn't recall it. No contemporaneous notes of that. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of Chief Bell's testimony.
Okay. But is it fair to say it became part of the picture that people had about Chief Slowly's leadership?
I can't say that.
Okay. Okay. Now, Commissioner Carrique has testified that any suggestion or concern at the time that this was a random doubling of needed resources was completely incorrect, right?
I don't know what Commissioner Carrique testified to on that issue. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, that's fair enough. But you also accept that we needed, the City of Ottawa needed 2,000 officers. So any suggestion that 1,800 was some sort of random doubling would not be fair, right?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about the impact of the fact that the operational plan to dismantle the occupation wasn't ready yet, and that had an impact on the passing along of resources to Ottawa, right?
Correct.
But you've also testified that it made good sense from your perspective that this is the kind of plan that would take time to do properly, right?
Yes.
And I suggest that the bigger impact in terms of the availability of resources to Ottawa was the fact that those resources were needed at the Ambassador Bridge.
I'm not entirely sure of that. From my perspective, two things. If there was a fully developed operational plan to dismantle and had all of those other demonstrations and occupations not happened elsewhere in the province, I think that Ottawa could have been ready for positive action much sooner.
If the other protests weren't happening.
Correct.
Okay, but given that we know that the other protests were happening, the resources, and regardless of whose priority it was, whether it was the government's priority or the OPP's priority, the priority was Windsor, right?
With regards to the deployment of OPP officers and public order unit to the Ambassador Bridge, yes.
Right. And you've stated in your interview summary that the police could not clear Ambassador Bridge and clear the occupation in Ottawa at the same time, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you watch any of Superintendent Early from the Windsor Police's evidence?
I did not.
Okay. Because what Superintendent Early testified was that the resources were dispatched to Windsor even before she had a formal operational plan to dismantle that blockade. Were you aware of that?
I knew that there were OPP resources being provided to Windsor. For what purpose, I'm not aware. Likely it was for maintenance purposes to make sure that public safety was maintained. I don't know when the public order units were provided to Windsor with regards to dismantling the entire blockade.
Okay, but if I suggest to you that the public order units were provided for dismantling the blockade even before a plan was finalized, that would be inconsistent with the position that you need that plan finalized before the public order units are dispatched, right?
No, I don't think so, because the footprint in Windsor was much smaller. The number of protesters was much smaller. So an operational plan could have been developed to dismantle the blockade in Windsor in a much more timely fashion because it was not as complicated as it was in Ottawa. So the provision of POU officers in Windsor before a fully developed plan to dismantle Windsor was completely appropriate.
Okay, and I'm out of time, so I'll just I'll end it with this. It took from the time that Chief Slowly asked on February 6th for the 1,800 officers to sufficient officers being available in the city of Ottawa to dismantle the operation took from February 6th to February 17th. Okay, that's fair.
Yes.
And is it fair that one of the things that the commissioner can consider in doing his work is how resources might be deployed more quickly, and understanding that there were a lot of competing interests here, more quickly while the very complicated planning exercise is taking place?
That would be one of the considerations that the OPP commissioner could think about, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good evening, Deputy Minister.
Good evening.
My name is Brendan Miller, and I am counsel for Freedom Corp, and I'm a part of that which is a entity that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. Sir, I want to start off with something you had mentioned in your chief with respect to Mayor Watson, stating that he invoked the state of emergency to put pressure on the province. And you said that that seemed to be political. You didn't get much of a chance to elaborate on that, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity.
I didn't say it was political. What I said was that Section 4 of the EMCPA does not allow for a municipal declaration of emergency for the purpose of putting pressure on another order of government.
Okay. And so that purpose, in your view, then, if it was the true purpose based on the call transcript with respect to Mayor Watson, that was not a proper purpose to declare that.
If that was the exclusive reason for declaring a municipal emergency, it would not have been proper.
Okay. Now, I understand, and just dealing with this, the background, you're familiar with Mayor Watson's background, is that fair?
What do you mean?
His history and work in provincial politics and in the municipal politics. Are you familiar?
I've never met Mayor Watson. The only thing that I've learned about Mayor Watson was that he was at one point in time a provincial minister. I don't know what portfolio he held.
But you're familiar, of course, with Minister Blair. You used to work with him when he was at the Toronto Police Service, I take it.
Yes, sir.
And that was, you were a superintendent there at the time he was chief?
Yes, sir.
Right. And is it fair to say, and there's a history between Minister Blair and Premier Ford, they have a very not good relationship, let's say that.
I can't speak to that, sir.
When you were at the Toronto Police Service, were you aware of the conflict that both Minister Blair and Premier Ford had with one another?
Commissioner, Daryl Cluza for the province of Ontario. I'm not sure of the relevance of this line of questioning.
Based on the records that aren't yet in evidence that I've reviewed over the last few days, it is.
I'm not sure what the relevance is as between the whether he got along or didn't get along.
Well, it appears from the record, sir, that part of it was that the minister was trying to, at times in text messages, sir, I don't want to get into it just too far yet, but the relationship between himself and Mr. Ford is referenced in various text messages, not yet in evidence from Minister Blair, sir. I want to establish what that relationship was like. If you'd like me to deal with it directly with Minister Blair, I can hold off.
I think that's probably where it's appropriate, given that this witness is not familiar with the.
It was simply, he was a superintendent during the conflict that arose, and it was during the time that now Minister Blair was the chief of the Toronto Police Service when he had a conflict with then Chief Blair when he was a councillor under the tutelage of his brother, who was the mayor at the time. But I can move on, sir, if you, I just thought this witness, of course, having been a superintendent at the time, would have that information. I can move on from it.
Well, if you can ask him the question whether he knows what either of them were thinking.
Right.
I'll let that, but.
Yes. So, sir, you're aware that going back to their days as Minister Blair when he was the chief and Doug Ford when he was city councillor, both Minister Blair and Doug Ford had a conflict with one another at that time. And you were aware of that?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to, you discussed mediation and the use of politicians in that regard with respect to a protest and respect to a blockade, and said that that's how sometimes politicians can be used. Do you want to give some examples of when that has happened that you've seen in your experience as both a police officer as well as in your current position?
So two examples come to mind. Minister Jones made herself available to the protesters in Windsor. Another example was when Federal Minister Mark Miller made himself available to the blockade, the CN rail blockade in January of 2020 in an attempt to mediate and negotiate.
Right. And I take it that a lot of that happens in coordination with the relevant police service of the jurisdiction. They actually make a request that some of the political executive branch come and attend and help assist them quell the issue. Is that fair?
That's the way it ought to happen. It did not happen that way in January of 2020.
Right, January of 2020 or 2022?
In January of 2020, when Minister Mark Miller made himself available to negotiate the CN blockade.
Okay, and so that was outside of, he did that outside of police advice, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that he did that without consulting the OPP.
Oh, okay. So in this case, I take it now, we've heard in evidence that OPP Inspector Baudouin, who is essentially doing all the PLT work, he was putting forth a plan of PLT that would involve either someone from the federal government, provincial government. I don't think he really cared who it was as long as it was effective. If the inspector had asked your government for assistance based on your knowledge, would one of the executive branch, the political executive branch that is elected members, being ministers, would they have participated in that?
Yes.
And from your understanding, despite Inspector Baudouin's request of the federal elected executive, do you have any knowledge of the political branch of the federal executive, despite or upon his request from Inspector Baudouin agreeing to do the same?
No, I had discussions with Deputy Minister Stewart about getting federal ministers to the table, and Deputy Minister Stewart was not successful.
Okay, but your government was willing and able to do that if was asked?
I know for a fact that Minister Jones was, yes.
Right. And I just want to deal with a little, spend my last point in time and to clarify both for the public, and I know that you've, I think, been the first witness here to make this very clear, and I think it's worth emphasizing. When it comes to policing in this entire country, police are supposed to be 100% independent of the political branch. Is that fair?
When it comes to investigations, deployment, operations, yes.
Right. And so just because a mayor, just because a prime minister, just because the minister of emergency preparedness or a premier wants them to do something, that's not supposed to have an effect on their decisions. They have to assess them themselves, and they don't follow essentially directions from elected government. They're independent.
Correct. With regards to operations and deployment and investigations, yes.
And one of the reasons that's the case is that you don't want police, who have probably the most power out of any officials in the country domestically, You don't want them to do things for political reasons, right?
Correct.
Right. In your opinion, in looking at the facts as you know it, as a deputy minister, as a former police officer, in your view, was this situation politicalized?
I know that there were many politicians that were involved in discussions, that it was an urgent situation. And so many politicians expressed their views publicly.
And did that undermine police enforcement and police tactics and police decisions?
No, I don't think so. I think the commissioner and I, certainly the commissioner, were focused on providing the resources that Ottawa needed to dismantle the entire occupation. So from my perspective, all of that was noise. The commissioner was focused on providing those resources subject to a fully developed operational plan to dismantle the entire occupation.
Did any of the conduct of the federal political branch, that is the elected ministers and prime minister, did any of their statements in the media and to the public at large create any issues for the police dealing with the situation?
That would be a question for the police that were dealing with the issue. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, if I could call on the CCLA.
Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso. My name is Eva Krajewska. I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Hello.
Let me pick up from a point that my friend was just speaking to you about civilian oversight of the police. I understand from your testimony, Mr. DiTommaso, that you're familiar with the Morden report arising after the G20.
Yes.
And that's built upon the Ipperwash inquiry and previously from the MacDonald Commission.
I wasn't aware that it was built upon Ipperwash.
Sorry, the two other reports that are relevant to the issue of civilian oversight are the report after the Ipperwash inquiry and the MacDonald Commission.
Okay.
All right, well, let's stick to the Morden report then. And sir, as my friend told you, the independence of the police is quintessential with respect to criminal investigation, correct?
Correct.
Because we do not want, it would be an infringement of the rule of law to have politicians direct criminal investigation.
I agree.
But with respect to operational decisions, I'd suggest to you that civilian oversight is a little bit more nuanced from the Morden report. And on the first point, that there is a role for civilian oversight with respect to the receipt of information with respect to operational decisions.
I agree.
And Commissioner Carrick was discharging that duty by supplying you with information with respect to his operational decisions.
Correct.
And similarly, it is possible, for civilian oversight to provide opinions and make suggestions with respect to operational decisions.
That is a specific recommendation in the Morden report. Yes.
And that is the Morden's report's qualification to Section 31(4) of the Police Act, correct? That's its interpretation of that section.
I won't fight you on that.
Okay.
I accept that.
All right, and that it's especially important to provide those suggestions or opinions on operational plans to ensure that they're consistent with legal requirements and community norms and values.
And board policies and board objectives, yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, we've reviewed a number of your handwritten notes that arise out of the facts that we're reviewing with this commission. And I just want to get a sense of your note-taking practice. Do you essentially take notes of all of your telephone calls and meetings?
No.
Okay, so this is a selection of notes that you had arising from these events.
Right. This was a major event. and I reverted to my past practice as a police officer and taking as many notes contemporaneously as I possibly could. There are gaps. I did not record each and every discussion that I had. I simply didn't have that capacity.
Okay, thank you. And so if you had been providing reports to the Solicitor General, there may not be notes of those reports, even if you may not be notes of those, even though you provided those reports.
Correct.
And what was your practice with reporting to the Solicitor General with respect to these events? Would you have been at the beginning of these events? Was she asking you to report to her daily on the events?
So the practice was with regards to the daily situational reports that were coming in to me from Commissioner Creek, I would do a copy and paste and send the same text message to the minister.
By text message?
Yes.
And would she schedule calls with you if she had follows up or questions with respect to Commissioner Creek's reports?
Yes.
And you would also have meetings with her in person and I assume by telephone,
Correct.
but you would not necessarily take notes of those discussions.
Correct.
And if I understand your evidence, at the beginning of these events, your characterization of them was that this was a police issue that required the correct deployment of police resources.
Correct.
And you did not see this as necessarily a political issue.
That would be fair. However, there was a role for ministers and politicians to play with regards to exploring possible solutions.
The art of the possible, as you stated. Okay. And would it be fair now? You had a number of discussions with Deputy Minister Stewart at the federal level, correct?
Yes.
And those were kind of at the bureaucracy level of discussions.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you got the sense from him that the federal political level was frustrated that there was not more engagement from the Ontario provincial level?
Yes.
Okay. And in my review of the documents, it appears that the political engagement from Ontario appeared to shift around February 9th. Would that be fair?
No. I know that Minister Jones and the Premier were certainly engaged in many bilateral conversations throughout this entire period.
So when do you feel like the provincial government became more involved at a political level? At what point in time?
I can't determine that because I was not privy to those conversations. I knew that both Premier Ford and Minister Jones were having many bilateral conversations with a whole host of people.
Okay, you may not be aware, but would you be aware that, for example, Minister Alghabra on transportation was not able to book telephone calls with Minister Mulroney?
I was not aware of that.
And the reason that I suggest that February 9th may be a pivot point is that is when Premier Ford has a telephone call with Minister Mendocino, where Premier Ford suggests that he's spoken to the Chief Medical Officer of Health and he may take down vaccine passports. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
And you'd agree with me that at least by February 10th, the Solicitor General had informed you that there was consideration of invoking the Ontario Emergencies Act, the EMPCA.
Premier Ford signaled his intention to declare a provincial emergency on or about the 10th.
And would it be fair to say that the political level in Ontario became more engaged when the Windsor Bridge, the Ambassador Bridge, was blocked and it was causing significant economic repercussions with respect to manufacturing and trade?
That would not be fair, no.
And so with respect to the emergencies orders, if I can ask the registrar to please pull up doc ID on ONT 405155. That's the last page of this document. So these are your notes from February 10th, 2022. And on the last page of these, which is page 19, not 20, sorry. There's a star and Solicitor General is lead department on this issue. Emergency at our borders, line, waiting for direction, thinking about EO, list of 7, not doing anything until more direction. What does list of 7, is that list of 7 or am I misreading that?
I don't know what that references. I'm sorry.
Okay, but would it be fair that as at February 10th, your ministry was being tasked with considering what potential orders you think should be made under the EMPCA?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, you're familiar with the legal requirements to invoke the EMPCA?
Yes.
And you'd agree that any orders that are made under the EMPCA must be necessary and essential in the circumstances?
Yes.
And they have to be tailored to be charter compliant as well?
Correct.
And so they have to be the least restrictive possible in terms of their impact on charter rights of Ontarians?
Yes.
And that was something that you considered and your ministry considered in drafting the EMPCA orders that were enacted?
Yes.
And so just going back, in January of 2022, if we go back, there were significant provincial mandates under the Reopening Ontario Act that were in place in January 2022 as a result of the Omicron wave. You remember that?
Yes.
And Ontario had been placed back into kind of stage 2 of the Reopening Act at that time.
I'm sorry. I'm not prepared to speak on that. I have not reviewed any notes or any material, so I'm not prepared to speak on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me make it simple. Under the Reopening Act, there were 3 stages of opening that were available for the cabinet to place the various health units in, depending on the severity of the pandemic in that health unit.
I can't help you there. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared.
Okay. If I can just ask you, under the Reopening Ontario Act, some of the measures that were put in place included vaccine passports,
I believe so.
mask mandates,
Yes.
capacity limits,
Yes.
school closures.
Yes.
And I understand from your evidence that despite what the note says from February 6th in response to Ms. Jody Thomas and at the NSIA, that you understood that some of the protests that were happening in both Ottawa and Windsor related not just to the federal vaccine mandate, but to public health measures much more generally.
That was my evidence. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Next, if I could call on the CCF, please.
Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso. My name is Sujit Chaudhary. I am counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. I'd like to pick up on a line of questions that my friend, Ms. Rodriguez, led regarding intergovernmental processes for coordinating federal, provincial, and municipal responses to the convoy. And I want to put it to you that the reason why she spent so much time on that theme and why I'd like to go back to that theme is that that issue goes to the very heart of this commission's mandate. And so, sir, do you know that the Emergencies Act is a last resort?
That's my general understanding, yes.
And that the last resort requirement is actually a legal condition for the federal cabinet to declare a public order emergency.
So I'm not an expert on the Emergency Act, but that's my general understanding.
And isn't it true then, if the act is meant to be a last resort, municipal, provincial, and federal legal tools have to somehow fall short?
So that's a legal question. I'm not prepared to answer that. I'm sorry.
But are you prepared to answer this question, that sometimes for tools in the hands of one government to be effective, those governments must cooperate to use their tools together?
I'm not sure how to answer that, sir.
Well, let's talk about this convoy. What we're trying to understand here in this commission is whether these intergovernmental processes to get governments to work together to use the different tools they have worked or didn't work. And that's why we want to learn about these meetings and these conversations that you had. So it's true that you had many conversations with representatives of different levels of government, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's true that you participated in a February 6th meeting.
Yes.
And other meetings.
Yes.
And is it true that your role in these meetings, and I'm quoting it here, was to receive information?
Yes.
And to put forward possible solutions to the blockade in Windsor and the occupation in Ottawa that could be achieved or facilitated by Ontario?
Correct.
So you were on those calls and at those meetings to see how Ontario could help.
Yes.
And would you also agree that one of the fundamental purposes of those calls and those meetings was that every level of government had different information? And the purpose of conversation and communication was that no one government had the complete picture, but only by discussing with each other and exchanging information could the complete picture come into focus.
I would agree with that.
And then with the complete picture in hand, governments could connect the dots between problems and issues on the one hand and solutions on the other.
I agree with that.
Including solutions that could be achieved or facilitated by the province of Ontario.
Right, but those discussions were in fact happening. They may not have been at the formal tripartite tables at the federal level with politicians, but they were happening bilaterally. So there was an exchange of information going on.
Well, let's talk about the tripartite meetings, because that's where I'm going to. So there have been a number of questions put to you about the tripartite meetings at the most senior political levels, although there were deputy level civil servants there.
Yes.
That took place on February 7th, 8th, and 10th. And I'd like to call up, Mr. Registrar, if you would, ssm.nsc.can.4052_rel.001, or that's the readout from the February 8th tripartite call. So you've been asked questions about these notes before. I'd like to take you to two parts of the notes for this call, or the readout. So Chief Slowly participated in this call. And so if we could go, please, Mr. Registrar, to the bottom of page 2. Stop there. And so, sir, do you see there a question posed by that's Minister Mendocino, saying, do you see Wellington Red Zone being tackled within 2 to 3 days? And then Chief Slowly responds. And so there's a reference there to a Wellington Red Zone. So I'd put it to you that that is a no-go zone on Wellington Street. that Chief Slowly was proposing?
A no-go zone. I don't know what Chief Slowly was proposing.
Okay, but what do you think the term red zone means on Wellington in the context of the protests that were taking place in Ottawa?
I don't know what Chief Slowly
Okay.
means by red zone, sir.
Sure, but if you had been at the meeting, you might have known to ask, correct?
I was not invited to the meeting.
But Minister
And I
Jones
cannot-
was invited to the meeting.
I
If
was-
she'd been at the meeting, she would have known to ask, correct?
I was not invited to the meeting, and so I did not attend.
Let's go down to the next page. So 3/4 of the way down. If you could go down a little bit more, there's in bold there under the long paragraph from Chief Slowly, a reference to an impound zone. Now, sir, what do you think an impound zone refers to?
It appears that Chief Slowly is talking about a zone where vehicles can be impounded and towed from.
Good. So now, you said that prior to the February 6th call, you familiarized yourself with the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, correct?
Yes,
And so you said in your interview summary that the City of Ottawa did not make a formal request for Premier Ford to declare a provincial state of emergency. Is that right?
yes,
But isn't it true that no such request by a mayor is required as a matter of law under the EMCPA for the Premier to declare a state of emergency in any city in this province?
correct.
So are you aware that under the EMCPA, the provincial cabinet, once a state of emergency has been declared, can regulate or prohibit travel or movement to, from or within any specified area?
And that's what they did.
And are you aware that that the provincial cabinet can evacuate individuals and remove personal property from any specified area?
Right, but that was not an applicable section for this particular emergency.
And why is that?
Can you put up the EMCP Act for me, please?
It's, Mr. Registrar, it's CCF 6038. And it's page 7. Mr. DiTommaso, I believe you're referring to point 3 at the top of the page there.
Yes, I am.
And could you please elaborate on your answer?
Sure. So with regards to evacuating individuals and animals and removing personal property from any specified area, evacuating individuals, from my understanding, pertains to invoking that authority when there is a large natural disaster impacting the health and safety of people. And so taking and making arrangements for the adequate care and protection of individuals and property, that does not apply to the current situation.
Interesting. So you don't think it would extend to removing individuals and their personal effects from an area?
Well, evacuating, in my view, has a very specific meaning. I don't think it is applicable at all.
Well,
and I can tell you, sir, that in drafting these emergency orders, legal departments from the Ministry of the Attorney General, SolGen, Cabinet Office, Premier's Office, the Ministry of Transportation were all engaged. And had that been a section that could have been leveraged, it would have been. The opinion of the legal department from all of those ministries was that that particular section was not applicable to the situation.
Mr. DiTommaso, would you agree that when the provincial cabinet exercises its powers under this provision of the EMCPA, it's not trenching on the authority of the OPP or the OPS over policing?
Correct.
And would you agree that the provincial cabinet could have used these powers to create a red zone on Wellington?
What do you mean by a red zone?
A zone in which there could be no vehicles illegally parked, in which all vehicles would be cleared and where no persons could go.
Well, that in fact was done by the emergency order, sir.
Yeah, but what, do you agree that it could have been done by the provincial cabinet?
It was done by the provincial cabinet, sir.
The red zone, sir, was created by the emergency measures regulation under the Emergency Act.
No, sir. The prohibition to block any roadway or walkway and the ingress and egress was something that was specifically done in the provincial emergency order. So blocking, impeding egress and ingress into any highway and walkway was something that was done by the emergency order in the province of Ontario.
We'll return to that. Would you agree that the provincial cabinet could have used these powers to create an impound zone?
So I think that point would have been moot. And I say that because the problem was already there. It was already defined. The problem was these large, heavy trucks in a defined area. And what the provincial cabinet did was give substantial authority to remove those trucks, to impound and seize those trucks and hold them until the emergency orders were no longer in place.
So Mr. DiTommaso, Minister Jones was not on the call on February 8th when the Wellington Red Zone and the impound zone were presented for discussion at this intergovernmental table, was she?
She was not.
No. And had she been on that call on February 8th, isn't it reasonable to conclude that she would have connected the dots between the red zone and the impound zone and the powers that the provincial cabinet would have if it had declared a state of emergency under provincial law?
The province did declare a state of emergency under provincial law.
That wasn't my question. Had she been on that call on February 8th, would she have connected the dots between the problem that was at hand and the tools within the jurisdiction of the province?
I think Minister Jones was well aware of what the problem was without attending that call. She was well aware of what the problem was.
And Mr. DiTommaso, there were deputies on that call.
Yes.
If you had been asked to attend that call and you had been there to receive Chief Slowly's ideas, and would you have connected the dots between what he was proposing in terms of a red zone and an impound zone and the potential to use the province's emergency powers to implement those proposals?
The provincial emergency orders dealt with the red zone and the impound zone. They did. They provided prohibitions against ingress and egress and blocking highways and walkways, and they provided police with the ability to seize vehicles within that zone there. So in effect, it did create both.
I was asking about you, sir. Did you ever make that recommendation to Minister Jones to create those zones yourself? Yes or no?
They were created.
But did you recommend
the issue, sir? The issue, sir, was addressed in the emergency orders. The issue was addressed.
Mr. Commissioner, I think we're done here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso.
Good evening.
My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service. I understand that you have some oversight of the OPP that falls within your sphere of responsibility.
Yes.
And in that regard, you received regular reports from Commissioner Carrick.
Yes.
And another person who reported to you was Chris Letang, the Provincial Security Advisor at
Yes.
the Ministry of the Solicitor General.
Yes.
And I assume he has access, in that position, he obviously has access to intelligence information from the OPP and others.
Yes.
and it's important that he get you reliable information and timely information.
Yes.
And in fact, he did satisfy you in that regard in terms of the information he provided to you.
He was providing me with the information that he was in receipt of.
Right, and you were satisfied with the quality of the information he was providing.
Generally speaking, yes.
And so if we could please call up OPP 405099.
Could you confirm that document ID, please?
OPP 405099.
Having difficulty locating that one. Could you tell me what sort of document
It is a report from Chris Letang, the Provincial Security Advisor, of January 21st or 22nd, I believe.
Would it be possible to spell his last name?
Letang. I'll move on, and in the meantime, if I could ask you instead to call up ONT 405126. Thank you very much. That's one of the reports that Mr. Letang was providing to you, and those are being provided on a regular basis.
Yes.
And so if we could just scroll down to the bottom of page 1, please. You'll see that the report is, the assessment is currently there is no specific identified threat and monitoring remains attuned. And then just below that, you'll see Freedom Convoy. If you could just turn to the next page, please. And so you'll see that there is reference in those paragraphs to the protest disrupting the movement of vehicular traffic, correct?
Yes.
And the disruption of vehicular traffic is not in itself a basis to stop a protest, is it?
I agree.
And some vehicular disruption is obviously going to be expected and tolerated, correct?
I agree.
And if we could look at the third page, please. Page 3, please. Thank you. The second paragraph, at this point, and this is January 25th, just so you're aware, the second paragraph says that the convoy organizers have repeatedly stated the intention to conduct a lawful protest, and there's a code of conduct. You see that?
Yes.
And then we see in the next paragraph that the number, and it's bolded, that the number of participants and supporters who may participate is unknown at this point.
Yes.
And there's no indication in this report that overall the convoy will engage in assaultive behavior or widespread antisocial behavior or bylaw offenses, nothing like that, correct?
I haven't read this entire report, but I accept your word.
Okay. And so, similarly, I didn't see any indication that the protesters would become a long-term occupation. If we could please go to the next one, which is OPP 405127.
My guess is it must be ONT 51.
I'm sorry,
Is
did
it
I
a-
not say that? I
Is it
apologize.
is it a strategic update?
Yes, I apologize for that. Thank you for catching that. And so that's another report on January 26. And you'll see on page 1, if we just scroll down, the first paragraph, again, there's no specific identified threat, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the first bullet under National Convoy,
Yes.
you'll see that an accurate estimate was complicated by the number of non-convoy vehicles in the area, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to page 2, and you go to the first bullet on page 2, you'll see the last sentence. The organizers have repeatedly continued to urge for a peaceful demonstration.
I'm sorry, where is that, sir?
The last sentence in the first bullet.
Yes.
And if we go to page 3, under the assessment, if you could just scroll up, please. Oh, sorry. Assessment starts on page 2, and then if you go to page 3, the third paragraph. Again, no identified threat with regard to the Freedom Convoy protests. And there's no reference at this point to the convoy staying long-term and becoming an occupation, is it?
No, no, you're correct. I believe the first indication in these reports that there would be a longer-term stay was on the 27th.
Right. And so the 27th is in fact the day before they arrive, correct? That's on the Thursday, and
Yes.
the convoy is arriving on the Friday, correct?
Correct.
Council, sorry to interrupt. I have your first document that I couldn't find.
That's okay. I'll move on. And you're aware that many of the convoy were traveling on 400 series highways policed by the OPP.
Yes.
And there was, you're aware, no direction given or any discussion with the OPP about whether to divert them or stop them from coming into Ottawa based on the information that was available at the time, correct?
There were no grounds to stop or divert, no.
And if we go to ONT 405126, which is Mr. Tang's report that we previously looked at of January 25th, on page 2, the third bullet, you'll see that reports from RCMP in Manitoba indicate that convoy participants were upset as a result of having been directed to weigh scales and having been issued HTA infractions. And some online messaging suggests that those were an intentional tactic by police to disrupt the protest. And so OPP information is that the weigh scales in Ontario will be closed, correct?
Yes.
And so Ontario wasn't trying to disrupt the convoy's arrival. And in fact, the OPP actually ushered them into Ottawa, did they not?
I wouldn't say the word ushered. They certainly facilitated the right to peaceful protest, and my understanding was that the OPP did not have any grounds to stop or divert. Generally speaking, there may have been reason to do that on an individual basis, but generally speaking, there was not a right to do that.
And if we could please go to ONT 405303. That is a text series of text messages from Commissioner Carrick to you. And I'm just giving you that page to see that it's January 29th. So that would be on the Saturday.
Yes.
And then if you scroll down to the bottom of that page and then go up to the, you'll see then go to the next one, which is ONT 5304. I simply gave you that so you would see the date. So if you could please go to ONT 405304. And if you go to the 5th bullet. And so this is the report you're getting on the 29th from Commissioner Carrick, and he's now telling you that a number of demonstrators are planning to remain until the 31st of January. So that's the Monday, correct?
Yes.
And so you agree with me that the information you're getting from the provincial security advisor does not forecast what turned out to become an occupation for 3 weeks in Ottawa with the kind of behavior that we ultimately saw, correct?
I would not say that. I know that there was a report from the provincial security advisor on the 27th that indicated that some elements of the convoy were going to be staying longer than the weekend. There was information on the 27th from the provincial security advisor that one of the reasons why the truckers were there was to get rid of the federal federal vaccine mandate on truckers, and that they would not be leaving until that demand was met.
Well, let's go and look at that assessment on the 27th, please. It's ONT 405128. And if you go to the assessment section on page 3, so what we see is that, and this is, bear in mind, the 27th, so it's the Thursday. So what we see is the second sentence. Once in Ottawa, some convoy organizers have stated an intent to remain at Parliament Hill until the federal government concedes to repeal all COVID health restrictions and mandates, correct?
Yes.
So we don't see any indication of the number, how many, correct?
Correct.
And we also don't see any indication that they're going to engage in the kind of behavior that they ultimately did engage in. Correct?
Well, can I give me a second to read this, please? So there's talk about disruptions that may gridlock areas around Parliament buildings and other parts of Ottawa. So that part of it is in there in the assessment.
Okay.
There is no express departure date for participants or a clear timing of when actions may end. That's in there.
Of an unknown number of people.
Correct. But there's also information here that some supporters may attempt to disrupt businesses of government by holding events at or near city halls, provincial government facilities, etc. So that did in fact happen.
Well, you're aware, sir, that Parliament continued to sit, the municipal government continued to operate throughout that period, correct?
And there was significant disruption to business. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Another office in the provincial government that monitored both Ottawa, Toronto, Windsor was the Emergency Management Office.
Yes.
And I understand from January 28th to February 21st, they produced multiple briefing notes every day and sometimes multiple times a day.
Right. And the flow, the information that the the Emergency Management Office had was primarily from municipal sources.
I think you're out of your time, so
If I may
good wrap
just have
up.
2 more minutes. Thank you. You would agree with me, I take it, Mr. DiTommaso, that if if the convoy was coming in, or if there were trucks on the 400 series of highways in which there was information that the OPP had that there were bombs and that those bombs were going to be detonated in Ottawa, you would expect that the OPP would do something to stop those convoys from coming into the city, correct?
I'm not aware of any information indicating that there were bombs on these trucks.
I appreciate that. I'm giving you a hypothetical. If you had such information, presumably as the person who has oversight, who has some oversight, you'd be concerned if the OPP allowed those vehicles to come into the city.
Certainly there would be a concern if the OPP knew a particular truck had a bomb and permitted it into the city. Yes, that would be a concern.
And similarly, you would expect that if the OPP had knowledge that the convoy was going to engage in the kind of disruptive and antisocial behavior they did engage in, you would have expected that they would not have allowed it to come into Ottawa. Fair?
I think the OPP was also duty bound to respect the Charter of Rights and Freedom, which gives protesters the right to protest and assemble.
And so you would not have expected that they would stop the convoy.
Correct.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions.
Okay, next, the Ontario Provincial Police.
It's Janine Cabersi for the OPP. No questions, Commissioner. Thank you.
The Windsor Police Service.
I'm here, Commissioner. I'm just having trouble starting my video. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso. Could I please, my name is Tom McCrae, and I am acting for the Windsor Police Service. Could I please ask Mr. Clerk that you go to Mr. DiTommaso's witness statement, which is 41. If you could go to page 7, please, I'd be grateful. I'm starting right here after request for assistance and policing jurisdiction.
I'm sorry, where are you at? Where are you at?
I'm sorry, there's a heading on, oh, please scroll down, Mr. Clerk. We can't see it. There it is. There it is. Sorry, requests for assistance and policing jurisdiction. Mr. DiTommaso explained that the Police Services Act sets out how municipal police services are to make requests for assistance pursuant to Section 9.
Can you slow down a bit for the interpreters, please?
Pardonnez-moi. Which applies when the chief of police is of the opinion that an emergency exists in the municipality. Mr. Clerk, could you please go now to Commission Document 50819. This should be, if I got my number right, the Police Services Act. If you could scroll down to Section 9, which is, I think, about 7 pages in. Okay, sorry, I'm wrong. Down some more, please. A little more. Okay, we're getting there. Yes. Could you go down to, scroll down a little more, please? If I can draw your attention, Mr. DiTommaso, to subparagraph 6 of that Section 9 of the Police Services Act. Is that the subsection of Section 9 that you were referring to in the first sentence of the paragraph of your witness statement we just went to?
Yes.
Is it correct that there is no requirement in the Police Services Act that this request must be given in writing?
I agree.
And if I can take your attention to the next subsection, it says a chief of police who makes a request under subsection 6 shall advise the chair of the board of the fact as soon as possible.
Yes.
Is it, sir, that this subsection contemplates an emergency which is so vital that the chief of police would speak to the commissioner before he speaks to the chair of the board?
Yes.
And in fact, in those circumstances, it would be unreasonable or unnecessary for the initial request to be put into writing?
I agree.
Yeah, thank you. We've heard evidence within this commission hearing about requests that have been made to the OPP in just by speaking with them on the phone. And the OPP has responded with PLT service or other frontline officers. Is that the ordinary course of conduct for the OPP?
Well, I can't speak for the OPP in terms of the way in which they receive requests, but I would generally agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the City of Windsor. You still okay?
Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso.
Good
My
evening.
name is Jennifer King. I'm counsel to the City of Windsor.
Hello.
Hello. Mayor Dilkins of the City of Windsor testified on Monday that he had at least one conversation with the Solicitor General during the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge. Were you present during these calls?
No,
Were you aware of these calls?
generally speaking.
Okay. What did the Solicitor General or her office do in response to her call or calls with Mayor Dilkins?
You'd have to tell me what the nature of the conversation was before I can respond.
Well, were you aware of the nature of the conversation?
No,
Okay. I'll just move on. You testified that you consulted with Commissioner Carrick on the emergency declaration and measures, correct?
yes,
Did you consult with Windsor or the Windsor Police Service to determine what tools they may need to more effectively resolve issues in Windsor?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. You agree that the blockade of the bridge, the Ambassador Bridge, impacted people's livelihoods not only in Windsor-Essex region, but also throughout the province of Ontario?
Yes,
You acknowledge in your testimony today that the impact of the Ambassador Bridge blockade on the economy of Canada and Ontario was apparent, right?
yes,
Could you go a little slower again, please?
Yes. And it was apparent how important the crossing is to Canada and Ontario.
it was all over mainstream media. Yes,
So you would agree with me then that the provincial, federal, and of course, Windsor's efforts and resources expended to clear the blockade and protect the bridge from the return of a blockade benefited the entire province?
yes,
Earlier this evening, you talked about the importance of a coordinated response at all levels of government, right?
yes,
I'm not going to bring up the letter in the interests of time and the time of day, but there is a letter from Mayor Dilkins of Windsor to the Solicitor General, Minister Mendicino, and Minister Blair. Are you aware of that letter from
No.
March? Well, then I will ask the clerk to bring it up. It's Win 402240. So as I said, this is a letter in March that is to the Solicitor General and others. And I take it you were not aware of the letter.
no,
It was not raised to your attention?
no.
Okay. And if you could just go to the second page, please. You'll see here the second full paragraph, last sentence. Mayor Dilkin writes that it is apparent or the need for broader collaboration and support from provincial and federal governments to bolster the safety and security of our borders appears obvious. Would you agree with Mayor Dilkins?
Yes,
Mayor Dilkins goes on to request a meeting to debrief emergency regulatory obligations regarding the Ambassador Bridge. Did you discuss the mayor's request for a meeting at the time with the Solicitor General?
I was not aware of this letter.
Okay. The mayor has testified that he did not receive a response to this letter. Can you tell me now, is the Minister of the Solicitor General willing to meet with Windsor, other ministries at the provincial level, and federal representatives to discuss long-term needs and planning to protect Windsor's international crossings?
I have not spoken to the current minister about this issue.
Okay. As of February 2022, emergency management was your responsibility as part of the Public Safety Division of Community Safety.
Sorry, as of what date?
February of this year.
Yes,
And you were the Commissioner of Emergency Management?
yes,
And you'll agree that Ontario, like all jurisdictions in Canada, uses a bottom-up approach to emergency management, correct?
used a what approach?
Bottom-up approach.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. This means that municipalities are generally responsible for managing most emergencies, correct?
Correct?
Local authorities are the front lines of emergency response.
Yes,
The EMCPA requires that each municipality prepare and adopt its own emergency response plan, correct?
yes.
And in your experience, I take it, the province does not typically critique or override these plans.
The Emergency Management of Ontario is in receipt of these emergency plans from every municipality. They are reviewed. So I don't know to what extent any advice or critique is presented back to the municipality.
But it is the municipality that adopts those plans, correct?
Yes,
And by order in council, you're aware that Ontario has assigned a number of ministries and their ministers responsibility for preparing emergency management plans and programs for specific types of emergencies.
yes.
Are you aware, is there an emergency plan or program at the provincial level targeted at the prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery of emergencies related to critical infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge?
I know that every ministry is required by the EMCA to have an emergency management plan.
Are you aware if any of those plans address threats to critical infrastructure like at the Ambassador Bridge?
I am aware that there is current legislation on the books, Keeping Ontario Open for Business Act, that does just that.
Okay. Which ministry would be responsible for such a plan?
The ministry, to my understanding, that is responsible currently for the Keeping Ontario Open for Business Act, which addresses critical infrastructure, is Treasury Board.
Okay. And the Ministry of the Solicitor General is responsible to coordinate the overall provincial emergency response?
Not currently,
That's been transferred to the Treasury Board as well?
correct?
As of February 2022, it was your ministry's responsibility?
Yes,
Are you aware, has the order in council assigning responsibility been updated?
I am not aware.
So turning briefly back to municipal emergencies, will you agree with me that the PEOC does not send someone to manage municipal emergencies alongside the municipality?
Are you talking about PEOC?
Yes.
They do send field advisors to provide support, and I know that that was done with regards to Windsor.
So this is a field officer who liaises with the community, correct?
With the Community Emergency Management Coordinator, yes,
Correct. But the management of the emergency is left to the emergency management experts and trained emergency responders in the municipality.
correct. And there is support and advice provided by the field officer from EMO.
And it's your understanding that advice was provided by the field officer of EMO to Windsor?
Those are the duties of the field officer that was deployed.
It is my understanding that the Chief Laforette, the CEMC for the municipality of Windsor, provided information to the field officers throughout this protest.
I accept that.
Okay. All right, so we've heard about at the municipal level, the roles of municipal emergency management in these protests earlier in the hearing. At the provincial level, you'll agree with me that the Solicitor General was the lead ministry for Ontario's response.
Yes,
And will you agree with me that the Solicitor General's office did not communicate to municipalities that the Solicitor General was the lead ministry?
I don't know that.
Okay. We've heard that other ministries had a role in the emergency response, including MTO
Yes.
and MMAH.
To what extent MMAH had a role, I'm not entirely sure. I know that they managed two disaster recovery funds with regards to people, individuals, and businesses.
Well, it was the Solicitor General's office's role to coordinate the ministry's response.
Yes.
Okay. Did your ministry circulate to municipalities through EMO or PEOC or otherwise the roles and responsibilities of the different ministries engaged in the emergency response?
I don't know the answer to that.
Other than collecting and sharing these daily consolidated situation reports that we've been referring to, did Emergency Management Ontario or PEOC have any other role during the protests in February?
Right. So they played an advisory role should municipalities have any need for advice from the provincial experts that were made available to them.
Are you aware that any municipalities asked for advice from these provincial experts?
I'm not sure that there would be a requirement to ask first. The duties of field officers are to be present and to provide that advice upon request. And if they see that something is not going according to plan, they are certainly free to provide that advice.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with the field officers yourself who were assigned to Windsor?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. You had told the commissioner that as of February 11th, the PEOC was put in full activation mode, correct?
Yes.
Is it possible that prior to February 11th, the PEOC was in enhanced monitoring mode, but for COVID-19 and not the protests?
No, I wouldn't say that. They were in enhanced monitoring mode for both.
Okay. And are you aware that there have been amendments to the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes.
And they received royal assent in April of this year?
I'm not sure of the date. I'll accept your word.
Were you consulted on these amendments?
Yes.
And are you aware, was there any consultation with municipalities in preparing the amendments to the EMCPA?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. There's a number of new sections to the Act.
Yes.
Yes, and one of them requires the Solicitor General to develop a written framework for accountability and governance during emergencies.
Yes.
And that written framework has to be made available to the public.
Yes.
No such framework was prepared or publicized prior to the protests earlier this year.
There was not a requirement to publish a framework prior to April of this year.
Understood, but there wasn't a framework that was available publicly.
There was a provincial emergency management plan that was available online.
Okay, I am aware of that document. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the City of Ottawa.
Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso. My name is Alyssa Tompkins. I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa.
Hello.
Now, you testified earlier that the Police Board of Jurisdiction is in the best position to determine whether adequate and effective police services are being provided, correct?
Yes.
You also testified that the board has the exclusive responsibility for the oversight of the chief and ensuring adequate and effective police services are being provided in the municipality. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And what I want to follow up on initially is how this relates to Section 3 Sub 2 of the Police Services Act. And I think you addressed it with one of my friends, but that section, of course, provides that the Solicitor General shall monitor police forces to ensure that adequate and effective police services are provided at the municipal and provincial levels, correct?
May I ask that you put that section up, please?
Sure. So the Police Services Act is at document COM 00000. I think that's 50819. And page 7, Mr. Clerk. So if we just scroll down right there. So 3 sub 2, right under duties and powers of Solicitor General, we start right away with the Solicitor General shall monitor police forces to ensure that adequate and effective police services are provided at the municipal and provincial levels.
Yes, that's one of her, one of the duties, yes.
And I put to you that the Supreme Court of Canada has said that the Solicitor General has a duty to ensure that the board provides adequate and effective services in a municipality.
So I'm not aware of that Supreme Court case, but I will take your word for it.
Yeah, we'll deal with that in submission. Okay. But you don't have any reason to contradict that understanding.
Correct.
Okay. Now, one of the ways that the Solicitor General fulfills this duty, as I understand your evidence, is through a police services advisor, correct?
That's one of the ways. The other way she fulfills this duty is by speaking to chiefs of police and receiving public complaints with regards to adequate and effective police services. So if the Solicitor General is aware of public complaints that the service is not delivering adequate and effective police services, the Solicitor General can take action.
Right, and we'll come to that, of course. But I want to focus right now on the Police Services Advisor. So we looked earlier at the February 5th meeting of the Ottawa Police Services Board, and it was the one you were texting with Commissioner Carrick about. So if we could bring up document ONT, and I think it's 401115. If you can just scroll down, I'm going to focus on the first 4 bullets. Oh, if we can actually go to the top first. So this is, we discussed earlier, you discussed, I should say, that Lindsay Gray was that solicitor. And we see that this is a board meeting summary note for the Inspector General of Policing. And that was the gentleman that you said reported to you.
Yes.
Okay, now so this is her report. So if we can scroll down the 4 bullets. So we have Chair Deans commented that the city is under siege and this is a threat to democracy, a nationwide insurrection. The current situation is madness and stated that there needs to be a concrete plan to end this now. And this gets important here. Chair Deans stated that the meeting was called to ask the chief one question. In accordance with the mandate for the delivery of adequate and effective policing, she asked the chief if he still believes he is able to provide, given the fluid nature of the occupation, adequate and effective policing to the city of Ottawa. If not, the chair asked what legal authorities, what resources from the board, or what assistance the board can provide at this time. And the chief starts answering, and he says the chief committed to lay out where the service is at and what their plan is. He did comment that there is nothing in the definition of adequate and effective policing that could resolve a city under siege, a threatened democracy, and nationwide insurrection. He further commented that a police service is not contemplated to deal with a city under siege, and as such, there is not necessarily a concrete plan for such a scenario as described. Now, I don't think we have time to review the whole document, but you'll agree the chief does not say yes. He does not say, I'm able to provide adequate and effective police services.
So I wasn't there at that meeting, and I've only read this particular report in preparation for this testimony.
Yeah, so what I want to understand, though, is that this report was provided to your subordinate, and I'm wondering, did alarm bells not start ringing at the ministry?
So I was relying on the information provided to me by Ken Weatherhill.
Okay, and at the same time, by this point, you're aware that February 2nd, former Chief Slowly has stated that he doesn't believe there's a policing solution.
Right.
So your department is getting this report at the same time he's saying that. And I ask again, are alarm bells not ringing?
No, because Ottawa Police Service was getting sufficient and significant support and resources from the OPP.
Sir, you testify that the Police Service Board is in the best place to assess whether there's adequate and effective police services being provided.
Right, and those services were being provided by Ottawa Police Service and the OPP.
We see here that the chief was asked on point if he could, and he didn't answer yes. And we can go to an internal OPB document. Let's bring that up. Chair Deaton says speaking notes from this meeting. OPP 00000655.
Sorry, is that OPB or
Yeah,
OP?
OPB, as in Bravo, 50655. And these are Chair Dean's speaking notes from that. And if we scroll down.
I'm sorry, whose speaking notes are these?
Chair Diane Dean's.
I've never seen this before.
Okay, but these are from the minutes. So I'm just going to go scroll down further. And the chair says, I called the meeting to ask the chief if he was still able to provide adequate and effective policing to residents of the city. The chief confirmed that he could not, which was very troubling to hear. The board requested what additional resources he needed to restore calm and protect residents. So that was what was stated by her and what your staff member reported. And she didn't say no, but she did not say yes. You'll agree?
So that information was not communicated to me. Any concerns about the provision of adequate and effective police services were mitigated by the fact that the OPP was providing significant resources to assist the Ottawa Police Service.
Sir, you testified earlier that those resources were contingent on the existence of an operational plan.
That's not what I testified to. The resources for the provision of public order units to dismantle the occupation were contingent on a fully developed plan to dismantle the occupation. The OPP was providing significant and sufficient resources to address any of those concerns.
Sir, I put to you that what the chief described was that with the state of the occupation, he called it a near siege, a threat to democracy, that with the occupation in place, that he was unable to provide adequate and effective policing. And that's noted in the report that went to your subordinate.
Right, and any risks, as I've testified, any concerns were mitigated by the fact that the commissioner of the OPP was working hand in hand with Chief Slowly and providing significant resources to address those concerns.
They were contingent on the provision of a plan, though.
No, please do not put words in my mouth. The resources to dismantle the occupation were contingent on the operational plan that dealt with that issue. The OPP was providing resources with regards to maintenance and public safety without that plan.
And we looked at text messages earlier that by February 6th, you acknowledged, or it was in the text to you, that there was a lack of a plan to dismantle the operation by Chief Slowly, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now one thing I want to look at, because I'm running out of time, is questions, because we see the board is floundering. The board is asking, we don't know what authorities we have in the event there's not adequate and effective policing. So
there is a Morden report that speaks to that.
And what I'm going to put to you, though, is that there's a provision of the Act, and it's Section 9. And I'm going to suggest to you that that section is what deals with a situation where a police board or a commissioner or a chief determines that he's unable to provide adequate and effective policing. You'll agree?
Yes, Section 9 deals with that issue.
Okay, now what I want to understand, so the board was asking lots of questions of your subordinates. And if we go first to ONT 401111. And if we scroll down a bit, I just wanted to draw this to your attention that it goes to Kenneth Wetherill. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the gentleman that's the Inspector General of Policing. And I just wanted to show you that he notes that these are very good questions. And if we scroll down, we see that they're from the Ottawa Police Services Board, looking for guidance from the Solicitor General.
Right, and that guidance was provided because it clearly states in that email that the Morden report was referenced. Chair Deans had the knowledge, as you indicated just now, that the Ottawa Police Service, according to Chief Slowly, was not providing those services. So then Section 9 would apply. Under that situation, my testimony is that the chair, upon a resolution of the entire board, had the ability to ask the OPP commissioner to come in and give assistance.
I agree with you, but let's go to the answer to these questions. So if we can go to the response.
To make it quick.
Yeah, I will. I'm
We're
going
out of town.
if I could just have a bit more time. I think this is an important point.
Yes, but short, make it
Okay.
to the point.
ONT 00001118. And this is the response that was provided. And I'm going to put to you that nowhere in this document is Section 9 mentioned.
I don't know what this document is. I'm sorry.
This is the response. If you look at the top, and you are going to have to take my word, but it says Q&A to support Ottawa PSB meeting, board roles and responsibilities. And if we look at the list of questions that Mr. Wetherill said were good questions, these are the questions, and these appear to be the responses. They're produced from your department. So if we scroll through, and I am short on time, I'm cognizant, but what we see is that Section 9 is never suggested. And I want to understand, why was that never suggested?
So that would be a question for the Police Service Board advisor. Having said that, it is my expectation that Police Service Board chairs and all members be intimately familiar with their duties and responsibilities in the Police Service Act. They have access to independent legal counsel. They have access to executive directors as well. The advisor cannot be the only source of information that they rely upon.
We started this examination by talking about the duty on the Solicitor General to ensure that the board is providing adequate and effective policing. It was very clear from these questions that the board was having trouble understanding what to do in what we've all described as an unprecedented situation. Why was Section 9 not suggested to the board as an option in light of the fact that the chief could not confirm, as Lindsay Gray stated in her note, the chief did not confirm that he was able to provide adequate and effective services.
So that's a question for Lindsay Gray.
So I put to you that it was never mentioned because Ontario didn't want it to happen.
I reject that assertion completely.
And I put to you that Ontario didn't want the province to publicly take responsibility for the situation in Ottawa.
I reject that assertion completely.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the government of Saskatchewan.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mike Morris. I'm counsel for the government of Saskatchewan. I only want to talk about one phone call with you tonight, so it should hopefully be pretty straightforward. It's a phone call you had with Deputy Minister Stewart of Public Safety Canada at about 8:55 a.m. on February 14th. And like any good police officer, I think you made good contemporaneous notes, so that's going to help us out quite a bit. I would just ask that the following be pulled up by the registrar: ONT 403847. Do you recognize your notes, sir?
I do.
Dated February 14th, 2022, time recorded as 8:55. I take it that's AM, correct?
Yes.
This is a call with Deputy Minister Stewart. Did you initiate that call or did he? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, your notes state, I inquire as to whether Federal Emergencies Act will be invoked today. And the next note is silence with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes.
So you asked the question, you were met with silence then?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page of the PDF? I think this is a continuation of your notes from that same call. I'm just going to ask you to confirm that for me, though.
I believe so.
So if I read this correctly, you then have written down, I am informed PM made a decision that FM meeting called, followed by press conference, cabinet meeting held last night. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
PM would mean Prime Minister.
Yes.
FM meeting would be First Minister's meeting then?
Yes.
So was this Deputy Minister Stewart advising you then that a cabinet meeting had occurred last night, that the Prime Minister had made a decision, and that a First Minister's meeting was to occur and to be followed by a press conference that day? Is that fair?
That would be fair.
And then your next note is, I advise from my perspective, that sounds like federal government invoking Emergencies Act, correct?
Yes.
And your final note of this phone call, if I understand it correctly, is silence from Rob Stewart. Is that correct?
Yes, I think some context is important as well. The reason why I'm having this discussion and asking these questions is because Deputy Minister Stewart referenced the previous day, I believe, on the 13th, that the federal government was considering an emergency declaration, but they were exceptionally reluctant to do so because the provincial emergencies regulations had more teeth in terms of financial penalties. So that's why this discussion was happening.
And this was a very important discussion from your perspective, I take it.
Yes.
And did you report this information after you received it to anyone?
Yes.
Who did you report it to, sir?
Minister Jones.
And was it your understanding then that the First Minister's meeting was going to occur after this phone call that you'd had with Deputy Minister Stewart?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on the timing.
Okay, we can clarify the timing with a different witness, likely from the federal government. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the Government of Alberta.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Bose. I'm here as counsel for the province of Alberta. Just one area to ask you a couple of questions on. Was it your understanding regarding tow trucks and Ottawa that there were providers that were hesitant to provide towing services because they were concerned about being provided with an indemnity?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act does not grant the power to compel tow truck operators to provide towing services?
That's exactly right.
But is it also your understanding that pursuant to that same act, an order could be made in respect of procuring necessary goods, services, and resources?
Permitting the procurement, yes.
And that could include towing services?
Yes.
And also under that act, an order could be made authorizing but not requiring any person to render services of a type that person is reasonably qualified to provide?
Yes. The act does not provide the ability to compel.
Correct. And that again could be towing services.
Correct.
Do you also understand that the act makes it an offense to interfere with or obstruct any person in the exercise of a power or performance of a duty conferred by an order under that act?
You'd have to put that section up. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we can do that very quickly. It's document CCF 6038. And Mr. Clerk, if you could please go to page 10 and scroll, there we see the offenses section 7.0.11.
Yes.
And you'll see there that it does make it an offense to interfere or obstruct with the person exercising a power under that, under an order.
I agree.
And then scrolling down again to page 13, we'll look at section 11 sub 1. And this section protects anyone acting under an order made under the earlier section that deals with an order authorizing services to be provided. Protects them from liability as long as they're acting in good faith pursuant to that order. You see that there?
I agree.
And then down to page 14, section 13.1. And subsection 3 there is compensation for loss of property. There's a mechanism within this act for someone to be compensated for any loss of personal property the person suffered as a result of an order made under the act. Do you see that?
Yes.
So do you agree that certainly there are ways under this act, although not to compel tow truck drivers to act, but to at least ameliorate some of their concerns with respect to financial liability for providing towing services with respect to the protest in Ottawa?
To some extent, one thing that 13.1 subsection 3 does not do is provide for compensation for any loss to property from a future perspective. So if the tow truck companies were concerned about being reimbursed for an arson, for example, at their warehouse, that would not be provided for, in my view, in regards to this particular section.
And just to be clear, you're talking about the theoretical possibility of a tow truck operator towing that vehicle to their own warehouse as opposed to a government lot?
No, not necessarily. Even participating in the program and having their building burned down at some point in time in the future.
I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
So I'm talking about the theoretical possibility of a tow truck company having their building burned down for participating in the removal of tow trucks.
So you're talking about an act of arson for?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the Democracy Fund.
Good evening, Commissioner. Alan Honor for the Democracy Fund. We do not have any questions for this witness.
Next, the CLA CCDL.
Good evening. It's Colleen McEwen. Our questions have been asked. Thank you very much.
The National Police Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. This is Jen Del Richo for the NPF. Our questions for this witness have been asked and answers. We have nothing further. Thank you.
The Ontario representative.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Darrell Cluza. I'm counsel for the province of Ontario. Good evening, Mr. DiTommaso. I only have a few questions for you, and honestly, these are just for purpose of clarifying the record, given that we're not a party to this proceeding and we will not be attending at the evidence of the federal representatives. The one point I wanted to raise, Mr. DiTommaso, you were asked questions both by Commission Counsel and by Counsel for Canada about the tripartite meetings taken at the minister's level. So these are the meetings that the Solicitor General was invited to. And I think Commission Counsel did put it to you that at some point there were calls between Federal Minister Mendicino and the Premier had expressed that he would send the Solicitor General to these meetings, but then later said that he would not send the Solicitor General. Do you remember those questions from the Commission Counsel?
Yes.
Counsel for Canada put a reference to you, a document reference, and I believe it was SSM CAN NSC 402832, and that's the document reference where I think it was the Chief of Staff of Minister Mendicino confirmed that the Premier said he would have Minister Jones attend. We don't need to bring it up, but I just want to put on the record the second document reference that wasn't put to you by Counsel for Canada And if we can put that up, ssm.nsc.can 401148. And obviously, Deputy, you weren't at any of these meetings, you weren't on any of these calls, so you won't have any knowledge about them. I just wanted to put that document up so we can see. And if we just scroll down a bit, that Mike Jones, I understand, is the Chief of Staff for Minister Mendocino. On Wednesday, February 9th in the afternoon. The first paragraph, my boss spoke with Premier Ford just before today's avail. I understand that to mean press availability. My boss said he needed the province at the table on policing efforts and that the current blockades are harming the economy and costing jobs. Ford responded that he understood. And if we go down to the second paragraph, immediately following the media avail, Ford called my boss again to say that he wouldn't be sending Minister Jones to the tripartite conversations. Again, I understand you weren't part of these calls, but that seems to confirm to me that the Premier was not going to send the minister.
Thank you.
And did you have any discussions with the minister about either of these conversations?
No.
The second point, actually the second point I think has been covered in other questions. One final point actually I do want to raise with you. And this came up at the very beginning of your evidence today. Commission Counsel asked you about whether the province participated in injunction hearings, and I think it was agreed that the province did intervene at the request for an injunction in Windsor.
Yes, and the province also had an application to freeze the assets with regards to the GoFundMe as well.
And that was on or around the same time as the injunction in Windsor, on or around February 11th?
I believe so.
And that injunction or that freezing order was made by the court?
Yes.
There was a question as to whether the province intervened in the injunction brought in Ottawa. I understand there were two injunctions in Ottawa, one by a private citizen, but there was a second injunction, are you aware, by the City of Ottawa?
Yes.
In respect of bylaw enforcement?
Yes.
And are you aware that the province actually did intervene in that injunction as well?
I am aware.
And one final matter, you've mentioned a number of times in your evidence, and I just want to make this legislative reference if I can. You've mentioned that under the federal emergency declaration, tow truck drivers were compelled under that order to provide services if requested by police.
Yes.
Under the provincial act, the EMCPA, you've said it does not give the province that authority to compel that type of service.
Right. It authorizes but does not require.
Okay. And if we can just turn up the act so we can see what it says on that. And we've had the reference before a number of times. I believe it's CCF 6038. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. If you could turn to page 7. And just turn to the top of the previous, or the bottom of the previous page. So emergency orders, you see that, sir?
Yes.
In accordance with subsection 2, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may make orders in respect of the following. And so these are the types of orders that can be made if an emergency declaration is made by either the Premier or the Cabinet.
Yes.
And if you turn to paragraph 12 of that, just down. And is that what you're referring to when you say that there's no ability of the province to compel a service?
Right.
And it reads authorizing but not requiring any person or class of persons to render services of a type that that person is reasonably qualified to provide?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Any re-examination?
No re-examination from the commission. I just wonder if one of the parties may have been skipped, the National Police Federation? No, they had no questions? Oh, they
No,
were.
I believe I asked
Okay.
the National Police Federation.
Okay,
Unless
perfect. Well,
I fell
that's-
asleep on that one.
Yes.
Wouldn't be
It's
the
been a-
first time. I've missed people before, but usually they speak up, so.
I think it was me who was sleeping this time. It's been a long day. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, if you have the strength, there's just a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. As you know, this commission is concerned with the declaration of the emergency, but also can make recommendations on the Emergency Act and presumably dealing with public order emergencies. And I guess I'm interested in views you may have as to knowing as you do what happened in Ottawa, what happened in Windsor, whether you might have some comments or suggestions, and in particular on how or whether there should be more coordination on in areas where there is clear overlap, such as border crossings, where the impact, if you like, is much broader than on Ontario. It's a federal, or Ottawa, where, as we know, the impact certainly was greater on the federal government than in the parliamentary precinct. And whether, leaving aside whether it was properly declared an emergency, which is something I have to deal with, are there things do you view aspects of coordination in particular, or other aspects of the act that might be reviewed?
Certainly, I think there is an opportunity for greater coordination amongst governments and police services and intelligence agencies. I think Chief Slowly referred to that very thing, especially in regards to intelligence sharing. And I would certainly endorse that suggestion, recommendation by Chief Slowly. I've also had the opportunity to briefly review the recommendations made by Commissioner Creek, and I certainly support and endorse those recommendations that he's made. Over and above that, I would also suggest, this is my own personal opinion, that a task force of some type be put together to study the issue of the right to protest. And it's enshrined in the Constitution, but what are the limits? Because my understanding is that people have an understanding that protests can occur at any time, in any location, for any length of time. So are there reasonable limits that ought to be imposed? I don't know what the answer to that is. That's something that this commission could certainly suggest that that matter be studied in regards to lawful protest. There are limits that can be prescribed. I'm not in a position to determine what those limits ought to be. But certainly I think that the public needs to be reminded that when you exercise your rights under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that you also have responsibility to your fellow citizens as well, and that those rights are certainly not absolute. Those are my comments, Commissioner.
Okay, if I could push you a little bit on an aspect that I'm interested in, which is the coordination, and we've heard about the coordination in Windsor that was very effective. Police and messaging from the city, from all of the parties. And that messaging or the coordination in Ottawa does not seem to have been as fluid at the police level. I think we've heard evidence about that, nor at the political level, and I think we've heard about that. Is there something, should there be a process or a protocol for such events that involve the different orders of government in such events, a protocol or a best practices or something?
That's certainly something that this commission could make recommendations on. I think there is opportunity, or there are opportunities for greater collaboration. I think one of the key differences between the police operations in Windsor in comparison to Ottawa was that the OPP provided key leadership in terms of command and control. They made it clear to to the Windsor Police Service that they were in charge. There was a very rapidly developed unified command, very rapidly. And the scope and scale of the Windsor blockade was certainly much smaller, but it was that coordination where Windsor Police Service accepted unified command and the lead by the OPP very quickly. I think that was a critical point for Windsor to have done that resulted in the dismantling of the blockade that much more quickly.
And do you have views on whether any recommendations regarding unified command and, if you like, drawing on expertise, which I think is what was described in Windsor, it should be made by this commission?
I do. I think that in those rare occasions when police services do not have the capacity and the capability to deal with urgent events, prolonged events of the size and scale and scope that we saw in Ottawa, that there be some way to compel the police service to accept the services, the leadership, the subject matter expertise of those police services that do have that capacity.
And just pursuing that a bit, with the Police Services Board, I seem to recall from your testimony, there's something being looked at in terms of the Police Services Act or a committee. And I'm just wondering, given the cross-examination you had, but also the evidence here of, let's just say, the issues with respect to the information the Police Services Board had. Do you think there's room for reform on that, in that area?
I do, and I can assure you, Commissioner, that this province right now is in the process of implementing the brand new Community Safety and Policing Act. And we are in the process of consulting with many stakeholders with regards to the regulations to support that act. And I can assure you, Commissioner, that we are listening with ears wide open with regards to what is happening here in this commission and the evidence that has been presented. I cannot speak to what regulations will be implemented, but this is certainly a concern that I will be taking back and sharing with the minister.
Because that was going to be my next question. Are findings from this commission in respect of what happened? Because obviously there's dispute at this point, which is going to have to be sorted out. That is something that can be taken, that could be useful to the work the ministry is doing.
Absolutely. I believe that the recommendations made by this commission with regards to policing will certainly inform decisions made by the minister and by cabinet.
Okay, and one last question, and that deals with the emergency acts as such. Is there room for, or should there be room for, coordination between emergency acts? Because we hear about what Ontario's Emergency Act can do, what the federal could do, what triggers one, what doesn't trigger the other. And obviously, in this case, the Emergency Act of Canada, I guess, is 40 years old or 30 some years old. So is there room for coordination, or is that something that you don't think should be pursued or looked into?
So in practical terms, Commissioner, the Provincial Emergency Management Civil Protection Act in the last 4 years has been, emergency declarations have been made 4 times. With regards to the Federal Emergencies Act, as you've indicated, once in 40 years. So I'm not sure that the reality is such that both acts ought to be coordinated. I think the Provincial Act is certainly invoked more often to deal with all sorts of emergencies, and the Federal Act obviously less frequently.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, your staying late, and for coming back after yesterday's failure to complete your examination. So you're free to go. We're now not early, but we're finished for the day, and we'll adjourn till Monday morning at 9:30. And I expect next week will be longer days. Again, the same sort of days we're having this week. So prepare yourselves accordingly.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Wow, long day. Day 21 now behind us. There was a lot of information there. I'll tell you that. Wow. So I have a lot of other stuff lined up here for you tonight. And we are going late, so we'll try to, burn through this stuff as quickly as we can. But some comments after listening to that testimony all day long from the Deputy Solicitor General for the province of Ontario. And I have a different spin on this, a different perspective than we've heard so far. Important that he noted at the end, or recommended, that some sort of a committee be set up to review the reasonable limits placed on protesting, acknowledging that people do have the right to protest, and they do seem to have a desire, at least he does, the Deputy Solicitor General, a desire to respect people's right to protest, even in this case. But also recognizing that under the way the law is written, there are limits described so often. It's this way in Canadian law, limits that are reasonable. In much the same way that you have to prove someone is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, the court also has latitude to determine what reasonable limits would be on protesting. But they are not clearly defined. And in particular, I think in a case like this, they are not clearly defined. I'll put it to you this way, though. I think that while that question is relevant, that is not the paramount question. The paramount question should really be, what limits should government have placed on it? And I think those are more clearly defined, but maybe need revision, because the government is really what should be the focus of this inquiry. That is really why we're here. The Deputy Solicitor General, I think, sort of has it backwards. It's relevant, but it's only relevant insofar as it's part of the review process that involves focusing on the government to determine whether Justin Trudeau abused his power by invoking the Emergencies Act. Was that a bridge too far? Was that too much? And the Deputy Solicitor General was reminded and asked about the fact that the use of the Emergencies Act is supposed to be a tool of last resort, not only in concept, but also legally. It's a legal requirement. It must be a tool that is used only when every other tool in the toolbox, every other option at the municipal, provincial, and federal level has been exhausted. Only then is the Emergencies Act supposed to be used. We've already heard testimony indicating that that is not the case. there were still other options and tools available to police. But police see the world in a slightly different way. It's not their fault. It's just that they have a task. It's their mandate, their objective to achieve a certain outcome. And in this case, it's like, we have to clear this protest out of here. So they'll use any tools that are made available to them. And they have that perspective, period, including the Deputy Solicitor General, which is why even now, as he makes that recommendation to have a committee review what the limits on protesting should be, it's a valid question, but it's not paramount. But it would be a useful process to go through as a sidebar or an extension of this inquiry. There probably should be something set up beyond that. But it's a dangerous road to go down, because the courts actually, on an individual basis, or even governments or solicitors general on an individual basis, can judge each incident currently based on its merits. What are the reasonable limits that should be placed upon this particular protest under these particular conditions? I'm not sure how you define something like that. And even the Deputy Solicitor General is not able to clearly define it. For me, this particular protest was unprecedented in size, scope, scale. Just the reasons for it were unprecedented. And therefore, I think that there should have been, and I guess there was, greater latitude given to the protesters to extend their protest out and expand it. I'm gonna take it a step further, and this is where my spin is a little bit different than probably anything you're going to get anyplace else. And this is something that is not really being touched on here. It comes back to the fact that the Prime Minister refused to speak to the protesters. The Premier also refused to speak to the protesters in Ontario. The politicians across the board were refusing to speak to the protesters. That's critical for this reason, and this is an additional reason above and beyond everything we've talked about before. It's important because politicians are not supposed to direct police. It's illegal. If they do that, it costs them their jobs, and maybe even more. But sometimes inaction is a way to get a reaction. By refusing to speak to the protesters, it forced police to take action. Justin Trudeau could have defused the entire situation. Doug Ford could have. Even the mayor of Ottawa, who made a deal to meet with the protesters, provided they move trucks, and then refused to do it, or just didn't do it. The deal never actually happened. He never did meet with them. By not meeting with the protesters, that inaction forced police. It forced their hand to clean up the mess. Essentially, Justin Trudeau set the country on fire, let the premiers add fuel to it, throw gasoline on the fire. When it was really burning red hot, he stood back. When people started running out of their houses after being locked down, but now they're on fire, and he crossed his arms and looked the other way as the people ran off to Ottawa to gather and say, hey, why are you burning our house down? Why are you burning all our houses down? And then Justin Trudeau basically said to the cops, hey, get those guys out of here. Get all those racist Nazis off my front doorstep. And then we heard from the police. We heard that there were recommendations set up the food chain saying, if you meet with them, we have concrete evidence here. They've told us that they probably will move on if you just talk to them. And that was ignored because Justin Trudeau stood there with his arms crossed, looking the other way. And because of his inaction, he got the action that he wanted out of the cops. Without actually explicitly directing them, he was directing them. It's very passive aggressive. Insidious, really. So that was my take on a lot of, what came out of today's testimony. And it's also interesting to make note of the way that the language being used by the government, the language being used by the left-wing woke mob as well, words like occupation and siege kind of came back to bite the Deputy Solicitor General right on the butt. Right at the end, that one lawyer was really going after him, suggesting that the province really just didn't want to take responsibility for this, which he rejected, and he held his ground. But he was in dangerous water there for a few minutes because she was trying to pin some blame on him for not sending adequate resources to deal with what had been described as a siege. I'll put it to you that it was not a siege. It was just a very large protest with parking that got out of control. And it was poorly, improperly, incompetently managed by a dysfunctional police service and a dysfunctional municipality. That much is very clear from the testimony. But those words, powerful words, they use those words like insurrection, occupation, siege. Those are wartime. Those are war terms. And they came back to haunt the Deputy Solicitor General today, where he almost got pinned to the wall because of the word siege. I found that very interesting because they latched onto that word, which was, in my view, an exaggeration beyond exaggerations. Hardly a siege. Again, it's like the use of the phrase domestic terrorists. These were not domestic terrorists. These were really pissed off Canadians, but not domestic terrorists. Not by my estimation. And they should be careful using those words because they come back to consume themselves. The left has a habit of doing that. They eat their own. They self-destruct in the end because they just don't know when to quit. And they take these words and they take the most graphic, the worst possible descriptions and apply them to their political enemies so that all context, all perspective is lost. They just go straight to the worst possible thing they can call someone. You're a racist. This wasn't just a protest. This was a siege. Dangerous talk. This was genocide. When you start using those kinds of terms willy-nilly, without real thought, using them to describe things that don't really come anywhere near the proper definition to justify the use of those kinds of phrases, those kinds of words, you do a disservice to those who have died in the past. You do a disservice to your country. You do a disservice to your community. You do a disservice to future generations. You water down the words. You take the meaning away. And in this case, it becomes self-destructive. Wasn't it interesting? At least it was for me, how language came back to haunt the actual, like one of the bureaucrats in charge. An unintended consequence of redefinition of words, or maybe reuse. very strange situation. Yeah, I really picked up on it. And man, it really hit home for me. So those are my takeaways. I'm sure you guys have other thoughts on this as well. I will fire up the phones. You guys can weigh in on this. I do have other stories, which, maybe we'll get to tonight. It's already almost 9 o'clock. We'll go for a while on the phones and we'll see where we get with all these other stories. Iran saying they've developed a hypersonic missile, bugs in Tim Hortons soup, all kinds of news that I uncovered while listening to the inquiry today and teeing up other news of the day. But let's take a brief break while I fire up the phone lines. And when we come back, you guys can all weigh in on the conversation. We'll be right back.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so I've just about got the phone lines activated. I'm gonna ask for your help because honestly, the phone lines cost money and they need to be recharged with funds. I need to pump another $500 in there to keep the phone system working here. If you are in a position to help us out, you can donate at maverickdonations.com or freedomreporters.com. And we've been burning through the phone line fund a lot more since this inquiry has started because we've been on the air a lot more. And so we're just burning through the minutes and we get charged by the minute using the automated system. And it's absolutely necessary in order to take the phone calls. Without it, the phone lines, I can't interface and get people on the air properly, especially because I'm here alone, doing this day in, day out, now 12 hours again today, we've been on the air. And so every time we go to the break and we go to the phones, it costs money. So if you are inclined to help us out, freedomreporters.com. Now, if you can't do that, please at least consider liking and sharing. That would be really helpful to us as well. Consider subscribing over on Rumble. And what more can I say, except that we'll be right back with the phone call-in show portion right after I run this little promo telling you how you can call in.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
All right, we're ready to go. Phone lines are fired up. The layout is the way we need it to be, and the phones are tied in, and we have our first caller of the night. Who do we have on the line tonight?
You got the mouth of the South, the man without a plan, and the master of all disasters, Rick.
Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back. What a crazy day it's been. You know that the government ship is sinking, and it's going to sink really fast. You know, I got to look back at yesterday where the Alberta mayor says we're domestic terrorists. When you have a government that's tyrant, what do? You don't become a terrorist. You go protest, and you do it peacefully. And, by the grace of God, I just want to thank everybody that was a part of Ottawa and Coots and Surrey, BC, and Windsor, Ontario, my hometown, for keeping it peaceful because, you know, in the end, it makes us look 10 times better. There were no rocks thrown. There was no burning crosses and everything else, okay? And we did it the right way, right? At the end of the day. You know,
That's right. Actually, can I just chime in for just a second? Because he said, the Deputy Solicitor General did say today that he thought that the police action was an absolute success. And then he said that was because there was no loss of life. What else did he say? No loss of life, no injuries, no violence, and no tear gas used. That's not true.
Well, he's a liar. He's a liar. My daughter was pepper sprayed in Ottawa when they were breaking it up. Okay, so and the only violence that came, we know where it came from. It came from the police. When you have a government, Rick, okay, you know about this, being a judge, jury, and the executioner, and that's exactly what we have there. Especially when you got individuals sitting in prison on misdemeanor charges. Okay, there's government influence. When you have a judge that's appointed by the Liberals, okay, who is doing that, okay, what are you going to have at the end of the day, right? You know, and Ford's statement, we got to get to that one where he says he's going to come up for asses with a.
Throughout